Chapter 27. The porch was dark and the house was quiet. Gideon lowered himself into the cane chair by the front door and leaned his head back against the siding. His shirt was stiff with dried blood, and his left deltoid throbbed where the round had grazed him in the barn, and the cut above his ear had crusted over and pulled every time he turned his head. His hands ached. His knees ached. Everything ached. The street was empty. A dog barked somewhere 2 blocks over and stopped. A porch light burned at the house across the way. The sky to the east was still black, but there was a thin gray line along the bottom of it, low down where the fields met the sky. Dawn was coming, but it was not here yet. He sat in the cane chair and listened to the quiet. The gray line widened. The black turned to dark blue. A bird started up somewhere in the trees along the street. One bird, tentative, testing, and then another answered, and then a third. The porch light across the way clicked off on a timer. A truck passed on the county road at the end of Sycamore, its headlights sweeping across the houses, and then it was gone and the quiet came back. The front door opened behind him. Hector stepped out onto the porch in his work pants and an undershirt, his hair uncombed, his feet in slippers. He had a coffee mug in one hand, and the other hand on the screen door, holding it so it wouldn't bang. He saw Gideon in the chair and stopped. His eyes went to the blood on the shirt, the cut above the ear, the man's overall condition. He stood there a moment. Then he let the screen door close gently behind him and walked to the railing and leaned against it and took a sip of his coffee and looked out at the street. "You want coffee?" "Please." Hector went inside. He came back with a second mug and handed it to Gideon and went back to his spot at the railing. The coffee was hot and strong, and Gideon held the mug in both hands and let the warmth work into his fingers. They sat in the early gray light and drank their coffee. The birds were louder now. A screen door opened down the block, and a woman came out in a bathrobe and picked up a newspaper from her front walk and went back in. "Long night," Hector said. "Yes." Hector sipped his coffee. He looked at Gideon's face. He waited. "I went to see the man who owns this county," Gideon said. "The man who took the land your family used to work. I told him to give it back." "And what did he say?" "He said no." Hector nodded slowly. He held the mug in both hands and looked out at the street where the light was coming up now, the houses taking shape, the trees filling in with color. "There's going to be trouble," Gideon said. "Because of what I did. Because of what I said to him. He's going to come after the people who helped me. The people in this town who gave me a meal or a room or a kind word. He's that kind of man. I've known men like him before. They can never let it go." Hector's face did not change. He drank his coffee. They sat with that a while. The light was coming up along the bottom of the sky, and the houses down the block were taking shape out of the dark. A car started somewhere on the next street over and pulled away and was gone. "I want you to know that. I want you to know what I may have brought to your door. If you want me out, I'll go. No hard feelings." Hector set his mug on the railing. He looked at Gideon. "You're paid through the week." "Hector." "You're paid through the week, Mr. Job. That's what we agreed. A man pays for a room, he gets a room." Gideon looked at the old man leaning on the railing in the early light with his coffee and his uncombed hair and his slippers, and he understood that this was not a man who could be frightened out of a handshake by a threat from a rich man on a hill. "Thank you." "De nada." Hector picked up his mug. "Maria will have breakfast ready in an hour. You should wash up. You look like hell." Gideon went inside. The house was quiet. He could hear Maria moving in the kitchen, the small sounds of a woman beginning the work of a morning, water running, a pan set on a burner, the click of the gas. He went down the hallway to the bathroom and closed the door. He stripped off the ruined shirt and peeled the undershirt over his head and dropped both on the tile. He turned on the shower and stood under the water and let it run over him until it went from cold to hot, and then he stood in the hot and let it work on the knots in his shoulders and his back and the stiffness in his hands. The water ran brown and then pink and then clear. He washed the cut above his ear and the graze on his deltoid, and neither was deep enough to need stitching. He washed his hair. He stood under the water a long time after that, not thinking about anything, just standing. He dried off and dressed in clean clothes from his duffel and went to his room and lay down on the bed. The mattress took his weight, and the pillow was cool against the back of his neck, and the room was dim and quiet. He closed his eyes. His body was heavy, and his mind was slowing down, and he could feel sleep reaching for him. A knock on the door. Quick, light. The door opened before he could answer. Miguel stood in the doorway in his Sunday clothes, pressed khakis and a white button-down shirt that was a size too big in the collar. His hair was wet and combed flat to one side, and his backpack was nowhere in sight. He was looking at Gideon with large dark eyes that held a question he had been working up the nerve to ask. "Mr. Job." "Miguel." "Can I come in?" "You're already in." Miguel grinned. He came the rest of the way in and stood at the foot of the bed with his hands behind his back, rocking on his heels. "I heard something at school." "What did you hear?" "Danny Garza said a man saved Mr. Haggerty's life at the elevator. He said there was a fire, and some men tried to hurt Mr. Haggerty and someone stopped them. Danny said the man fought all of them by himself. Danny Garza talks a lot." "Was it you?" Gideon looked at the boy standing at the foot of his bed, in his too big shirt with his wet hair and his big eyes. He thought about what to say to a 9-year-old boy who was looking at him like he was something out of a comic book. "Mr. Haggerty is my boss. When the fire started, I helped him get out." "But the men?" "Danny said there were men, and you." "Danny Garza wasn't there, Miguel. Things get bigger when people talk about them." Miguel looked at him. He was 9 years old, and he was not stupid, and he could see the cut above Gideon's ear and the stiffness in the way he moved, and he was putting things together in the way children put things together, not with logic but with instinct, the animal sense children have for when an adult is not telling the whole truth. "Are you a good guy, Mr. Job?" "I try to be. My abuelo says you're a good man. He says God sent you here. Your abuelo is a kind man. He doesn't say that about most people." Gideon smiled. It was a small smile, and it hurt the cut above his ear. "Miguel." Maria's voice came from the kitchen. "Deja lo descansar. Breakfast." "I gotta go," Miguel said. He turned for the door, then stopped. "Mr. Job." "Yes." "Are you coming to church with us?" Gideon looked at the boy in the doorway. The white shirt. The wet hair. The eyes that were asking him something larger than what they were asking him. "Yes," he said. "I'll come." Miguel grinned again and ran out, and his footsteps went fast down the hallway toward the kitchen. Gideon lay on the bed. He had not planned on going to church. He had not planned on anything except sleep. But the boy had asked, and he had said yes, and so he would go. He closed his eyes. He slept for 20 minutes, and Maria's voice woke him calling the family to breakfast. He got up and washed his face and combed his hair and went to the kitchen and sat at the table and ate eggs and chorizo and tortillas with the family and drank 2 cups of coffee. Elena was not there. She was at the wellness center working the Sunday shift. She had gone to an earlier mass, Maria said. Miguel talked about a book he was reading at school. Maria told Hector to eat slower. Hector ignored her. Nobody mentioned the cut above Gideon's ear, or the stiffness in his movements, or the fact that he had been sitting on their porch at 5 in the morning with blood in his hair. After breakfast, they drove to church. Hector drove the old Ford. Maria sat in the passenger seat with her purse in her lap and her rosary in her hands. Miguel sat in the back with Gideon. The boy talked the whole way. Gideon listened. The church was small and white and sat on a side street 2 blocks off Main. Our Lady of Guadalupe. The parking lot was half full with pickups and old sedans. People were filing in through the front doors, families mostly, the women in dresses and the men in pressed shirts and clean boots. Hector parked at the end of a row, and they got out and walked across the lot and up the steps. The inside was cool and smelled of candle wax and old wood and flowers. Rows of dark wooden pews ran the length of the nave. A carved crucifix hung above the altar. The light came through stained glass windows on both sides, blue and red and gold, and fell in colored patches on the stone floor. People were settling into their pews, kneeling, crossing themselves. Voices were low. A woman in the front row was arranging flowers on the altar rail. They took a pew on the left side, halfway down. Hector went in first, then Maria, then Gideon, then Miguel on the aisle. Miguel fidgeted with the hymnal. Maria put her hand on his knee, and he stopped. The priest came out from the sacristy. He was young, dark-skinned, with a broad face and thick hands that looked more suited to fieldwork than liturgy. He made the sign of the cross and began. Gideon stood when they stood, and sat when they sat, and knelt when they knelt. He did not sing. He listened to the readings and the homily, and he watched the light move through the stained glass and shift across the floor as the sun climbed. The homily was about forgiveness. The priest spoke in English with Spanish woven through it, moving between the two the way the people in the pews moved between them without thinking about it. When the congregation rose for communion, Gideon stayed in the pew. Maria glanced at him as she edged past. Hector did not glance. Miguel looked at him with a question on his face, and Gideon shook his head once, and Miguel followed his grandparents up the aisle. Gideon sat alone in the pew. He watched the line move forward. Old women with their heads covered. Men with their hands folded. Children with their eyes wide. Miguel at the rail with his mouth open and his eyes closed. He watched them receive what they had come for, and he stayed where he was. After the Mass, people gathered in the parking lot. Handshakes and small talk, and children running between the cars. Hector stood talking to a man in a straw hat about something to do with a fence. Maria was with two other women near the steps, their voices low and fast in Spanish. Miguel had found a friend, and the two of them were chasing each other around a pickup truck. Hector came over to Gideon, who was standing by the ford with his hands in his pockets. "You didn't take communion." "No." Hector looked at him. He did not ask why. "You should talk to Father Munoz. Before we go." "About what?" "About what you need to talk about." Gideon looked at the church. The doors were still open. People were still coming out. The priest was on the steps shaking hands. "All right." He walked back across the lot and up the steps. He waited until the last of the parishioners had filed past, and the priest turned to him. "Father, I don't think we've met." The priest had a firm grip and steady brown eyes. "Gideon Job. I'm staying with the Delgados. Hector's friend. He's mentioned you." The priest looked at the cut above Gideon's ear and did not comment on it. "What can I do for you?" "I'd like to make a confession, Father." The priest looked at him a moment. Whatever he saw in Gideon's face, he nodded. "Come inside." They went in. The nave was empty now, the candles still burning, the colored light from the windows falling on empty pews. The confessional was at the back of the church on the left side, a wooden booth, old and dark, with a curtain on one side and a door on the other. The priest went in through the door. Gideon pulled the curtain and knelt. The screen between them was a dark lattice. He could see the priest's profile through it, the broad face, the thick neck, the hands folded in his lap. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It has been a long time since my last confession." "How long?" "Years. Many years." "Go ahead, my son." Gideon was quiet a moment. The church was silent around them. A candle flickered somewhere in the nave. The colored light shifted on the stone. "I have killed men, Father. More than I can justify. More than I want to count. Some of them were trying to kill me. Some of them were trying to kill people I was protecting. Some of them I could have walked away from, and didn't." The priest was quiet. "Last night I killed, I don't know how many. 9, 10, maybe more. I went to a man's property to deliver a message, and his people tried to stop me, and I went through them. I used my hands, and I used their own weapons, and I blew up a building full of their ordnance, and I walked through the fire, and I shot 2 more men in a kitchen and a hallway, and I stepped over their bodies to get to the room I was looking for." The priest was still quiet. I told myself I was doing it for the people in this town, for the families who lost their land, for the old woman who fed me supper, for the girl at the creek, for a child in the hollow who needs medicine her mother can't afford. I told myself that. And it's true. It is true, Father. But it's also true that when I was in that barn, and those men were coming through the door, I was not thinking about any of those people. I was thinking about how to kill the next man through the door, and the one after him. And I was good at it. And some part of me, the part one don't like to look at, was not sorry. The candle flickered. The colored light moved on the floor. The priest was silent for a long time. Long enough that Gideon thought he might not speak at all. "Do you know the story of Gideon, my son? From the book of Judges?" "I know it." "Then you know that God came to Gideon while he was threshing wheat in a winepress, the least of his father's house, in the weakest clan in Manasseh. And God said to him, 'The Lord is with you, mighty warrior.' Gideon said nothing. Gideon did not believe it. He said, 'If the Lord is with us, why has all this happened? Where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about?' He argued. He asked for signs. He put out the fleece, not once but twice, because he could not believe that God would choose a man like him for the work that needed doing. The priest shifted behind the screen. But God had chosen him. Not because Gideon was righteous. Not because he was brave. Not because he was without sin. God chose him because the work needed doing, and Gideon was the man who was there. And when Gideon went to fight the Midianites, God told him to send most of his army home. 32,000 men, and God kept only 300. Because the victory was not supposed to come from strength of numbers. It was supposed to come from one man's willingness to do what God put in front of him, even though he was afraid, even though he doubted, even though he knew what it would cost. The candle burned. The church was very still. "You have killed men, my son. You carry that. You will go on carrying it. I cannot take it from you, and absolution will not make it lighter. But I will tell you this, the fact that you are kneeling here in this booth, telling me what you have done, means that the part of you that is sorry is still the larger part. The day you stop coming to this booth is the day I will worry about your soul." Gideon was quiet a moment. "What is my penance, Father?" The priest was silent. When he spoke, his voice was low and steady. "Living with what you've done is penance enough. Go in peace, my son. And try to do less harm tomorrow than you did today." "Yes, Father. I absolve you of your sins, in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Amen." Gideon crossed himself and stood. He pushed the curtain aside and stepped out into the nave. The church was empty. The colored light fell on the stone floor in long bright panels. The candles burned. He walked out into the sunlight. Hector was leaning against the ford with his arms crossed, waiting. Maria was in the passenger seat. Miguel was in the back, his face pressed to the window, watching Gideon come down the steps. Gideon crossed the parking lot and got in the back seat beside Miguel. The boy looked at him. "Are you good, Mr. Job?" "I'm okay, Miguel." Hector started the truck and pulled out of the lot. They drove home through the quiet Sunday streets with the windows down and the spring air coming in warm and clean. Miguel talked about something. Maria said something to Hector in Spanish. Hector grunted in reply. Gideon sat in the back seat and watched the houses go by, and the trees and the sky and the light on the fields beyond the edge of town. And he felt the weight of what he had done, and the weight of what was coming, and he sat with both of them and said nothing. Chapter 28. The citation touched down at Indianapolis Executive at 11 minutes past 8. The pilot taxied to the private terminal, where a black town car was waiting on the apron with the engine running. Whitman came down the steps, carrying a leather folio under his arm. He wore a navy suit, a white shirt with no tie, cordovan shoes polished to a mirror. He got into the back seat without a word to the driver. The door closed. The car pulled out onto the access road and merged onto I-70 west toward the city. The firm's tower was on the corner of Meridian and Ohio, 32 stories of limestone and glass. Bancroft, Crowe, Shively and Dunn occupied the top 4 floors. The elevator doors opened onto a reception area of dark wood and polished brass. The girl behind the desk was tall and blonde with cheekbones that belonged on a magazine cover. She stood and smiled and said good morning, and told him Mr. Bancroft was expecting him. He was already past her. He went down the long hallway, past framed prints on the walls, Indiana hunting country, pheasants, a pointing dog, a limestone farmhouse at dawn, and past photographs of the firm's founders and their sons' sons, a small brass plate beneath each one with the name and the years. Margaret Voss was at her desk in the vestibule outside Bancroft's office, where she had been for 31 years. A trim woman with sharp eyes and a gray bob, who knew more about the firm's clients than most of the partners did. She looked up from her monitor when Whitman came around the corner. "Henry. Good morning. He's ready for you. Can I bring you anything? Coffee?" "No. Thank you, Margaret." Bancroft's door was open. The office had the same big walnut desk it had always had, the same bar cart with the crystal decanters, the same corner windows overlooking the circle and the monument. Bancroft was at the window with a cup of coffee in his hand. He turned when Whitman came through the door. Charles Bancroft was 71 years old. Thin white hair combed back from a high forehead. A long, narrow face that had gotten longer and narrower with age, the jaw drawn, the cheekbones sharp, the eyes deep set and the color of creek water. He wore a charcoal suit from his tailor in Chicago, a white shirt, a subdued red tie with a gold tee-up-in. Cufflinks caught the light when he extended his hand. "Henry." "Charles." They shook hands. "The team's ready. Gordon had them all in by 7. I've called in 2 more from the Ohio office and 3 from D.C. The full bench. 23 people in Conference A. Let's go." Bancroft set his coffee down. Margaret appeared in the doorway behind them. "Conference A is set," she said. "Briefing packets distributed. The immigration man from Columbus got in late, but he's in there now." "Thank you, Margaret." Bancroft led the way out and down the hall. They passed the library, leather chairs, glass-fronted shelves, the smell of old books. Past the break room, where a young paralegal stood at the counter pouring coffee. She looked up and said, "Good morning." Bancroft nodded. The conference room was at the end of the hall. Double doors, dark wood, a brass plate that read Conference Room A, Walter J. Shively. Bancroft pushed one open and held it. The room was 30 feet by 25, windows on the east wall overlooking the circle in the bright morning light. A cherry table long enough to seat 40. A credenza along the north wall with coffee and water and pastries. The firm's logo etched into the interior glass wall. 23 people were in the room. The table was nearly full. Laptops open, legal pads out, coffee cups steaming. They stood when Bancroft came through the door. Bancroft waved them down. "Sit. Mr. Whitman, you know Gordon Stroud." A lean man in his late 50s, at the near end of the table, nodded. Charcoal suit, no tie. He ran the firm's litigation practice. "And you remember Crowe?" The big silver-haired man beside Stroud, one of the named partners, built like the lineman he had been 50 years ago, raised a hand without changing expression. "Done." A sharp-jawed man in his early 40s across the table looked up from his laptop. Bancroft walked Whitman down the length of the room, gesturing as he went. "Tax out of Cincinnati." A small man with rimless glasses. "Land use up from Bloomington." A ruddy-faced man with a yellow pad half filled with notes. "Catherine Vale, our federal litigator, flew in from D.C. last night." A tall woman with steel-gray hair and a black suit inclined her head. "Real estate." A heavy, florid man whose collar was a half-size too tight. "Corporate governance." A young Indian-American man with wire-framed glasses and a neat tie. "Zoning," from the Ohio office. shaved head, calm face. And Peterson, immigration out of Columbus. A thin man in his mid-40s who had come in last. 8 associates. Bancroft gestured toward the far end and back side of the table where 8 younger lawyers sat in a row, laptops open, pens ready. 2 men. 6 women. And 4 paralegals. He indicated the perimeter. A woman with reading glasses organizing files at the credenza. A younger woman with a steno pad and recorder against the back wall. A bearded man at a corner workstation with 2 monitors, and a dark-haired young woman in a gray blazer who had just finished setting briefing packets at each place. 23 people. The combined billing rate of the lawyers in that room was north of $30,000 an hour. Every minute Whitman sat at that table cost more than Hector Delgado earned in a month. Bancroft took his seat at the head of the table. Whitman took the chair beside him. He set the folio on the table and rested both hands on it. Nobody spoke. Every person in that room had been told before Whitman arrived to listen until Bancroft invited them to speak, and that the client's instructions were to be received without commentary. Whitman opened the folio. He drew out a sheet of cream-colored paper and laid it in front of Bancroft. Bancroft picked it up. He took reading glasses from his breast pocket and put them on. The names were written in blue ink in a firm, unhurried hand. He read them aloud. Hector Delgado. Maria Delgado. Elena Delgado. Miguel Delgado. He paused. His finger moved down the page. Letty Miller. Brianna Miller. A pause. Mr. Haggerty. Tommy Garvin. Colstrack. His finger moved. Father Tomas Ramirez. A pause. Sam Reedon. A pause. Rose Medrano. He set the paper down and removed his glasses. Who are these people? Residents of Black Ridge. What do you need done? I want them destroyed. The word sat in the room. It sat on the cherry table, and on the legal pads, and on the laptop screens, and on the coffee cups, and on the faces of 23 people who had come in that morning expecting a difficult client meeting and were now understanding that it was something else. Define destroyed, Bancroft said. The Delgados. Their house taken. Tax lien, title irregularity, zoning violation, code enforcement. I don't care which. Served by Wednesday, on the street by end of month. The daughter-in-law works nights at my wellness center, terminate her. The boy goes to the county school. Pull the school's funding through the foundation grant, and tie it to a new enrollment policy that excludes families in housing default. The corporate governance specialist stopped writing. His pen hovered above the pad. He looked at Stroud. Stroud did not look back. The Millers. The lease on their farm runs through a trust I control. Revoke it. The granddaughter works at my store, fire her. The old woman's truck, have it inspected. Her outbuildings, have them inspected. None of it will pass. A woman at the far end of the table, one of the associates, young, blonde hair pulled back in a low ponytail, small gold earrings, navy suit, had stopped typing. Her hands were flat on either side of her laptop. Haggerty. The grain elevator. His operating license is issued by the county, pull it. His insurance carrier writes policies through a brokerage I have a relationship with, have the policy reviewed. His federal grain inspection certification comes up for renewal in 90 days, make sure it doesn't renew. His 2 workers, Garvin and Strack, no farm, no feedlot, no ranch in 100 miles hires them. The priest. He runs a camp on County Road 7. No permits, no health inspection, no fire code compliance, and residents whose immigration status will not survive a phone call to ICE. Shut it down. Camp empty, priest cited. Everyone in that camp given 48 hours to vacate. The blonde associate's mouth opened. She closed it. She looked down at her hands. Then she looked back up. Sam Reedon. The diner she works at operates in a building owned by a holding company I control. Terminate the lease. Her house, the mortgage runs through a bank where I sit on the board. Have the loan reviewed. Rose Medrano. Find what she has. Take it. He sat back. He placed both hands flat on the arms of the chair and looked at the length of the table. Scorched earth. I want every person on that list homeless, jobless, penniless, uninsured, and alone. Bank accounts frozen. Cars repossessed. Leases revoked. Utilities shut off. Credit destroyed. The room was silent. And I want all of it done through the law. Filings. Court orders. Inspections. Citations. Notices of default. Every piece of paper signed and stamped and filed in the proper office by the proper clerk. The law is a tool. I am paying you to use it. The silence stretched. Crow cleared his throat. Mr. Whitman. The Delgados. If they're current on their mortgage, we need a legal basis to foreclose. Find one. The land use attorney leaned forward. The Miller's lease. If the trust revokes without cause, the trust is exposed to litigation. File in federal court under the trust's corporate charter. Venue shop if you have to. Dunn spoke. The priest camp. If we go in with ice on a parish property, the diocese gets involved. The bishop and I have had dinner. He will not make a statement. The immigration lawyer made a note on his pad. The zoning attorney spoke for the first time. The school enrollment policy. A 9-year-old excluded from a public school because his family is in housing default that ends up in front of a judge. Draft it so it doesn't read as targeted. General policy change. Residency verification. The boy is incidental. The boy is 9. The boy is incidental. The blonde associate at the far end pushed her chair back. The sound of the chair legs on the carpet was small, but in the silence of that room it carried. Every head turned. She was perhaps 28. Navy suit, gold earrings, hair pulled back. Her face was pale, and her hands were on the edge of the table, and they were steady. Mr. Whitman. Bancroft's head turned sharply. His eyes narrowed. Stroud set his pen down. My name is Claire Haskell. I'm a second-year associate in Mr. Stroud's group. What you are describing is not a legal strategy. It is a campaign of targeted harassment against private citizens, families, elderly people, children, a disabled child, a Catholic priest, people of color and immigrants and working poor, using the legal system as a weapon of personal revenge. Every action you have described is designed to cause maximum harm to people who have no resources to fight back. I cannot in good conscience participate in this, and I don't believe this firm should either. The silence that followed was different from the silences before. Whitman looked at her. Then he turned his head and looked at Bancroft. Bancroft's face had gone the color of old chalk. A vein pulsed at his temple. He looked at Claire Haskell, and his mouth set into a hard, thin line. Miss Haskell, you are relieved of your duties at this firm. Effective immediately. Leave the conference room. Security will escort you to collect your personal belongings. Your credentials will be deactivated within the hour. Claire Haskell looked at him. She looked at Stroud, who was studying his legal pad. She looked down the length of the table, at the 21 other people in the room. Not one of them met her eyes. She closed her laptop. She picked it up and held it against her chest. She pushed her chair in. She walked the length of the room and opened the door and walked through it, and the door closed behind her. Bancroft picked up the phone on the credenza. Margaret. Send security up to conference. A former associate needs to be escorted out. He set the phone down. He turned back to the table. He looked at the faces one at a time, starting at the far end with the associates and working his way up past the paralegals and the specialists and the partners. Does anyone else wish to make a statement? Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. The corporate governance specialist uncapped his pen and set it to the pad. One of the associates at the far end began typing again. The paralegal at the credenza turned a page in a file folder. The digital recorder against the back wall continued its quiet red blinking. Good. Bancroft turned to Whitman. I apologize for the interruption. It will not happen again. 72 hours, Whitman said. Filings. Notices. Inspections scheduled. I want the machine turning by Thursday. Bancroft nodded. He turned to the table. Let's go around the room. Gordon. The Delgados. Stroud picked up his pen. Title search and full tax history by tomorrow close. I'll pull the county recorder's filings back 10 years. If there's a gap, missed filing, surveyor's error, boundary discrepancy, we'll find it. Draft complaint ready for review by tomorrow evening. Crow. The Millers. The trust instrument will have a maintenance clause. I'll have an inspector on that farm by Wednesday with a checklist the property cannot pass. Roof, septic, electrical in the outbuildings. Notice of default with a 30-day cure period, statutory minimum. The repairs will cost more than she has. Done. The priest. Health Department complaint filed by end of business today. Anonymous. Fire marshal inspection by Wednesday. ICE referral through a contact at the regional field office. Routine tip. No names on it. Haggerty. The real estate partner leaned forward. Operating license review and insurance carrier notification by tomorrow close. I'll contact the USDA regional office for an expedited compliance audit. His elevator is 50 years old. It will fail. Garvin and Strack. Blacklist goes out through the Agricultural Employment Network. Phone calls to the farm managers and feedlot operators in the county and the 2 counties adjacent. No paper trail. Sam Reedon. The tax specialist adjusted his glasses. Lease termination on the diner building. 30-day notice under the commercial terms. The mortgage review at the bank will flag any late payments, insurance lapses, escrow shortfalls. If she's clean, the bank can still call the note under the due on sale clause. I'll work with bank counsel to find the trigger. Rose Medrano. Asset search, lease review, employment history. If she's in the county, she touches something we control. We find the thread and pull it. Catherine. Federal exposure. The D.C. litigator spoke for the first time. Her voice was flat and dry and carried without effort. If any of these targets retain counsel and file in federal court, I'll handle the motions to dismiss. We outgun anyone they can afford. If they find a pro bono shop willing to take it on, I'll bury them in discovery requests until the shop runs out of hours. This is a resource war. We have the resources. The room had come alive. Laptops open, pens moving, legal pads filling with notes and case numbers and filing deadlines. 22 people focused with the intense concentration of people who understood what happened in this firm, to people who questioned the client. Whitman watched them a moment. Then he stood. The room emptied. Stroud gathered his pad. Crow buttoned his jacket. Dunn closed his laptop. The associates filed out with their laptops and pads. The paralegals followed. The cart of files rolled. The door opened and closed until it was quiet. Bancroft stayed in his chair. Whitman sat back down. He reached into the folio and brought out a second sheet of paper, folded once, handwritten in the same blue ink. He laid it on the table between them. Bancroft unfolded it and read the name aloud. Gideon Job. He set the paper down. I want everything there is on this man. Where he came from. What he used to do. Who he used to be. Any weakness. Any debt. Any person he cares about. Handled the same way. No. This one I'll deal with myself. Bancroft shook his head slowly. Then he must have really done something to piss you off. Whitman looks at Bancroft. I plan to make his life a living hell. Whitman opened the door and walked out. He went down the hall past the library and the break room, past Margaret at her desk. She bid him a good day. He reached the elevator and pressed the button. The car came. He stepped inside and the doors closed and he descended. The lobby was busy now, 9 o'clock on a Monday morning, people in suits crossing the marble floor. Whitman walked through them and pushed through the revolving door and stepped out onto the sidewalk. The town car was at the curb. The driver opened the rear door. Whitman got in. The door closed. The car pulled away. Chapter 29. The VFW hall smelled of old cigarette smoke and floor wax and the coffee Letty had put on in the back kitchen 20 minutes ago. The coffee was not going to be enough. Gideon sat in a folding chair against the back wall with his arms folded across his chest. Beside him sat a woman in a charcoal suit with a leather briefcase on the floor between her feet. She had her legs crossed and her hands folded on her knee, and she was watching the room with dark, steady eyes, and she had not said a word since they came in. The room was standing room only. Every folding chair was taken, and people were lined up along both walls, and more were coming in through the propped-open front door, blinking in the fluorescent light after the brightness outside. Gideon counted 40, then 50. The metal chairs scraped and squealed on the concrete floor every time someone shifted. The overhead tubes hummed, and one of them at the far end was flickering in a way that was going to give someone a headache before this was over. Haggerty had called the meeting. Letty had opened the hall and put on the coffee and set out the chairs. Haggerty stood behind the long table the VFW used for Saturday night poker, his hands flat on the surface, his white hair catching the overhead light. He had been trying to get the room to settle for the last 5 minutes, and the room was not settling. "All right," Haggerty said. "Quiet down. Let's hear what everybody's dealing with, so we know where we stand." The room did not quiet down. The room was scared, and scared people talk. A man Gideon did not know was on his feet in the middle of the room. He was in his 40s, sun-dark, in a clean work shirt with the sleeves rolled to the elbows. He had a piece of paper in his hand, and he was holding it up for the room to see. 3 days, he said. His voice cracked on the second word, and he swallowed and started again. 3 days to vacate. That's what this piece of paper says. My family has been on that property 40 years. My dad cleared that land himself and built the house with his own hands, and I was born in the back bedroom and my kids were born in the front one. And this morning, a man in a suit I have never seen before in my life drives up my road in a black sedan and knocks on my door and hands me this and tells me I have 72 hours to remove myself and my family and all of our belongings from the property or the county sheriff will come out and do it for me. 72 hours. I have 2 kids in school. I have a wife who works the early shift at the truck stop in Clarksburg. I have nowhere to go. I don't have family in the area. I don't have savings. Where am I supposed to take my children in 3 days? Can somebody in this room tell me that? Nobody could tell him that. A woman 2 rows behind him stood up. She was older, heavy-set in a house dress and a cardigan. She had an envelope in her hand, and she held it out in front of her, pinched between her thumb and forefinger, away from her body. I got one too. Same thing, came in the mail this morning. Lease termination, effective in 30 days, no cause given, no explanation, nothing. Just a letter from some company in Delaware I have never heard of, telling me that my lease is terminated, and I need to be out by the end of the month. We have been renting that house 9 years. 9 years, and we have never missed a single payment, and never had a single complaint from anybody. And now, a piece of paper from a company I can't even find on the internet tells me we're done. Just like that. You're done. Get out. That's the holding company, Hector said from the second row. He said it to Maria beside him, but in the tight room it carried. The one out of Wilmington. Same outfit that bought out the Svensons. They own half the rental properties in the county, and nobody even knows their name. Tommy spoke from where he leaned against the side wall with his cap in his hands. We showed up to work this morning, me and Cole, same as every morning, 5:45. There's a padlock on the gate, and a notice stapled to the post. County notice. Operating license, suspended effective immediately pending a full compliance review. No hearing, no warning, no phone call. Just a padlock and a piece of paper. 31 years Haggerty's had that license, and they shut him down overnight. Cole shook his head. I called the county office and sat on hold for 20 minutes. The woman who finally picked up told me she couldn't discuss it and I should contact the licensing board. I called the licensing board. I got a recording that said their office hours were 9 to 4. It was 10 in the morning. Elena got fired last night, Maria said. She was sitting very straight, her purse in her lap, her knuckles white around the clasp. They called her at the start of her shift at the wellness center. A woman she had never spoken to before. Not her supervisor, not anyone she knew. The woman said her position had been eliminated effective immediately. Elena asked what that meant. The woman said it meant she was not to come in anymore. Elena asked if she had done something wrong, if there had been a complaint, if there was someone she could speak to. The woman hung up. Elena called back 3 times. Nobody answered. My mortgage got called, a man in the front row said. He was young, mid-30s, and he looked like he hadn't slept. His knee was bouncing, and his hands were jammed between his thighs. I got a certified letter from the bank yesterday. They say they're reviewing my loan under some provision I've never heard of, something about a due-on-sale clause. I haven't sold anything. I haven't refinanced. I haven't done a single thing except make my payments on time every month for 6 years. I called the bank, and I sat on hold for 40 minutes, and then a man picked up and told me he wasn't able to discuss the matter on the phone, and I would receive further correspondence in the mail. Further correspondence. Like I'm supposed to sit in my own house and wait for a letter to tell me whether I still own it. Sam got let go from the diner, a woman near the door said. She glanced at Sam as she said it. Sam was sitting 3 rows back with her arms wrapped tight around herself, her eyes on the floor. The owner told her the building lease was being terminated, and he had no choice but to let everybody go. He said he was sorry. He said there was nothing he could do about it. Sam did not look up. There's an inspector coming to my place tomorrow morning, another woman said from the 3rd row. She was thin, wiry, with her hair pulled back tight. 8 o'clock. Code enforcement. I have lived in that house 22 years, and in all that time, nobody from the county has ever come out to inspect anything. My neighbor called me an hour ago. She got a notice too. Same inspector, same day. Every house on our road, all at once. Don't tell me that's routine. The voices kept coming. A man whose insurance had been canceled without explanation. A woman whose landlord had called that morning to tell her he'd been ordered to break her lease. Another man who had been told by a feed supplier he'd done business with for 15 years that they could no longer sell to him, no reason given. The voices ran over each other and piled up, and the room got louder and hotter, and Gideon sat in the back and listened to all of it and heard underneath the individual grievances the larger sound, which was a community realizing that every piece of the life they had built could be taken from them by someone they had never met through paperwork they did not understand, and that there was nothing in their experience that had prepared them for it. Father Tomas spoke from near the door. His voice was not loud. He did not raise it. But when he spoke, the room fell quiet because Tomas had been in Black Ridge a long time, and people listened when he opened his mouth. I received a call this morning from the county health department. A woman I have never spoken to before informed me that my property has been cited for multiple health code violations, and that every person living on my land has 48 hours to vacate. She also told me that an immigration referral has been filed with the federal field office in Indianapolis. She would not tell me who filed it. She would not tell me which families were named. She told me 48 hours and she hung up the phone. The silence in the room was different now. The other losses were terrible. Jobs, homes, licenses, savings. But they were the kind of terrible that could be argued over and maybe survived. What Tomas was describing was families with children being loaded into federal vans and driven away. Lucia, Maria said softly. Lucia needs her insulin every day. She gets it from the clinic in Clarksburg. If they take those families out of the county, that little girl won't be able to get her medicine. She's 8 years old. She reads books. She wants to be a teacher. She can't, she needs. Her voice stopped. Hector put his hand over hers on the clasp of her purse. This is Henry Whitman, Letty said. All of it. Every envelope in this room, every phone call, every padlock, every inspector. This is one man doing this because he can, because he has the money and the lawyers and the county offices in his pocket, and nobody has ever told him no. We know it's Whitman, Letty, the man with the eviction notice said. We all know it's Whitman. What we don't know is why. Why now? Why all of us at the same time? He's been squeezing this town for years, but it was always one family at a time. The Svensons. The Cartwrights. Slow. Quiet. One by one. This is different. This is everybody at once. Something set him off. Something changed. What changed? The heavy-set man said. He looked around the room. Somebody in here know what changed? Because I've been paying my rent, and keeping my head down, and minding my own business for 9 years, and I wake up this morning, and my whole life is on fire, and I'd like to know why. Gideon stood up. This is my fault, he said. All of it. Everything that's happening to you right now is my fault. The room went still. Haggerty's hands went flat on the table. The man with the eviction notice lowered it to his side. The heavy-set man against the far wall straightened up off the wall. I came to this town and I saw what Whitman was doing to it. The land grabs, the carbon sink, the payroll, the county offices working for him, while the rest of you lost your farms and your jobs and your futures. And I decided to do something about it. I didn't ask any of you. I didn't consult you. I didn't think about what would happen to you if it went wrong. I made that decision on my own. And I went out to Whitman's property and I told him to shut it all down. And he told me no. And he told me that if I didn't leave his county by morning, he would destroy every person who had shown me any kindness. And I didn't leave. And now he's doing exactly what he said he would do. He looked at Haggerty. You gave me work when I needed it. Now your elevator is padlocked and your license is gone. That's my fault. He looked at Letty. You took me into your home and fed me at your table. Now they're coming for your farm. My fault. He looked at Hector and Maria. You gave me a room and treated me like family. Now they're trying to take your house, and Alina's out of a job, and they're threatening to pull Miguel out of school. My fault. He looked at Tommy and Cole. You worked beside me and didn't ask questions. Now neither of you can get hired anywhere in the county. My fault. He looked at Sam. She was looking up at him now, her eyes red, her face drawn. You were kind to me. Now you're losing everything. That is my fault. He looked at Tomas. You trusted me with your people. Now those people have 48 hours to get off your land, and an immigration referral hanging over their heads. My fault. He looked at the room. I take full responsibility for what I've done to you people. Every bit of it. And you have every right to be angry with me. The silence lasted 3 beats. Then the heavy-set man came off the wall. Who the hell do you think you are? His voice was loud and his face was red, and he was looking at Gideon with something raw and hot in his eyes. You walk into this town out of nowhere. No car, no phone, no family, nothing. And you eat our food and you sleep in our houses and you let us think you're just some drifter passing through. And then you go out and pick a fight with the most powerful man in 3 counties, and now every family in this room is paying for it. Who gave you the right? Who the hell do you think you are, walking in here and destroying our lives? The man with the eviction notice was on his feet. Yeah. You're an outsider. You don't live here. You don't have kids in school here. You don't have a mortgage here. You're not going to lose your house or your job or your family because of what you did. We are. You can leave anytime you want. Anytime. You can pick up that bag and walk out of here tonight and be in the next state by morning, and none of this follows you. But we have to live here. This is our town. These are our children. Where do you get off making decisions for us?" The room was turning. Gideon could feel it, the heat of it. 50 frightened people finding a target for their fear. More voices joined in. A woman standing along the wall. "We didn't ask for this." A man near the door. "He should never have gone out there." Another voice further back. "Who does he think he is?" The voices built on each other, and the room got louder, and the faces got harder, and he stood at the back of the hall and let all of it come at him. "Leave," someone shouted. "Get the hell out of town." "Yeah," the heavy-set man said. "Things weren't great before you came, mister. Nobody's going to lie about that. But at least we were surviving. At least we had roofs over our heads and food on the table. At least our kids had a school to go to, and our parents had a place to live. We were getting by. And now we've got nothing. We've got nothing because you decided to play hero, and you didn't stop to ask any of us if we wanted to be saved." Gideon waited. He waited until the last voice had spent itself, and the room was quiet again, and every face in it was turned to him, and every face in it was angry. "You're right," he said. The heavy-set man had his mouth open to say something else. He closed it. "You're right," Gideon said again. "About all of it. I'm an outsider. I don't live here. I can leave any time I want, and none of this follows me. You're the ones who have to live with what I've done, and I'm the one who did it, and nobody asked me to. You're right." The room shifted. He could see it in their faces. They had been winding up for a fight, and he had stepped out of the way of it. The heavy-set man looked at the man with the eviction notice, and the man with the eviction notice looked back, and neither of them seemed to know what to do with a man who agreed with everything they had just said. "So what are you going to do about it?" the man with the eviction notice said. The heat had gone out of his voice, and what was left was flat and tired. "Leave," the woman along the wall said. "Get out of here. If you're gone, maybe Whitman stops." "Yeah," the heavy-set man said. He pulled off his cap and scrubbed his hand over his scalp and put it back on. "Look, I got nothing against you personally. Maybe you meant well. But things weren't great before, and at least we were getting by. Right now, getting by sounds like heaven compared to what we're looking at. So do us all a favor and just go. Let us try to pick up the pieces." Gideon nodded slowly. "I could do that. I could walk out that door right now, and you would never see me again." He let the silence hold. "But that won't solve a single one of your problems." He looked at the man with the eviction notice. "If I leave tonight, you will still be off your property by Friday. And it won't stop there. Whitman will make sure that every landlord in this county and the next 3 counties knows your name and knows not to rent to you. You'll drive to Clarksburg, to Hartley, to every town within 100 miles looking for a place to take your family, and every door will be closed before you get to it. Because your name is on a list, and Whitman's people will make sure that list reaches every property manager and leasing office in the region." He looked at Tommy and Cole. "You'll still be out of work in the morning. And by the end of the week, every farm and feedlot and grain operation in 100 miles will have gotten a phone call telling them not to hire you. You'll put in applications. You'll drive out to places with help wanted signs in the window. And they'll look at you and shake their heads and tell you the position's been filled and you won't know why." He looked at Sam. "The bank will call your note. You'll get a letter telling you the full balance is due, and you won't be able to pay it because fighting it costs money you don't have. You'll lose the house." He looked at Tomas. "Those families will be gone by the weekend. Rosa and Eduardo and Lucia and all the rest. On the road with whatever they can carry, and the immigration referral following them wherever they go. Lucia needs her insulin every single day, Father. Every day. And once she's out of range of the Clarksburg clinic, nobody else is going to give it to her." He looked at Haggerty. "Your elevator stays shut. Your license doesn't come back. They'll bury the review in paperwork and drag it out month after month, and by the time they're through, you'll have missed the harvest, and every farmer who used to bring their grain to you will have found another elevator, and they won't come back." He looked at Hector. "They're coming for your house, Hector. Title search, tax review, code enforcement. They'll go through every piece of paper ever filed on that property going back 30 years and find something wrong or manufacture something wrong and use it to take it from you." Maria's hand turned under Hector's and gripped it. Hector sat still. The room was quiet. The anger had burned down, and what was left under it was fear, the flat gray fear of people who have run out of ideas, and the faces looking at him now were not angry faces anymore. They were the faces of people waiting for someone to tell them what to do. "All of that happens whether I leave or not," Gideon said. "Whitman told me to my face, once he starts, he does not stop. This isn't about me anymore. He's making an example out of every one of you. He wants everyone in this county to see what happens when somebody pushes back, so that nobody ever pushes back again. If I walk away tonight, your problems don't go away. You're just facing them alone." He held up his hand. "I'm going to fix this. I brought this down on you, and I am going to fix it. I am going to make sure that every person in this room gets back what was taken from them. Every job, every lease, every license, every home. I am going to make sure Whitman doesn't do this to any of you again. Not to you, not to the families in the Hollow, not to anyone else in this county. And once it's done, I'll leave and you won't see me again." "Oh yeah." The man with the eviction notice held it up and shook it at him. "How? How exactly are you going to fix this? You're going to walk into the county courthouse and argue my lease. You're going to call up the bank and tell them to leave my mortgage alone. Are you a lawyer?" "No," Gideon said. "I'm not a lawyer." "Then how the hell?" "But I have one." Every head in the room turned to the woman in the charcoal suit sitting in the folding chair against the back wall. She had not moved. She had sat with her legs crossed and her hands on her knee through the grievances and the fear and the shouting and the accusations and the silence after, and her face had given away nothing at all. She looked back at them now with dark, calm eyes, and Gideon could see the room trying to read her and not getting anywhere. "Whitman has an army of lawyers," the heavy-set man said. "An army? One of the biggest firms in the state. You've got what? One lady in a suit?" Gideon looked at the heavy-set man. "This is Kayla Wallace," he said. "And she's a one-woman army." Kayla uncrossed her legs and stood. She was not tall, 5'5", 5'6", but the suit fit her like it had been cut to her body, and she held herself with a stillness that had nothing wasted in it. She had dark hair cut short and clean at the jaw, and no jewelry except a watch with a leather band. She picked up the briefcase and walked to the front of the room. People moved their chairs without being asked. She set the briefcase on the table beside Haggerty. She did not open it. She turned and faced the room. "Bancroft, Crowe, Shively and Dunn," she said. "Top 4 floors of a 32-story tower on the corner of Meridian and Ohio in Indianapolis. Arthur Bancroft is the senior partner. Gordon Stroud runs their litigation practice. Catherine Vale handles the federal work out of Washington. They had 23 people in a conference room when your names were read off a handwritten list. 8 associates, 4 paralegals, and specialists in tax, land use, immigration, zoning, corporate governance, and real estate. I know, because one of them called me before the meeting was over." The room was very quiet. "Every action that has been taken against you, every eviction, every termination, every license revocation, every mortgage review, every inspection, every lease cancellation, every immigration referral, all of it happened at the same time. All of it was coordinated through that one firm on the instructions of one client. It was designed to look like a dozen unrelated legal actions happening by coincidence. It is not a coincidence. It is a coordinated campaign of retaliation against private citizens, and I have spent the last 11 years of my career taking apart exactly this kind of operation." "How much is this going to cost?" the young man with the mortgage letter said. Because I'll be honest with you, ma'am. I couldn't afford a lawyer before any of this happened, and I sure as hell can't afford one now. It's not going to cost you anything, Kayla said. Not a dime. The room stirred. People looked at each other. The murmur that went through the room was the sound of people hearing something they wanted to believe, and not being sure they could. Why, the woman in the house dress said. You don't know us. You've never set foot in this town before today. Why would you do this for free? Kayla glanced at Gideon. It was quick, less than a second, and he met it with a small nod. I work for. She paused and looked at Gideon again, and something passed between them that the room could see but not read. You. Pro bono. Every person in this room who has been targeted by Whitman is my client as of right now. I will handle every filing, every motion, every response, every court appearance. It will not cost you a cent. One lawyer against 23, the heavy-set man said. It's time somebody stood up to Henry Whitman, Kayla said. It's time somebody looked at what he's been doing to the people of this county, taking their land, taking their livelihoods, using the courts and the county offices as a club to beat down anyone who gets in his way, and said enough. His lawyers have been getting away with this because the people they target can't afford to fight, and the firms in this part of the state are afraid to take the cases. I'm not afraid of Arthur Bancroft. I'm not afraid of his partners or his associates. I've gone up against his firm 4 times. His record against me is 0-4. I don't intend to make it 0-5. She looked at the room. It's time somebody stopped this man's bullying and put an end to his railroading of the people in this county. That's what I'm here to do. The silence held for a long moment. Then Haggerty spoke from behind the table. What do you need from us? Everything you've got. Every piece of paper they've sent you. Every letter, every notice, every filing, every envelope. Phone calls, who called when, what number, what they said, exact words. Any prior dealings with Whitman or anyone connected to him. I need it tonight. I need to sit down with each of you one at a time and go through every document line by line, starting now. You can use this hall, Letty said. She was on her feet, her purse over her arm. I have the keys and the coffee's on. Kayla looked at her and nodded. Thank you, Mrs. Miller. She opened the briefcase. Legal pad, 2 pens, a laptop in a neoprene sleeve, a stack of manila folders with colored tabs. She set the pad on the table and uncapped a pen and sat down. Who's first? Nobody moved. The room was caught between what it had walked in with and what it had just been offered, and the distance between those 2 things was further than most of them could cross in a single breath. Haggerty reached behind the table and picked up the padlock, the one from his own gate, the county sticker still on it, and set it on the table in front of Kayla with a heavy clunk. Beside it, he laid the county notice. I am, he said. Sam stood up. She unwrapped her arms from around herself and reached into the back pocket of her jeans and took out an envelope that had been folded and refolded until the creases had gone white. She walked to the front and placed it on the table. She looked at Kayla, and Kayla looked back at her, and Sam nodded once and went back to her chair. Tomas came forward from the door. He laid his letter on the table and rested his fingertips on it for a moment before stepping back. Maria opened her purse and took out 3 envelopes. She carried them to the front and placed them on the pile. She looked at Kayla, and Kayla met her eyes, and Maria nodded and went back to Hector. The man with the eviction notice came forward. His hand was shaking when he set it down. Then the woman in the house dress. The young man with the mortgage letter. The thin woman from the 3rd row. The heavy-set man in the feed cap, who pulled an envelope from the inside pocket of his denim jacket and laid it on the pile without a word. One by one, and then 2 and 3 together, they came to the front of the VFW hall and put their papers on the table. Envelopes and letters and certified notices pulled from pockets and purses and the glove compartments of trucks parked outside. The pile grew until it covered the table around the briefcase and the legal pad. When the last of them had come forward, Kayla picked up Haggerty's county notice and unfolded it and smoothed it flat and began to read. Haggerty pulled a chair around to her side of the table and sat down. She asked him a question in a low voice, and he answered, and she wrote something on the legal pad in a fast, clean hand and asked him another. The crowd began to break up. People drifted toward the coffee in the back kitchen, clustering along the walls, talking low. Letty was already pouring cups and handing them out. Brianna was beside her, setting out the sugar and the half and half. Gideon sat in the folding chair at the back of the room, with his arms folded, and watched Kayla work. She had the county notice spread in front of her, and her pen was moving fast across the legal pad. Haggerty was leaning in beside her, talking, pointing at a line on the document. He had seen her do this before. Walk into a room full of people who had been beaten down and had nowhere left to turn, and sit down at a table and open a legal pad and go to work. She never promised more than she could deliver. She never raised her voice. She never wasted a word or emotion. And she never, in the 11 years he had known her, lost. He sat back in the chair and let her work. Chapter 30. Gideon had taken a room in a boarding house in Hartley, 2 blocks off Front Street. He paid cash by the week. The woman who owned it was named Mrs. Garza. She left coffee outside his door at 6 every morning and did not knock. Kayla was at the kitchen table when he came down. She had dark eyes that missed nothing and gave away less, and even at 7 in the morning with no sleep behind them, they were sharp and quick and already working. Her dark hair was cut short and clean at the jaw the way it always was, and she sat with the same economy she stood with, nothing wasted, nothing for show. The laptop was open in front of her, and the legal pad was half filled, and 3 manila folders were stacked on the briefcase at her feet. She picked up her coffee and drank without taking her eyes off the screen. Sit down. One thing before we start. Letty called me this morning. A woman came to the VFW yesterday. A doctor from Black Ridge named Susan. She's asking to see you. She wants to know where you are. Tell Letty it's fine. She can tell her. Kayla looked at him over the mug. He offered nothing else. She picked up her phone, typed a text with her thumb, and put it back on the table. All right. She turned the laptop so he could see the screen. A filing document, dense with case numbers and statutory citations. The TROs came through yesterday. 3 counties. Every eviction Bancroft's people filed is frozen pending judicial review. She looked up from the screen at him, and her eyes had the flat, hard shine they got when she was pleased with her own work and didn't care who knew it. The filings were built on compressed timelines, 7 days to respond, 10 at the outside. No reasonable defendant without counsel could have met those deadlines, which was the entire point. Stroud's associates drafted them that way on purpose. Every one of them has procedural deficiencies. I could get thrown out by a second-year law student. The license revocations? Weaker than the evictions. They went through county offices on Whitman's payroll, but county administrative actions are reviewable at the state level. She turned a page on the legal pad and ran her finger down a column of notes. I filed appeals on Haggerty's elevator license, on 3 business permits, and on the health code citations they used against Tomas's property. The state board chair is a man named Alderman. I spoke with him yesterday. He asked me to repeat the timeline twice, and then he went very quiet. He didn't know. He didn't know his county offices were being used as a weapon. He knows now. He's not happy about it. She closed the laptop and slid it aside and opened one of the manila folders. Inside was a printed corporate structure diagram, boxes and lines and entity names, 3 layers deep, hand annotated in her small, tight script. That's defense. This is offense. Her eyes came up and held his. 11 years he had known her, and the thing he trusted most about Kayla Wallace was that look, the look she got when she stopped playing the other side's game and started playing her own. I filed yesterday in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Indiana. Indianapolis. The federal courthouse is on Ohio Street, 2 blocks from Bancroft's tower. I walked past his lobby windows on the way in. She let that sit a moment. The corner of her mouth moved, not a smile, but the ghost of one. The Heritage Carbon Sink's beneficial ownership chain runs through 2 Delaware LLCs into a family trust. The carbon credit subsidies are being traded on the secondary market at multiples of their face value, and the proceeds cycle back through the LLCs into the family's general fund. That's federal subsidy fraud. I've put it in front of a judge in 46 pages with the public filings attached. And the RICO. She tilted her head and looked at him the way she had looked at the room in the VFW hall, measuring whether he was keeping up, finding that he was moving on. Civil RICO. The coordinated retaliation is the pattern. Bancroft's firm is the enterprise. Every eviction, every termination, every license revocation, all of it orchestrated through one firm on the instructions of one client. I have the pattern. I have the enterprise. I have the predicate acts. And I have Claire Haskell's laptop. The associate he fired. She called me from the elevator. Bancroft's IT department didn't revoke her access for 47 minutes. In 47 minutes, she downloaded the internal case strategy files for every action they'd been assigned. Kayla laid her hand flat on the folder. I have the playbook. I know which lawyer is handling which target, what their filing schedule is, what their budget projections are, and what Whitman told Bancroft to do to every person on that list in Bancroft's own internal memos. They don't know I have it yet. They will when they open my RICO filing and find their own documents cited back at them. She closed the folder and looked at him. Bancroft built a machine for crushing people who can't fight back. He doesn't have a playbook for this. His team is going to spend the next 2 weeks trying to figure out how exposed they are, and every hour they spend on that is an hour they're not spending on Whitman's targets. A car pulled up outside. They both heard it, the crunch of tires on the gravel shoulder, the engine idling a moment, then cutting off. Kayla glanced toward the front of the house. Gideon didn't move. A car door opened and closed. Footsteps on the walk. The creak of the porch steps. A knock at the screen door. Soft. Hesitant. Kayla looked at Gideon. He nodded once. She stood and packed the laptop into the neoprene sleeve, and laid the legal pad and the folders into the briefcase and latched it. She straightened and looked at him. I need to be in Indianapolis by 4:30. The clerk's office closes, and I have the RICO motion and 2 supplementals to file in person. Go. Gideon. Her dark eyes were steady on his. Everything I'm doing to Bancroft is working. His machine is built on one assumption, that nobody fights back. I'm fighting back and the machine is jamming. But a RICO case doesn't stop a man who sends crews to burn grain elevators and beat old men. The law buys time. It doesn't end this. I know. She held the look. He saw the question behind it, the one she didn't ask, because she already knew the answer, and because asking it out loud would make her, as his lawyer, complicit in whatever the answer implied. She picked up the briefcase and walked to the front door. He heard her open it, heard a murmured exchange on the porch, 2 women's voices, brief and polite, and then Kayla's footsteps going down the walk and her rental starting in the street and pulling away. The screen door opened. The woman standing in the hallway was wearing jeans and a white cotton blouse with the sleeves turned up, and her hair was down, loose past her shoulders, honey-colored waves catching the light from the front windows. She had a leather bag over one shoulder that she held against her hip with both hands. She was slight and fine-boned, and she stood in the doorway of a stranger's boarding house with the posture of a woman who was used to holding herself very still in unfamiliar rooms. Her eyes found his across the length of the hallway. They were gray, clear, and afraid. Mr. Job. Come in. I just made coffee. She followed him to the kitchen. She looked around the hallway as she came, the narrow stairs, the braided runner, the framed embroidery on the wall, taking in the boarding house with quick, careful glances, noting the exits. He poured her a mug. She sat at the table. She wrapped both hands around it and looked down into it. My name is Susan Langley. I'm a physician. I've been running the wellness center in Black Ridge for 5 years. All right. You don't know me. We've never spoken. But I know who you are. I know what you did at the Whitman property. Everyone in the county knows. What can I do for you, Dr. Langley? She looked up from the mug. Her eyes searched his face, reading him, measuring him, the way a doctor reads a patient before deciding what to say and how much of it. I need to tell you some things. Some of them are about Henry Whitman. Some of them are about me. They're tangled up together, and I can't tell you one without telling you the other. He waited. I grew up in Bloomfield, south of here. Small town. My father was a family doctor, Amos Langley. He had a practice on Main Street for 31 years. He delivered babies, set bones, sat with people when they were dying. He kept a ledger in his desk drawer of what people owed him, and he collected on maybe half of it because he knew they couldn't afford the rest. Her eyes softened for a moment, looking at something far behind him. He died my 3rd year of med school. Heart attack at his desk on a Tuesday afternoon. His nurse found him with a patient file open in front of him. She drank the coffee. Set it down. I wanted to be him. That's all I ever wanted. IU Medical School, family medicine residency in Indianapolis. I graduated with $280,000 in debt. The scholarship covered tuition. It didn't cover 6 years of books and board exams and eating. I took a job at a family practice in Terre Haute. 4 doctors in a strip mall next to a tire shop. 15-minute appointments. Half my salary went to loan payments. She turned the mug on the table. I met a man there. Matthew Whitman. He was Henry Whitman's older son. Gideon's expression didn't change. He listened. Matt was in the Army. He was stationed at Camp Atterbury, an hour south of Indianapolis. He came into the clinic one afternoon with a dislocated finger from a training exercise. I said it. He came back the next week for a follow-up he didn't need. We started seeing each other. She was looking at the mug, turning it slowly. He was not like his father. He was quiet and decent, and he laughed easily, and he did not talk about his family or his family's money. He told me his father was a farmer. I didn't find out the rest until later. By then I was pregnant. What happened to him? Afghanistan. His unit deployed 6 weeks after I told him about the baby. He was killed 4 months later. An IED outside Kandahar. I got the notification from his CO. His father did not contact me. His father never contacted me. Matt had told him about me and about the pregnancy, and Henry Whitman's response was that the child was not a Whitman, and neither was I. Her voice was level. She had told this part of the story to herself enough times that the edges had worn smooth. I had the baby. A girl. I named her Claire. She stopped turning the mug. Her hands went still. She was born with Tay-Sachs. The odds of that are, it doesn't matter what the odds are. The odds don't matter when it's your child. Gideon knew what Tay-Sachs was. He didn't say so. He sat still. It's a genetic disorder. The nervous system breaks down. There's no treatment. There's no cure. Children with the infantile form rarely live past 4 or 5. Claire made it to 3. She lifted her eyes to his. What was in them was beyond grief. It was the thing that comes after grief has been carried so long, it has become part of the body, like a bone that healed crooked. The last 6 months were bad. She couldn't see. She couldn't swallow. She had seizures, 10-15 a day. She was in pain constantly. The hospice nurses did what they could, but what they could do was not enough. Her jaw tightened. I was a doctor. I knew what the drugs could do. I knew the dosage. I knew how to make it painless. The kitchen was quiet. The light through the window was long and gold, and it fell across the table between them. I held her, and I gave her the injection, and she went to sleep, and she did not wake up. She was 3 years old and she weighed 19 pounds, and I killed her because I could not watch her suffer for one more day. She said it with her eyes open and her voice steady and her hands flat on the table, and she did not look away from him. In Indiana, that is a felony. It doesn't matter that she was dying. It doesn't matter that she was in agony. There is no right to die statute for children. There is no compassionate exemption. I killed my daughter, and under the law that makes me a murderer. Someone found out. The hospice nurse. She saw the dosage in the chart. She reported it to the county coroner. The coroner referred it to the prosecutor's office. An investigation was opened. And then it was closed. Quietly. No charges filed. The case sealed. I didn't understand how or why at the time. I was in no condition to understand anything. After Claire died, She stopped. She looked at the mug. She picked it up and set it down again without drinking. I started taking the pills. The same ones I used to prescribe. Oxycodone at first. Then stronger things. I wrote my own prescriptions. I was careful for a while, and then I wasn't careful, and then I didn't care about being careful. The practice found out. They reported me to the medical board. My license was suspended pending review. I was put on a monitoring program that I failed twice. The suspension became a revocation. She looked at him. So that's what I was. A doctor with no license, $200,000 in debt, a dead child, a drug habit, and a sealed criminal file that could be unsealed at any time by anyone who knew it existed. That's what I was when the recruiter called. And the recruiter worked for Whitman. The recruiter worked for a placement firm in Indianapolis. The firm had one client for this particular search. I didn't know that at the time. The offer was extraordinary. Full loan repayment over 5 years. Housing. My license reinstated. The firm said they had contacts at the state medical board who could expedite the process. A salary 3 times what I'd earned in Terre Haute. Come to Black Ridge, run the wellness center, be the town's doctor. And you didn't know it was Whitman. Not until I'd been there 3 months. I thought the wellness center was funded by a county health initiative. I thought the license reinstatement was a second chance I'd earned. I thought I was starting over. She shook her head slowly. He let me believe all of that. He let me settle in. He let me see patients and feel like a doctor again, and pay down my debt and get clean. I did get clean for a while. And then he invited me to the house for dinner, and he sat me down across from him at a table, and he told me who he was. He told me he knew about Matt. He knew about Claire. He knew about the investigation that had been closed. He told me he was the one who closed it. He owned the file. He owned the file. He owned my license. He owned my debt. And he told me that Claire, my daughter, had been his granddaughter. Matt's child. His blood. And that I had killed her. She was looking at the table. Her voice had gone flat, the voice of a person reciting facts about someone else's life, someone she used to know. He didn't say it the way a grieving grandfather would say it. He said it the way a man says a thing he intends to use. He told me that what I had done was mine to carry, and that he was not going to judge me for it. But he also told me that the sealed file was in a safe in his study, and that it would stay in that safe for as long as I stayed useful to him. What did he want? At first it was medical. His back. Prescriptions his own doctor wouldn't write. I'd done that before, in Terre Haute. I knew how to rationalize it. Then he wanted me to see a girl who'd been hurt. A young woman from the Hollow. Bruises on her arms, her ribs. Off the books. No chart. No report. She stopped. Her hands went flat on the table, on either side of the mug. Then he told me what he really needed. The kitchen was very quiet. He was patient about it. He understood how to bring a person along one step at a time, so that each step felt small enough to take. He needed a physician who could sedate young women. Safely. The right dosage for the right body weight. No adverse reactions. No marks. Her jaw tightened. He was very specific about that. He didn't want them hurt. He wanted them. She stopped. Her throat worked. She pushed the word out. Compliant. The word sat in the kitchen like something that had been dropped and broken. I said no. The first time he asked, I said no. I told him he could find another doctor. She was looking at the table. He listened. He was calm. He has this way of listening that makes you feel like you've made a reasonable point that he's genuinely considering. And then he reminded me. The sealed file. The license he'd given back to me. The debt he was paying. The prescriptions I'd already written for him off the books. And Claire. Always Claire. What I'd done to his granddaughter. She lifted her eyes to Gideon's. He didn't raise his voice. He never raises his voice. He just laid it all out on the table between us like a hand of cards and let me look at it. And I looked at it. And I saw that there was no card I could play that he didn't already hold. How long? 3 years. How many girls? She closed her eyes. When she opened them, they were wet, but the line of her mouth was hard and she was not going to cry. Not here. Not in front of him. More than I can live with. He sat with it. He let the silence hold the weight of what she had told him because words would have been wrong. There was nothing to say to it that would not have been other judgment or absolution, and she was not asking for either one. She was telling him what she had done because she needed another person to know, and he was the person she had chosen, and the least he owed her was to sit still and carry it with her for a while. Why are you telling me this? Because you walked into that man's house and told him to stop. Her eyes were on his, and the clinical distance was gone, and what was behind it was raw and unguarded and fierce. Because you stood in his study and said the words nobody in this county has ever said to his face. I heard about what you did that night. Everyone heard. You killed his men and blew up his barn and walked into his house alone and told him to shut it all down. She looked at her hands. I've been waiting 3 years for someone strong enough to break me out of this. He looked at her. She met it. Neither of them blinked. What do you want, Susan? I want it to be over. I want to never walk through that kitchen door again. I'll tell you everything I know. The girls, the drugs, the schedule, all of it. I'll testify if I have to. I'll go to prison if I have to. I just want to be free of him. I have a lawyer. The woman who just left. Her name is Kayla Wallace. She can help you. Can she protect me from the things I've done? A cooperating witness who comes forward is treated differently than one who gets caught. Kayla knows how to build that case. She's built it before. Susan nodded. She already knew. She was an intelligent woman who had spent 3 years mapping the legal dimensions of her own complicity. She knew the shape of it. She just never had anyone tell her there was a door. I'll talk to her. Good. The light had shifted. The rectangle of sun on the kitchen floor had climbed the base of the cabinets and turned from gold to amber. The afternoon was going. Susan looked at him across the table. Her eyes were clear and gray and searching. Who are you, Gideon? He was quiet a while. The clock on the wall over the stove ticked. He could hear Mrs. Garza's cat walking on the porch outside, its paws soft on the boards. I had a family, he said. A wife. A son. Had. My wife and I were bad for each other. I was building something. I was ambitious. I worked the way men work when they believe the work justifies everything. The absences, the missed birthdays, the conversations that got shorter every year until they stopped. We divorced. It was ugly. My son was in the middle of it. He looked at the window. The garden. The empty feeder. I went on building. I was good at it. I became very successful. I told myself the success justified the cost, that my son would understand someday, that the money and the opportunities I could give him would make up for the fact that I wasn't there. He turned the coffee mug on the table. That's the lie men tell themselves when they choose the work over the family. It's a comfortable lie. You can live inside it a long time. What happened to your son? He grew up damaged. The things I didn't give him, the presence, the patience, the time, he couldn't make up on his own. He married a good woman. He had children. Gideon looked at his hands. He couldn't hold it together. One night he killed people. His wife. His children. Others. And then himself. Susan's breath caught. He heard it, a small intake, held. My grandchildren were 3 and 5 and 8. The kitchen was still. The clock ticked. The cat had stopped walking on the porch. I walked away from everything after that. The work, the money, the life I'd built. I put a man I trust in charge of it, and I started walking. How long? Long enough that I've lost count. Susan looked at him. He looked back. 2 people who had each lost children to violence, hers by her own hand out of mercy, his by his son's hand out of madness. 2 people who had walked away from everything because staying meant living inside the shape of what they'd done. You're trying to earn it back, she said. I'm trying to do better than I did before. Is it the same thing? I don't know. She held his eyes. Hers were wet. She didn't wipe them. It's the same thing, she said. The light in the kitchen had gone from amber to a deep gold that was almost red. The afternoon was ending. They had been talking for 2 hours or more, and in that time the distance between them had closed without either of them moving from their chairs. Susan stood. She came around the table to his side and stood in front of him, and he looked up at her from the chair. She was not tall. With him seated, her eyes were almost level with his. He could see the pulse in the hollow of her throat, quick and visible. She leaned down and kissed him. It was not the kiss of a woman playing an angle. It was tentative, almost careful, as if she were handling something she had not touched in a long time and was afraid of breaking. Her lips trembled against his, and when she pulled back her eyes were wide and searching, moving across his face, reading him with that clinical intensity that was not clinical at all. He didn't move. Susan. I know. Her voice was barely above a whisper. I know what I am. I know what I've done. That's not what I mean. Then what? He looked at her. The armor was gone. The composure was gone. The cool gray eyes were stripped open, and what was behind them was a woman who had spent 3 years being used as an instrument and had forgotten what it felt like to be touched by someone who wasn't taking something from her. I'm not sure this is what you need. Don't. The word came out hard, and her chin came up, and for a moment he saw the woman she had been before Whitman, the doctor's daughter from Bloomfield, the girl who graduated near the top of her class, the woman who didn't back down. Don't tell me what I need. I have spent 3 years doing what men tell me to do. I am not telling you to do anything. I am asking. She put her hand on his chest. He felt the tremor in her fingers through his shirt. Take me upstairs. Make love to me. Not because I deserve it. Not because you owe me anything. Because I am asking you, Gideon, and I have not asked anyone for anything for myself in 3 years. Her voice broke on the last word. Not dramatically. A hairline crack, the kind you only heard if you were listening. He looked at her hand on his chest. He looked at her face. The tears she had not let herself cry were standing in her eyes now, and she was holding them there by sheer will, refusing to let them fall, refusing to make this about pity. He put his hand over hers. He stood. She had to tilt her head back, to look up at him. He was a foot taller and twice her width, and she did not step back. Her eyes held his all the way up. He took her hand and led her out of the kitchen and up the stairs. Chapter 31. The new barn was half-framed. Whitman stood at the study window with his coffee, and watched the crew work. 6 men in hard hats moving across the scaffolding, a rented crane swinging prefabricated steel trusses off a flatbed, the bolt guns driving home in flat percussive bursts that carried across the lawn like distant gunfire. The concrete slab where the old barn had stood was clean. Marsh had brought in a crew from Terre Haute to haul out the wreckage 3 days after the fire, and the new framing was going up on the same footprint, taller and wider than the original. It would be a better barn than the one that had burned. Everything Whitman built was better than the thing it replaced. That was the principle. That was the point. Marsh came in through the side door and stood at the edge of the study. I spoke to the foreman. He says the barn will be finished in 3 more days. I want it done in 2. Tell him if it's not finished by Thursday morning, he won't work in this state again. Yes, sir. Marsh went out. Whitman turned back to the window. The crane was swinging a truss into position, the steel beam catching the morning light as it rose. He watched it settle onto the columns, and the men on the scaffolding guide it down and the bolt guns start driving. A year ago, he would have enjoyed watching a building go up. He had always liked building things. It was the trait that had made his father grudgingly proud, and the trait that his older son Matthew had shared, and his younger son Jeremy did not and never would. Now the sound of the construction was just noise, and the building was just a building, and the pleasure he took in watching it was soured by the knowledge that the old one was gone because a man he had never heard of had walked through his gate and destroyed it. A car turned in at the gate. A dark sedan, polished out of place among the work trucks in the flatbed. The guard checked it and waved it through. It came up the drive and parked beside the construction equipment, and Gordon Stroud got out. Marsh met him at the kitchen door. Whitman could hear their voices in the hall, Marsh's low rumble and Stroud's clipped tenor, the sound of 2 men who did not like each other exchanging the minimum number of words required to get from the door to the study. Stroud appeared in the doorway with his leather portfolio under his arm. He looked around the study, taking in the new door that had replaced the one Gideon had come through, the fresh plaster on the wall where a round had gone wide, the faint chemical smell of the cleaning crew's work on the hardwood. Mr. Whitman. Good morn? Sit down, Gordon. Stroud crossed to the chair across from the desk, and sat and crossed one leg over the other and laid the portfolio on his knee. He was in his charcoal suit and no tie, and his lean face was tight around the mouth. He waited. When Whitman did not turn from the window, Stroud cleared his throat. I have Mr. Bancroft on the line. He wanted to be present for this conversation. Whitman turned then. He looked at Stroud. The fact that Bancroft, the senior partner, 71 years old, a man who did not waste his time on routine updates, had dialed into a meeting at Whitman's property on a weekday morning told him something that Stroud's careful face was not yet saying. When Arthur Bancroft made himself available for a conversation, it meant the conversation was going to be bad. Stroud took out his cell phone and placed it on the desk and tapped the speaker icon. Henry. Bancroft's voice came through the small speaker, thin and clear. Thank you for seeing Gordon on short notice. What's this about, Arthur? A pause. Bancroft's breathing on the line. We have a problem, Henry. Whitman sat down behind the desk. He looked at Stroud and waited. What kind of problem? Stroud opened the portfolio. His eyes went to Bancroft's phone on the desk, and back to Whitman's face. The actions we initiated against the 12 people on your list have been challenged, Mr. Whitman. All of them. Every eviction, every license revocation, every mortgage review, every referral, every termination. Every action across the board has been blocked. Whitman's hands were folded on the desk. His pale blue eyes were fixed on Stroud's face. He did not blink. Blocked by whom? By a single attorney. A woman named Kayla Wallace. One lawyer. One lawyer. She appeared in this matter 4 days ago, and she has shut down our entire offensive. I need to walk you through what she's done, because the scope of it is. Then walk me through it. Start with the evictions. Stroud looked down at the portfolio. 3 days ago, she filed emergency motions in 3 separate county courts requesting temporary restraining orders against every eviction we had filed. All 4 families, the Delgados, the Millers, the 2 other tenants. She filed the motions simultaneously, on the same morning, in 3 different courthouses. What does that mean, Gordon? What does a temporary restraining order do to my evictions? It freezes them. The families cannot be removed from their homes. The deadlines we set, the 7-day and 10-day response windows, are void. The evictions are suspended until a judge holds a full hearing to determine whether our filings should be allowed to proceed. Nothing moves until that hearing, which has been set 6 weeks from now. On what grounds? Our filings were legally sound. You told me they were legally sound. Stroud's throat moved. Our filings were designed to overwhelm defendants who did not have access to legal counsel, Mr. Whitman. The compressed timelines, 7 days to respond, 10 on the license revocations, were built on the assumption that none of these people could afford a lawyer and wouldn't know the deadlines until it was too late. That assumption was correct when we filed. It is no longer correct. Wallace challenged every filing on procedural grounds. She argued that the timelines were unconscionably compressed, that no reasonable person without a lawyer could have reviewed the complaints, understood what was being done to them, and prepared a legal response in 7 days. She argued that we designed the deadlines specifically to prevent anyone from fighting back. Did we? Stroud looked at him. The question sat between them. They both knew the answer. She also argued that the simultaneous filing of 12 separate legal actions against members of the same small community was not a series of independent proceedings, but a coordinated campaign of retaliation directed by a single individual against private citizens who had no connection to each other, except that they had all, in one way or another, come into contact with a man named Gideon Job. And the judge agreed with all of this. The judge in Terre Haute, a woman named Harrington, 12 years on the bench, granted the TROs on an emergency basis. In her written order, she used the phrase, potential abuse of process. Meaning what? Meaning she is not merely skeptical of our filings. She suspects they were brought in bad faith, that we use the court system as a tool of harassment rather than for legitimate legal purposes. At the hearing in 6 weeks, she will examine our filings line by line, and if she concludes that we deliberately designed them to prevent the defendants from mounting a defense, she can impose sanctions against the filing attorneys. Against our firm. The color had risen in Whitman's neck, a dark flush climbing from his collar toward his jaw. The license revocations. Also challenged. Wallace filed administrative appeals, not through the county offices where your people process the original revocations, but at the state level where your people have no influence. She appealed Haggerty's elevator license, 3 business permits, and the health code citations on the priest's property. The state board is now reviewing how the county offices handled our requests. What does that mean in practice? It means a man named Alderman, who chairs the state board, called our office yesterday. He wanted to know why 4 separate county agencies had all initiated enforcement actions against properties in the same small community during the same 48-hour period. He asked me if it was a coincidence. I told him it was. He did not believe me. He asked me to repeat the timeline. Then he asked me to repeat it again. Then he told me he would be issuing subpoenas for the county records, the internal communications between our firm and the county offices that process the revocations. Those communications will show that we directed the county offices to act. Yes, sir. They will. Whitman's jaw tightened. The flush had reached his ears. The immigration referral. Blocked. Wallace filed a federal motion, arguing the referral was retaliatory. She submitted a sworn statement from the priest, with a timeline, showing that the referral was filed within 48 hours of a public meeting where your name was specifically discussed in connection with the actions being taken against the community. The argument is straightforward. The timing proves the referral was punishment, not a legitimate report. ICE has placed a hold on the referral, pending judicial review. The families on the priest's property will not be touched. Whitman stood up from behind the desk. He walked to the window and stood with his back to the room. The construction crew was on break. The men were sitting on the scaffolding with their hard hats off, drinking from thermoses. The crane was idle. "Every action," he said. His voice was quiet and flat. "Every single thing I told you to do. The evictions, the revocations, the mortgage reviews, the referral, the terminations. All of it. One woman walks into this county 4 days ago, and everything I ordered stops. She has stalled it, Mr. Whitman. Not stopped it permanently. The TROs are temporary. The appeals have to be heard. The immigration hold is subject to review." "Who is she, Gordon? Who is this woman? Where did she come from?" "She is a sole practitioner based in Chicago. Civil rights and corporate accountability litigation. She has tried 27 cases to verdict in the last 11 years. She has won all 27 of them." He paused. "Including 4 against our firm." Whitman turned from the window. His face was pale now, the flush gone, replaced by something whiter and harder. "Arthur." "I'm here, Henry. Your firm has lost to this woman 4 times, and no one mentioned her name to me before we filed. We did not anticipate her involvement, Henry. There was no reason to believe that a lawyer of her caliber would take on a pro bono case in a rural county she had never visited, for clients she had never met. Someone brought her in. Someone with the resources to retain her and deploy her on 48 hours' notice. This is not a legal aid clinic or a pro bono volunteer. This is a surgical response by someone who knew exactly what we were doing and moved to counter it before we could execute. Job. Almost certainly. Whitman stood behind the desk with his hands flat on the surface and looked at the phone and then at Stroud, and the look in his pale blue eyes had gone past anger into something colder and more controlled. "Is there more?" Stroud closed the portfolio. He did not open it again. He looked at Whitman, and his lean face was very still, and Whitman saw in his eyes something he had not seen before in any lawyer who had sat in that chair, something that looked very much like fear. "There is more, Mr. Whitman. And it's worse." "Tell me." "She has filed a federal lawsuit. Yesterday. In the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Indiana, in Indianapolis. The courthouse is on Ohio Street, 2 blocks from our tower." Whitman's hands on the desk went still. "She is targeting the Heritage carbon sink. Your carbon credit operation, the federal subsidies, the secondary market trading, the flow of money through the 2 Delaware LLCs into the family trust. She has laid out the entire corporate structure in a 46-page complaint, and she is alleging federal subsidy fraud. The carbon structure is legal. You built it. You told me it was legal. The carbon structure was designed to be complex, Mr. Whitman. The complexity places multiple layers of corporate separation between the subsidy income and the family trust. In normal circumstances, no one in this county, no one in most counties, has the expertise to read through those layers and understand what they are looking at." Stroud paused. "This woman can read them. She has traced every dollar from the federal subsidy, through the secondary market, through the LLCs, and back into the family fund, and she has put it in front of a federal judge in language a first-year law student could follow. Is the structure illegal, Gordon? Yes or no?" Stroud was quiet a moment. The quiet answered the question before he spoke. "The structure occupies a gray area. The subsidies are legitimate. The secondary market trading is legal. The question is whether the trading was conducted at valuations that misrepresent the underlying carbon offset activity, whether the credits are worth what you sold them for, and whether the proceeds were routed through the LLCs in a manner designed to obscure their origin and destination. If a federal judge concludes that the answer to either of those questions is yes, then the structure moves from gray to criminal. You told me it was clean, Gordon. I told you it would survive scrutiny in the normal course of business. This is not the normal course of business. This is a forensic examination by a lawyer who has already beaten our firm 4 times and who appears to have access to information about your corporate structure that no outsider should possess. How does she have it, Gordon? The corporate filings are buried in Delaware. The trust documents are sealed. Nobody outside of Bancroft's office has seen the full ownership chain. Stroud looked at the phone on the desk. Arthur. Bancroft's voice came through the speaker after a pause that was a beat too long. The public filings are technically accessible to anyone who knows where to look, Henry. The Delaware LLC registrations, the land transfer records at the county courthouse, the federal subsidy applications, all of that is on the public record. Reading them requires an understanding of corporate layering that most attorneys don't have. This woman has it. As for the trust documents, we are looking into how she may have obtained access. We don't have an answer yet. You don't have an answer. We are investigating. I have people reviewing our document security protocols and our electronic access logs. When I have something definitive, you'll be the first to know. Whitman heard the evasion the way a man who has spent 40 years listening to lawyers hears an evasion, not in the words, but in the space around them. The things that were not being said, the careful placement of phrases like "we are investigating," and "we don't have an answer yet," and "when I have something definitive." Bancroft knew something. Bancroft knew something and was not saying it, because saying it would mean admitting that his firm had a hole in it, and admitting that to a client who was sitting in front of a federal fraud complaint would be handing that client the grounds for a malpractice suit. Arthur. Yes, Henry. If I find out that the breach came from inside your firm, and you knew about it and didn't tell me, our relationship is over. And I don't mean I'll find another law firm. I mean I will make it my personal business to end your career and the careers of every partner whose name is on that door. Do you understand me? The speaker was quiet. When Bancroft spoke, his voice was level and careful, and carried the weight of a man who had just been threatened by a client he could not afford to lose and could not afford to keep. I understand you, Henry. As I said, we are investigating. Then investigate faster. The line was quiet. Whitman looked at Stroud. Stroud was sitting very still in the chair with the portfolio closed on his knee and his hands flat on top of it, and his lean face was the color of old cement. He had not moved during the exchange with Bancroft. He looked like a man who was waiting for the floor to stop shaking before he stood up, because he knew that what he had to say next was going to make it shake again. There's more, Mr. Whitman. Whitman looked at him. The pale blue eyes were very still. There is one more filing, and I need to explain what it is before I tell you what it means, because this is not a term most people outside of federal law enforcement are familiar with. Then explain it, Gordon. She has filed what is called a civil RICO action. RICO stands for Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations. It is a federal statute that was originally designed to prosecute organized crime, the mafia, drug cartels, criminal syndicates. It allows a plaintiff to argue that a series of illegal acts, the law calls them predicate acts, were not isolated incidents, but part of a coordinated pattern of criminal activity directed by a single organization. What does that have to do with me? She is arguing that the actions we took against the 12 people on your list were not independent legal proceedings. She is arguing that every one of those actions, every eviction, every license revocation, every mortgage review, every employment termination, every immigration referral was an illegal act, an abuse of the legal system. And she is arguing that all of them together form a coordinated pattern of racketeering activity, carried out on your instructions through Bancroft's firm for the purpose of punishing and intimidating private citizens who had done nothing wrong except live in a town where a man you wanted to destroy had been given shelter. The study was very quiet. The nail guns had stopped. The crane was idle. She's calling me a criminal. She is calling what you did a criminal enterprise, Mr. Whitman. and she has named Bancroft's firm as the instrument through which that enterprise operated. Bancroft, Crowe, Shively, and Dunn is identified in the complaint as part of the racketeering organization. Arthur. I'm here, Henry. This woman has filed a federal complaint that calls your firm a criminal organization. That is what a RICO complaint does, Henry. It identifies an enterprise, the organization through which the criminal activity was conducted, and alleges a pattern of predicate acts. In this case, the enterprise is the coordination between our firm, the county offices, and your personal instructions. The pattern is the 12 simultaneous actions against the townsfolk. Each individual action is a predicate act. Taken together, she argues, they constitute racketeering. And what happens if this goes forward? Tell me in plain language, Arthur. What happens to me? If she survives our motion to dismiss, and based on the strength of her filing, I believe she will survive it, the case moves to what is called discovery. Discovery means she has the legal right to demand documents. Your financial records, your personal communications, phone records, emails, text messages, your tax filings going back 10 years, the internal records of every entity connected to the Heritage carbon sink. She can require you to sit in a chair under oath and answer her questions for as long as she likes. She can do the same to Marsh. She can do the same to Sheriff Warren. She can do the same to every county official who processed our requests. Every person who has ever handled your money or carried out your instructions can be compelled to testify under penalty of perjury about what they did and who told them to do it. And if she wins? Civil RICO carries treble damages, triple the amount of harm caused to the plaintiffs, plus her attorney's fees, which we would be required to pay, plus injunctive relief, a court order shutting down the enterprise, the carbon sink, the LLCs, the trust, all of it by court order dismantled. And the criminal side. A civil RICO finding does not create criminal liability by itself, but it creates a public record, a federal judge's written finding that a pattern of racketeering activity occurred. Federal prosecutors in Indianapolis will read that finding. They will see the same facts, the same pattern, the same evidence. And a criminal RICO conviction, Henry, carries up to 20 years in a federal penitentiary. The silence in the study lasted a very long time. Outside, the construction crew had come back from break. The bolt guns started up again, faint through the glass. Here's what I want you to do, Arthur. I want you to get this RICO complaint dismissed. I want you to get the fraud case dismissed. I want every lawyer in your firm working on nothing else until both of those filings are dead. If you cannot kill them, I will find a firm that can. Henry, listen to me. The single most effective thing you can do right now to protect yourself is to withdraw the local actions. Drop the evictions. Restore the licenses. Pull the immigration referral. Remove the pressure on the townsfolk. If the predicate acts go away, if you voluntarily undo the actions she's calling racketeering, then the pattern collapses. Without the pattern, the RICO case has no foundation. It is the simplest, fastest, most certain way to end this threat. No. Henry. I do not withdraw, Arthur. I do not retreat. I do not surrender ground to a drifter and a woman with a briefcase. I have owned this county for 40 years. My father owned it before me. No one has ever told me to back down, and no one ever will. Handle it. That is what I pay you for. If you can't do it, tell me now, and I will find someone who can. The line was quiet a long time. When Bancroft spoke again, the concern was gone from his voice. What was there now was the flat, careful neutrality of a 71-year-old man who had given his best advice to a client who would not take it, and who was now very precisely placing the responsibility for what came next onto the record. Understood, Henry. Gordon will coordinate our response. The line went dead. Stroud closed the portfolio. He uncrossed his legs and stood and put his phone in his pocket. His lean face was gray. He opened his mouth to speak. "Get out, Gordon." Stroud got out. His footsteps went down the hall, through the kitchen, out the side door. A few seconds later the sedan started, and through the window Whitman saw it coming fast down the drive, the rear end kicking loose on the gravel as Stroud took the turn at the gate too quick. The guard stepped back. The car fishtailed onto the county road and was gone, trailing a plume of white dust that hung in the air a long time before it settled. Whitman sat behind the desk, in the quiet. He picked up the coffee. It was cold. He drank it anyway. He set the cup down and looked at the wall where the plaster was fresh and white where the bullet had gone through. Whitman sat behind the desk, in the quiet. He picked up the coffee. It was cold. He drank it anyway. He set the cup down and looked at the wall where the plaster was fresh and white where the bullet had gone through. Marsh appeared in the doorway. "The man Krieger sent is here. He arrived about an hour ago. He's been waiting in the kitchen." Whitman looked at Marsh. He had forgotten about Krieger's man. The legal disaster Stroud had just laid on his desk had driven everything else out of his head. But the law was Bancroft's problem. The law was paper and motions and hearings 6 weeks away. What Krieger's man represented was something more immediate. "What do you make of him?" Marsh's jaw tightened. The question cost him something to answer. "I don't like him. He sat in my kitchen for an hour and didn't say 10 words. He didn't eat. He didn't drink the coffee. He just sat there watching the door like he was waiting for something to come through it that he could kill." "Send him in." The man Krieger had sent was not what Whitman expected. He was of average height, average build. He wore a plain gray t-shirt that fit close, and dark cargo pants and boots that were neither new nor old. His hair was brown, cut short but not military short, and he had a face that was difficult to hold in the mind, the kind of face you could look at for a full minute and struggle to describe afterward. He could have been 35 or 45. He could have been a plumber, or a middle school teacher, or the man behind you in line at a gas station. There was nothing about him that would make a person look twice, and Whitman understood immediately that this was the point. But his eyes were wrong. They were hazel, flecked with gold, and they moved across the room in a quick, systematic sweep: the desk, the windows, the new door, the fresh plaster, the distance from the chair to each exit, cataloging everything in a continuous silent inventory that did not stop when he sat down in the chair Stroud had vacated. They found Whitman's face and held it, and what was in them was not respect or deference or curiosity. It was appetite. He sat with his legs slightly apart, and his hands resting on his thighs, and he was perfectly still in a way that had nothing to do with relaxation. It was the stillness of a man for whom stillness was a professional discipline, a tool he used the way other men used a scope or a blade. Marsh stood by the door. His arms were folded, and his jaw was tight, and he watched the man in the chair with the flat, suspicious eyes of a dog watching another dog that has walked uninvited into its yard. "Your name," Whitman said. "Price." "I asked Krieger for a crew, Mr. Price. A team of professional men who could handle a job my own people couldn't handle. He sent me one man sitting in my kitchen, drinking nothing and saying less. Explain to me why I shouldn't call Krieger back and tell him to try again." Price smiled. The smile was small and pleasant and unhurried, and it changed nothing at all about his eyes. "Because a crew is a liability, Mr. Whitman. A crew has logistics, transport, safe houses, communications, equipment caches. A crew has members who talk to girlfriends and drink in bars and text things they shouldn't text. A crew is a machine with moving parts, and every moving part is a point of failure." He spoke in a quiet, even voice, a man stating facts he had tested many times over. "I have no moving parts. I don't fail. Krieger speaks well of you. Krieger has watched me work. He knows what I can do. I need more than Krieger's word for it." Price tilted his head. The gold flecks in his eyes caught the light from the window. "What did you have in mind?" Whitman looked at Marsh. "How many of the original detail are still on the property?" Marsh's arms tightened across his chest. He looked at Whitman. He looked at Price. He looked back at Whitman. His face changed, the suspicion giving way to something harder and more personal as he understood what Whitman was asking him to do. 3. Loomis, Vance, and Pereira. Bring them in. Tell them a man in the study has made a threat against my life and needs to be restrained. Marsh did not move. The muscles in his jaw were grinding, and his eyes had gone flat and hard. Loomis, Vance, and Pereira were the last of the men Marsh had personally recruited and trained. The last 3 survivors of the detail he had built over 4 years and been proud of. The detail that Gideon Job had torn apart in a single night. And now Whitman was ordering them sent into a room, against a man who was sitting in a chair, smiling at both of them with the pleasant, unhurried patience of a man who had all the time in the world. Yes, sir, Marsh said. He went out. Price sat in the chair. He did not stand. He did not stretch or adjust his position or glance at the door Marsh had gone through. He looked at Whitman, and the smile was still there. 3 men. 3 men who survived a night that killed 11 of their friends. They have something to prove. Men who have something to prove commit to the attack. That's useful. Hesitant men are harder to work with. They circle, they feint, they look for openings that don't exist. A man who has something to prove comes straight at you. The smile widened a fraction. I prefer it. Whitman heard boots in the hallway. Heavy and fast. 3 sets. Marsh's voice clipped and hard, giving them the story. A chair scraped in the kitchen. The boots came down the hall toward the study. Price did not turn to look at the door. He sat with his hands on his thighs and his eyes on Whitman, and he waited. Loomis came through the door first. He was the biggest of the 3, 6'2", 230, a former bouncer from Gary who had been on Marsh's payroll 4 years. He had a collapsible baton in his right hand, already extended, and his eyes found Price in the chair, and he did not slow down. He came straight across the study, the baton raised, his weight forward, moving fast for a man his size. Price moved. He came out of the chair in a single fluid motion that Whitman's eyes could not quite track. One frame he was seated, the next he was inside Loomis's reach. He caught the baton hand at the wrist, rotated it sharply inward, and Loomis's elbow locked and his fingers opened and the baton clattered to the hardwood. Price's other hand came up under Loomis's chin. Not a punch, a precise strike with the heel of the palm to a point beneath the jaw. And Loomis's eyes rolled back and his legs went out from under him, and he dropped straight down onto the hardwood like a sack of grain cut from a hoist. Vance was already through the door. He was compact and fast, and he had his fists up and he was swinging before Price had finished with Loomis. A hard right aimed at Price's temple. Price let the punch graze the side of his head, barely moved, an inch at most, stepped into Vance's body, drove his knee into the outside of Vance's thigh, and when Vance's leg buckled, Price took the back of his head with one hand and brought it down onto his rising knee. The sound was wet and definitive. Vance hit the floor beside Loomis and made a sound that was not a word and was still. 4 seconds. 2 men down. Price was standing between them, breathing normally, his hands at his sides, the pleasant expression on his unremarkable face unchanged. Pereira was in the doorway. He had stopped. He was holding a folding knife, the blade open, and he was looking at Loomis on the floor and Vance on the floor beside him, and his eyes were doing the math. He was the smartest of the 3. He had always been the smartest. He was calculating whether the knife changed anything about what he had just watched happen. Price looked at him across the 2 bodies on the hardwood. The smile shifted. It was no longer pleasant. It was something else entirely, something hungry and eager and alive in a way that the rest of his unremarkable face was not. Come on, he said softly. I like the ones with knives. Pereira came. He came low and fast with the knife held close to his body, point forward. He was quick, and he was committed, and he covered the distance in 2 strides. Price stepped offline. Not back, to the side. His left hand caught Pereira's knife wrist. His right hand closed over Pereira's fist and rotated it sharply, and the knife fell from Pereira's fingers and Price caught it out of the air with his free hand. One motion, continuous. He put the blade against Pereira's throat and held him there, one hand controlling the wrist, the other pressing the flat of the blade under his jaw, and looked over Pereira's shoulder at Whitman. "Restrain," Price said. "What would you like me to do with him?" Whitman looked at the three men. Loomis on his face, unconscious. Vance on his side, breathing in wet broken sounds through a nose that was no longer straight. Pereira rigid with his own knife against his throat, his eyes wide and white, his chest heaving. "Finish it." Price drew the blade across Pereira's throat. A single clean pull from left to right. Pereira made a sound that was mostly air, and his knees buckled and Price stepped back and let him fall. He stood over the three of them, one dead, two unconscious, and he was not breathing hard. He was not flushed. His hair was not mussed. He looked exactly as he had looked sitting in the chair 30 seconds ago, except that he was standing, and there was blood on his right hand, and the smile on his unremarkable face was wider than it had been before. He wiped the blade on Pereira's shirt. He folded the knife and set it on the desk in front of Whitman. Then he sat back down in the chair and crossed one ankle over the other knee and looked at Whitman with the easy, relaxed gaze of a man who had just completed a small errand and was ready to discuss the next one. "I enjoy my work, Mr. Whitman. I want you to understand that. The money is welcome, but money is not what gets me out of bed in the morning. Some men fish. Some men play golf." He shrugged. The shrug was casual, and the eyes were not. "I kill people. It's what I was put on this earth to do. It's the only thing I've ever been good at, and I'm very, very good at it." Whitman looked at the dead man on his study floor, and the two unconscious men beside him, and he felt something move in his chest that was not revulsion. It was recognition. He was looking at a man who had found his nature, and lived inside it without apology, without pretense, without the exhausting performance of morality that most men wore like a costume over the thing they really were. Whitman understood that. He respected it. The target is a man named Gideon Job. He is somewhere in this county, or the county to the south. He is the man who destroyed my barn and killed my men, and walked into this house and stood in this room and told me to shut down everything I have built. I want him found, and I want him killed. What do you know about him? He's resourceful. He's dangerous. He walked through a 12-man armed detail and killed 11 of them in a single night. Sounds like fun. Price said it without irony. His eyes were bright, and the gold flecks were catching the light, and he was leaning forward slightly in the chair. "There's a woman as well. A lawyer. Kayla Wallace. I want her dealt with." Price's eyes changed. The brightness shifted into something darker and more focused. "A woman. A problem. I don't get many women in my line of work." He was looking at Whitman, and the smile had moved deeper into his face, settling into the lines around his mouth and the creases at the corners of his eyes. "I like doing women. I'll take my time with her." Marsh was in the doorway. His face was the color of old concrete. He was looking at Loomis and Vance on the floor, men he had trained, men he had recruited, the last 3 of the detail he had built and been proud of, and at Pereira, who was dead in a spreading pool that was soaking into the hardwood. His fists were clenched at his sides, and the cords in his neck were standing out, and he was looking at Price with an expression that had no name and no outlet, because the man in the chair had been sent by Krieger, and Krieger had been called in on Whitman's orders because Marsh's men had failed, and there was nothing Marsh could say about any of it that would not be an admission of his own failure. "Marsh," Whitman said, "clean this up. Get these 2 to a doctor." Marsh looked at Whitman. He looked at Price. Price looked back at him with the easy, relaxed gaze of a man who had done a small chore and was content to wait for the next one. "Yes, sir," Marsh said. He came into the study and bent and took Loomis under the arms and began to drag him toward the door. One of Krieger's men appeared in the hallway and took Vance's feet. They hauled them out. Another of Krieger's men came in with a tarp and rolled Pereira onto it. The blood on the hardwood was already darkening into the grain. A car pulled up outside. Whitman heard the crunch of tires on the gravel, the engine cutting off. He went to the window. The silver Camry with the dented fender. Susan got out of the driver's side and walked around to the passenger door and opened it. A young woman was in the passenger seat. Dark hair, dark skin. From the hollow. Susan took her arm and helped her out. The girl's legs were unsteady, and she leaned against the car and blinked in the daylight. Then her eyes focused. She looked at the house, at the construction crane, at the men in hard hats on the scaffolding, and something came into her face, a flicker of recognition or of animal fear, and she pulled her arm free from Susan's grip and stumbled backward. No. Her voice was slurred and thick, the words coming through cotton. No, I don't want to, please. I want to go home. Please let me go home. She turned and tried to run. She made it 4 steps before her legs folded, and she went down on the gravel on her hands and knees. She tried to crawl. Her arms gave out, and she lay on the gravel with her face turned to the side and her mouth open, breathing in small ragged gulps. Susan stood by the car. She did not move. Her face was blank, the blankness Whitman knew, the blankness he had made, the face of a woman who had stopped fighting a long time ago and was doing what she was told. Marsh came out the side door. He reached the girl in 3 strides and took her by the arm and hauled her to her feet. She fought him, weakly, her limbs loose and uncoordinated, and he held her against his chest with one arm around her waist, her feet dragging in the gravel. Susan opened her bag. She took out a capped syringe and uncapped it and walked to the girl. The girl saw the needle, and her eyes went wide, and she opened her mouth, and the beginning of a scream came out, high and thin, and cut short when Susan pressed the syringe into the muscle of her upper arm and pushed the plunger. The girl's mouth stayed open, but the sound stopped. Her eyes went glassy. Her body sagged against Marsh's grip. Her head dropped forward onto her chest. Whitman watched from the window. Beside him, Price was watching too. Price's head was tilted slightly to one side, and his hazel eyes were following Susan as she took the girl's other arm and walked her, slack and stumbling, toward the side door of the house. Price watched Susan disappear through the door with the girl. His eyes stayed on the doorway a moment after she was gone. Whitman turned from the window. He straightened his cuffs and walked to the study door and called down the hallway. Susan appeared at the far end of the hall. The girl was leaning against her, her head lolling, her feet barely touching the floor. Susan. Have her ready for me in 10 minutes. Susan's eyes met Whitman's across the length of the corridor. Something moved behind them, quick and bright, a flash of something that was not obedience, and then it was gone and the mask was back, and she nodded once and turned the girl toward the back of the house. Whitman went back into the study. Price was standing by the window, looking out at the construction crew and the crane and the half-framed barn. Pereira's blood was darkening on the hardwood. The tarp was gone. I'll need a photograph of Job and the lawyer, Price said. Vehicle descriptions. Last known locations. He turned from the window and looked at Whitman. And one more thing. What? When I find them, and I will find them, do you want proof? What kind of proof? Price looked at him. The gold flecks in his eyes caught the late morning light, and the smile was back, small and pleasant and bottomless. That they're dead. Whitman looked at him. He thought about the man who had stood in this room and told him to shut down everything he had built. He thought about the woman who had walked into a federal courthouse 2 blocks from Bancroft's tower and filed a complaint that called his operation a criminal enterprise. He thought about the 40 years his family had owned this county, and the fact that all of it, every acre, every dollar, every arrangement, was now in danger because one man had walked out of the woods and heard a girl crying by a creek. Bring me their heads in a bag, Whitman said. Price smiled. The gold flecks caught the light one last time. The smile was the smile of a man who had been given exactly the gift he wanted. My pleasure, Mr. Whitman. Chapter 32. The call came in at 9:10 on a Tuesday morning. Dickie was at his desk in the Black Ridge Sheriff's Station with a cup of coffee that had gone cold an hour ago, and a stack of incident reports he had been staring at without reading. The station was quiet. Kyle was out on patrol somewhere south of town. The overhead fluorescents hummed their tuneless hum. The radio on his desk crackled. Sheriff, it's Patty. I've got Sam Reedon on the phone. She says somebody broke into her diner overnight and tore the place apart. She's there now. She's pretty shook up. Patty Onslow ran dispatch out of a converted closet at the county building on Elm. She had a smoker's voice and a memory for addresses that went back 30 years, and she did not call unless there was something worth calling about. Tell her I'm on my way. He took the county road into town. The morning was bright and still, the fields flat and green on both sides, the sky a hard blue with no clouds in it. He passed the turnoff to Haggerty's grain elevator and saw the silver silos standing against the sky, the new office roof gleaming where the old one had burned. The elevator was running again. The lawyer, the woman Gideon Job had brought in, Kayla Wallace, had seen to that. She had frozen the operating license review, blocked the USDA audit, and had Haggerty back in business inside of 10 days. She had done the same for the rest of them. Every eviction Whitman's lawyers had filed was blocked by court order. The lease terminations were frozen. Father Tomas's health department complaint had been thrown out. Sam Reedon's diner was back open. The Delgados were still in their house. Every legal maneuver that Whitman's 23 lawyers at Bancroft, Crowe, Shively and Dunn had launched against the people of this town had been met and stopped cold by one woman with a briefcase and a stack of federal filings. Dickie had wondered, when he heard about all of it, what Henry Whitman would do when the law stopped working for him. Now he was going to find out. He parked in front of the Ridge Line, Sam Reedon's diner on Main Street, the place where she had worked 6 days a week since her son Daniel died, because the work was the only thing that kept her upright and moving forward, and got out. The front window was gone. Glass lay across the sidewalk in a broad bright fan that crunched under his boots. The door was off one hinge, hanging crooked in the frame. He pushed it aside and stepped in. The inside of Sam's diner looked like someone had driven a truck through it. Every table was overturned. The counter stools were torn from their bolts and thrown against the back wall. The coffee machines were smashed on the floor, grounds and water pooled across the tile. The grill behind the counter had been beaten with something heavy until the cooking surface buckled. The fryer was tipped over, cold grease spreading across the kitchen floor. The menu board, the one Sam wrote out by hand every morning in colored chalk, had been ripped off the wall and stomped flat. This was the diner where Gideon Job had eaten his first meal in Black Ridge. The diner where Sam had poured his coffee and brought him eggs and kept his cup full without being asked. Whitman's lawyers had tried to take it from her with lease terminations and mortgage reviews. Kayla Wallace had stopped them. So now someone had come in the night and done with a pipe what the lawyers couldn't do with paper. Sam was sitting on the curb outside the back door. Her arms were wrapped around herself, and she was rocking slightly. Her apron was still on. There was coffee on the front of it and glass dust in her hair. Dickie crouched beside her. Sam. She looked at him. Her eyes were red and dry. She had gotten past the crying and into the flat, stunned place on the other side of it. I opened at 6 like I always do, she said. I had 3 tables by 7. The Garvin boys and old Mrs. went, and a trucker I didn't know. Everything was normal. I was pouring coffee. She stopped rocking. They came in through the front door at about 7:15. 4 men. I didn't know any of them. They weren't from this town, and they weren't from anywhere near it. They didn't say a word. Not one word to me, not one word to each other. The first one through the door picked up a chair and threw it through the front window. Then the other 3 started on the rest of it. The tables, the counter, the stools, the kitchen. One of them went behind the grill with a length of pipe and beat the surface until it buckled. They did the whole place in about 3 minutes, and then they walked out and got into a black SUV and drove south. Did you get a plate? No. Did any of them say anything? A name? Anything at all? Nothing. They didn't even look at me, Dickie. Not once. Like I wasn't even standing there. Like everything I've built and held onto since Daniel died was nothing to them. Just things to break on their way to somewhere else. Dickie stood up. He took out his phone and photographed the interior, the smashed counter, the overturned tables, the buckled grill, the broken window, and put the phone back in his pocket. "I'll file a report, Sam. I'll get someone out to board up the window." She looked up at him. Something moved in her face, not anger, not yet, but the beginning of it. "A report," she said. "That'll fix everything, won't it, Dickie?" He could not hold her eyes. He walked back to the cruiser and got in. The radio was already going. "Sheriff, Patty again. I'm getting a call from a motorist on County Road 12, south of the Miller farm. He says there's a vehicle in the ditch. An old pickup truck, dark blue. He says it looks like someone is still inside it." The blood left Dickie's face. County Road 12 ran south from town past Letty Miller's farm. The farm her husband Henry had worked until the day he died. The farm Letty had held onto through 40 years of widowhood because Henry had asked her to keep it, and she had kept her word. Letty drove that road every day, in the same old dark blue Ford pickup that smelled of hay and diesel. The truck with the cracked side mirror she had been meaning to fix since Henry died. An old dark blue pickup in the ditch on County 12 south of the Miller farm meant Letty Miller was in a ditch. He hit the lights and the siren, and he drove. He saw the truck from a quarter-mile out. It was nose down in the drainage ditch on the right side, canted at a steep angle that meant the front axle was broken. The driver's door was open. The truck bed was crumpled where something had hit it from behind, hard and high, the kind of impact that comes from a vehicle with a reinforced steel bumper and a lot of weight behind it. The tailgate was torn off and lay in the road 20 feet back. Long skid marks ran in a wavering arc from the center line to the edge of the ditch, a 76-year-old woman fighting a steering wheel she was losing. He left the cruiser running with the lights on and went down the embankment. Letty was in the cab. She was conscious. She was lying across the bench seat with her right leg bent under her at an angle that told Dickie the hip was broken before she said a word. Her hands were gripping the steering wheel above her head, white-knuckled, holding herself in place against the tilt of the truck so she wouldn't slide down onto the broken leg. Her face was gray, and she was breathing in short, controlled breaths through her nose, the breathing of a woman who had decided she was not going to scream and was holding to that decision through nothing but will. "Letty. Took you long enough, Dickie. Don't move. I'm calling an ambulance. I'm not going anywhere, am I? My hip is broken. I felt it snap when the truck went into the ditch. I heard it like a dry stick breaking." He keyed the radio on his shoulder. "Patty, I need EMS on County Road 12, half-mile south of the Miller farm driveway. 76-year-old female, conscious, right hip fracture, possible pelvic injury. Tell them to hurry." "Copy, Sheriff. Dispatching now." "Tell me what happened, Letty." "I was driving to town. Going maybe 35, same as always. A black SUV came up behind me fast, 60, 70 miles an hour on this road. I moved over to give it room to pass. It didn't pass. It pulled up behind my tailgate and rammed me. Hit me hard, square in the back of the truck, and kept pushing until I went off the road and into the ditch. The truck went over and the hip went, and the SUV backed up and drove away. Left me lying here. Did you see who was driving?" "You know who was driving, Dickie. Don't stand there over me in this ditch and ask questions you already know the answer to." It was Marsh. The same black SUV that's been parked on Elm Street for 3 weeks. The same one that goes back and forth to the Whitman property. Marsh was driving it, and he looked right at me through the windshield while he pushed me off the road. He wanted me to see his face. He wanted me to know who did this and why. I'm going to need you to give a full statement, Letty. Everything you just told me, on the record. Description of the vehicle, time of day, direction of travel, everything. You'll do more than take a statement, Dickie Warren. Her voice was thin and tight with pain, but she said every word like she was driving nails. You will do your job for once in your miserable life. You will arrest the man who ran a 76-year-old woman off the road and broke her hip and left her in a ditch. Or you will take that badge off your chest and hand it to somebody who will. The radio on his shoulder crackled. Not Patty. A different voice, younger, nervy, talking too fast. Sheriff, it's Kyle. I'm out at Father Tomas's farm, south of town. Someone came through here this morning and destroyed his fields. I mean destroyed. They drove trucks through every row and then sprayed some kind of chemical all over the soil. Tomas says it's total vegetation killer, the stuff they use on railroad lines. He says it's soaked into the earth and killed everything, the seedlings, the roots, everything. He says nothing is going to grow on this land for 3 to 5 years. 20 acres, Sheriff. That's the food supply for all those families living in the trailers out here. And Tomas got roughed up. He's got a split lip and a cut on his face. He says he tried to stand in front of the truck, and one of them got out and knocked him down and held him on the ground while the others sprayed. 6 men, 2 trucks, nobody he recognized. Kyle. Sheriff. Handle it. Photograph everything. The fields, the tire tracks, the chemical on the soil, Tomas's injuries. Get his full statement. I've got my hands full out here. Copy, Sheriff. Dickie looked down at Letty. I'll wait with you until the ambulance gets here. She did not answer. She closed her eyes and gripped the steering wheel and breathed. The ambulance came around the curve from the north, lights running. 2 EMTs, Randy Phelps, who Dickie had known for 15 years, and a younger woman, came down the embankment with a backboard and a neck brace. They worked on Letty, stabilizing the hip, immobilizing the leg, getting her onto the board with slow, careful movements while she gripped the straps and did not make a sound. They carried her up and loaded her into the ambulance. Randy closed the rear doors and came around to Dickie. Clarksburg, General. Hip is definitely broken. Might be the pelvis, too. She's stable, and she's tough as hell, but she's 76, Dickie. A broken pelvis at 76 can put a person in a wheelchair for life. It can kill them. Take care of her, Randy. The ambulance pulled away. Dickie stood on the shoulder and watched it go. The radio. Sheriff. Patty. Her voice was thinner now, the professional calm fraying. I've got a report of a structure fire on Sycamore Street. Last house on the right before the vacant lot. That's the Delgado house, Sheriff. Hector and Maria Delgado. The Delgados. The family who had taken Gideon Job into their home. Whose house Whitman's lawyers had gone after with title searches and tax challenges until Kayla Wallace blocked it. I'm on my way, Patty. He was pulling onto the road when the radio went again. Sheriff, I'm sorry, another call is coming in. Something has happened at the Haggerty house. Someone is asking for help out there. Dickie swore under his breath. He keyed the radio. Patty. Send Kyle to the Delgados. Pull him off Tomas's farm and send him to Sycamore Street right now. I'm going to Haggerty's. It's closer. Yes, sir. He turned north. He came up the county road past the grain elevator and drove on another mile to Haggerty's house at the end of the road. The yard was quiet. Dickie got out of the cruiser and walked across the gravel to the front porch. The front door was open. The screen door was hanging by one hinge. He went up the steps and through the door. He came back out maybe 10 minutes later, maybe a lifetime. He was staggering and pale, and barely made it to the edge of the yard before his legs gave out. He went down on one knee in the gravel, and bent forward and vomited. He stayed on his hands and knees, his back heaving, his arms shaking, until there was nothing left. He spat. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He stayed there on one knee with his hand braced against the ground, and his head down, breathing, until the shaking slowed enough to trust his feet. He got up. He walked back to the cruiser and leaned against the hood with both hands. His face was wet. His hands were trembling and would not stop. The radio. Patty's voice. Sheriff. Mrs. Hopper is on the phone from Wholesome Harvest. She says Jeremy Whitman just came into the store and took Brianna Miller, Letty Miller's granddaughter. She says Jeremy grabbed her out of the stockroom and dragged her through the store and out to his truck. She says the girl was screaming and fighting him, and he dragged her by her arm. She was still wearing her store apron. Mrs. Hopper says Jeremy drove off south on the county road. The black truck with the vanity plates, JRMY1. Dickie did not respond. He stood at the hood of his cruiser with his hands flat on the metal, and his head down, and the words came through the radio and hit him and he could not move. "Sheriff, did you copy?" He picked up the radio. His voice came out rough and raw. "Copy, Patty. South on the county road." Jeremy Whitman had walked into the Wholesome Harvest grocery store in the middle of the morning and dragged Letty Miller's granddaughter out of the stockroom by force in front of customers while she screamed. Jeremy Whitman, the same Jeremy who had attacked Brianna at the creek the day Gideon Job walked into Black Ridge. The coward who pinned girls down in the dark. Jeremy did not have the spine to walk into a public place in broad daylight and abduct a woman in front of witnesses. He did not have the nerve. For Jeremy to do what Mrs. Hopper was describing, in a store in front of customers in the middle of the morning, required more than his father's permission. It required his father's encouragement. It required Henry Whitman telling his son that the rules no longer applied, that the family owned this county and everyone in it, and that whatever Jeremy wanted to take, he could take because no one was going to stop him. Dickie got in the cruiser and pulled out of Haggerty's Drive and turned south toward the Wholesome Harvest. He had gone perhaps 3 miles when a black Suburban came around the curve ahead of him, heading north. It was doing 60 on a road posted at 45. It came past him fast and he saw the driver through the windshield, and the driver saw him, and for 1 second their eyes met through the glass. Marsh. The Suburban was past him and pulling away. 5 men in the vehicle. Dickie had seen them in that 1-second glimpse. Marsh behind the wheel, a stranger in the passenger seat, 3 more in the back. Dark clothing. The windows were down on both sides despite the cool morning, airing the vehicle out, and the reason hit Dickie through his own open window as the Suburban passed: gasoline. The sharp, sweet petroleum reek of it, unmistakable. Dickie's hands locked on the wheel. He hit the brakes. The tires barked on the blacktop. He cranked the wheel left, swinging the cruiser across the center line in a hard U-turn that threw gravel off the shoulder and left 2 black arcs of rubber on the road. He straightened out and hit the gas. He hit the lights. He hit the siren. The Suburban was a 1/4 mile ahead, and the distance was closing. The Suburban held its speed for 200 yards. Then the brake lights came on, and it drifted to the right shoulder and stopped. The engine stayed running. Dickie pulled in behind it. He killed the siren but left the lights running, red and blue strobing across the back of the black vehicle and the fields on both sides. He got out. He walked to the driver's window. His right hand was on the butt of his sidearm. Marsh looked up at him through the open window. His face was calm. His sleeves were rolled to the elbows, and his forearms were covered in long, thin scratches, the kind that come from fingernails, from someone clawing at the hands holding them down. "Sheriff, what can I do for you?" Dickie looked past Marsh into the vehicle. The men inside were strangers, hard-faced, still watching him with flat eyes. One of them had a canvas duffel on the seat beside him, the zipper open, the butt of a shotgun, and the black frame of an automatic weapon visible inside. The inside of the Suburban smelled of gasoline and smoke and sweat. He looked at the right front quarter panel. A long deep scrape ran from the headlight to the wheel well, the black paint gouged down to bare metal. Caught in the gouges were flecks of dark blue paint. Letty Miller's truck was dark blue. He looked at Marsh's hands on the wheel. The knuckles were swollen and split. There was something dark and dried under the fingernails of both hands. He looked at Marsh's right boot in the footwell. A dark stain had soaked into the leather across the toe and dried to the color of old rust. "Step out of the vehicle, Marsh." Marsh's expression shifted, not to alarm, to curiosity. The curiosity of a man who has been holding another man's leash for 5 years and has just felt an unexpected tug. "I'm sorry, Sheriff." "Step out. Now." "You've had a long morning, Sheriff. I can see that. You look like a man who's been driving from one ugly scene to the next and has seen some things that upset him. I understand that. But I want you to think very carefully about what you're doing right now. I know what I'm doing. Do you? Because what you're doing is pulling over a vehicle on a public road and ordering a private citizen to step out. And if that citizen makes one call, Sheriff, you know the number, your career ends today. Your pension is gone. And the things you've done over the last 5 years, the reports you wrote that said accidents when you knew they were crimes, the scenes you cleaned up, the envelopes you picked up every Sunday at the old sawmill, all of it becomes a matter of record. Not my record, Sheriff. Yours. Your name on every one of them. Your signature. Your badge number. You go to prison. Not me. You. Dickie stood at the window. The lights strobed across Marsh's face and the faces of the men behind him. The gasoline smell was thick in his nose, and the shotgun was right there in the open duffel, and the 5 men were very still, in the way that men are still when they are waiting to see if they need to do something and are ready to do it. His right hand was on the butt of his sidearm. His thumb was on the retention snap. One motion, and the gun was in his hand. 5 of them. One of him. A bag full of weapons within arm's reach, and 5 men who had spent the morning proving what they were willing to do. He thought about what he had seen in Haggerty's kitchen. He thought about Letty in the ditch, telling him to do his job for once in his miserable life. He thought about Brianna in her store apron, being dragged through the wholesome harvest while she screamed. He looked at Marsh. Marsh looked back. The leash was there between them, the same leash that had been there for 5 years, and they both knew who held which end. Dickie took his hand off his sidearm. He stepped back from the window. Marsh watched him. Dickie could see the calculation behind Marsh's eyes, the assessment, the filing away of what had just happened, and what it confirmed about the man in the sheriff's uniform who had been given one chance to act and had not taken it. "Have a good day, Sheriff," Marsh said. The Suburban pulled onto the blacktop and accelerated north. The black shape got smaller. The gasoline smell hung in the air behind it. Then it rounded the curve and was gone. Dickie stood on the shoulder of the county road with his hands at his sides, and the lights still strobing on the empty cruiser behind him, and the fields flat and green and silent on both sides. Chapter 33. Susan came through the front door of the boarding house at 4:15 in the afternoon. Gideon heard the screen door and her footsteps in the hallway, quick and uneven, not the careful, measured walk he had come to know over the days she had been visiting him in Hartley. He was at the kitchen table, with the meditations open in front of him. She came into the kitchen and stopped in the doorway. Her hair was pulled back in a loose knot, and her blouse was untucked on one side, and her face was the color of candle wax. Her hands were shaking. "What happened?" Gideon asked. She came to the table and pulled out a chair and sat down. She put her hands flat on the table to stop the shaking. "Marsh took a crew out this morning and hit everyone who helped you. All of them, Gideon. Every single person. In one morning. Tell me what he did." "They destroyed the Ridgeline Diner. 4 men broke in overnight. Sam told the sheriff they didn't say a single word. They walked in and smashed everything in the place. The tables, the counter stools, the grill, the coffee machines, the front window. One of them went behind the counter with a length of pipe and beat the cooking surface until it buckled. The whole thing took about 3 minutes, and then they got into a black SUV and drove away. Sam wasn't there when they did it. She found it when she came in to open at 6 in the morning. She is not hurt, but the diner is destroyed." "What else did they do?" "Marsh ran Letty Miller off the road on County 12, south of her farm. He came up behind her truck in the Suburban doing 60 or 70 miles an hour and rammed the back of it and kept pushing until she went into the ditch. Her hip is broken. She is in the hospital in Clarksburg. She was conscious when the sheriff got to her, and she told him she saw Marsh's face through the windshield while he was doing it. She said he wanted her to see who it was." Gideon did not speak. His hands were on the table, one on each side of the open book, and they had gone very still. Father Tomas's farm. They drove trucks through every row of his fields, and then sprayed the soil with total vegetation killer, the kind they use on railroad beds to make sure nothing ever comes back. Everything Tomas planted is dead, and the soil is poisoned. He told the deputy that nothing will grow in those fields for years. How do you know all of this? Gideon asked. I was at the house this morning. I am there every morning, Gideon. That is where I work, and that is where I have to be, or Whitman would know something was wrong. Marsh came back around 11, with 4 men in the Suburban. I was in the kitchen when they came through the side door. They were going through what they had done that morning, name by name. One of them was laughing about the old woman's truck going into the ditch. What about the Delgados? One of the guards said the house on Sycamore Street was on fire. He said the old man and his wife were standing in the front yard in their bathrobes watching it burn. That was all I heard about it. It sounded like Hector and Maria got out before the fire took the house, but I do not know that for certain. Susan looked down at her hands on the table. Her fingers were spread flat on the wood, and she was pressing them down hard enough that the tips had gone white. Haggerty is dead, she said. They killed him in his house. I did not hear how they did it. One of the men in the kitchen said something about finishing the job they should have finished at the elevator the first time, and the others laughed, and Marsh told them to shut their mouths. The sheriff went out to Haggerty's house. I heard it on the scanner they keep in the kitchen, and when he came out he was on his hands and knees in the front yard. He could not stand up. The kitchen was quiet. The clock on the wall above the stove ticked. Outside, Mrs. Garza's cat walked across the porch, its paws soft on the boards. The afternoon light came through the window and lay across the linoleum floor. Brianna Miller, Susan said. Jeremy Whitman walked into the Wholesome Harvest grocery store this morning and grabbed her out of the stockroom. He dragged her through the store by her arm, in front of customers while she was screaming and fighting him. She was still wearing her store apron. A customer named Mrs. Hopper called the sheriff's station and reported it. Jeremy put Brianna in his truck and drove south on the county road toward the Whitman property. She is in the upstairs bedroom at the back of the house, the room where Whitman keeps the girls from the Hollow. Gideon closed the book. He pushed his chair back and stood up and took his jacket from the hook by the kitchen door and put it on. Gideon, you cannot walk onto that property the same way you did last time. Why not? Because it is not the same property you walked into 3 weeks ago. Whitman brought in Krieger's full security team after you blew up the barn. There are 30 men on that property now, maybe more. They have the perimeter set up with sensors and cameras, and they have men posted on the county road a mile out in both directions watching every vehicle that passes. There is a new man there as well, a specialist that Krieger sent separately from the rest of the team. I have seen him in the house. He is not like the others. The others are security contractors who follow orders and collect their paychecks. This man is something different. He has gold-colored eyes, and he smiles all the time, and he killed one of Whitman's own men in the study 2 days ago just to demonstrate what he could do. He is there for one reason, and that reason is you. If you drive up that county road, they will kill you before you reach the front door. Then how do I get to Brianna? Gideon asked. I can get you inside. I go to the house every morning at 5 o'clock to check on the girls in the upstairs bedroom. I bring medication, and I check their vitals, and I make sure they are breathing and that none of them have choked during the night. I have done it every morning for 3 years. The guards know my car. They know what time I arrive. Nobody searches me when I come through the gate, and nobody walks me to the door. I park at the side entrance and go through the kitchen and up the back stairs, and nobody pays any attention because I have done it 1,000 times. You want to drive me in? In the back seat, under a blanket. The rear windows are tinted dark. Nobody has ever looked inside the car. They wave me through the gate, and I park and I go in. I can have you inside the house and up the back stairs before anyone on the property knows you are there. Gideon stood by the kitchen door with his jacket on and looked at her. She sat at the table with her hands flat on the wood and her gray eyes on his face. The screen door opened in the hallway. Footsteps came down the hall, brisk and purposeful, hard-soled shoes on a wooden floor. Kayla came into the kitchen with her briefcase in one hand, and her phone in the other, and her coat over her arm. She looked at Gideon, standing by the door with his jacket on. She looked at Susan, sitting at the table. "What is going on?" Kayla asked. "Whitman sent Marsh out this morning with a crew," Gideon said. "They hit everyone in Black Ridge who helped me." He told her what Susan had told him. He laid it out in order: Sam's Diner, Letty, Tomas, the Delgados, Haggerty, Brianna. He did not raise his voice, and he did not leave anything out. Kayla set the briefcase on the table. She stood with both hands on the back of a chair, and listened without moving. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. "I am sorry about your friends, Gideon," she said. "I am sorry about all of them. Especially Haggerty." She pulled the chair out and sat down. "I have a hearing tomorrow morning at the federal courthouse in Indianapolis. The civil RICO motion. Judge Carver. I have been working toward this hearing since the day I filed the complaint, and I am hoping for good news. Everything I have built, the TROs, the injunctions, Claire Haskell's files, the internal memos from Bancroft's own server, all of it comes together tomorrow morning in front of Carver. And everything that Marsh did today makes the case stronger. Every person he hurt, every property he destroyed, every act of violence he carried out on Whitman's orders is another predicate act in my filing. Whitman does not understand what he is doing to himself." She looked at Gideon. "I know what you are feeling right now. I sat across the table from every one of those people, and I took their statements, and I promised them I would protect them. What happened to them today is not something I take lightly. But by tomorrow morning, we could have Henry Whitman stitched up for good. His accounts frozen, his property under federal supervision, federal marshals at his door. Without any more violence. Without anyone else getting hurt." She held his eyes across the table. "Sit tight, Gideon. Give me tomorrow morning." Chapter 34. Every part of him wanted to walk out the door and drive north to the Whitman property and kill every man he found there. He wanted to go through that gate the way he had gone through it 10 days ago, on foot, alone, and this time he would not stop at the study and deliver a message and walk out across the lawn. This time, he would start at the front door and work his way through every room and every hallway and up every staircase until he found Brianna in the upstairs bedroom and carried her out of that house and put her in a car and drove her back to her grandmother in the hospital in Clarksburg. And anyone who got between him and that bedroom door would die in the hallway where they stood. He could see it. He could see the house and the hallways and the stairs and the doors. He had been inside. He knew the layout. He knew where the study was, and where the kitchen was, and where the back stairs went up to the second floor, and which door at the end of the corridor led to the room where Whitman kept the girls. He knew all of it, and he could do all of it. And the only reason he was still standing in this kitchen was that Kayla had never lost a case in 11 years, and she had told him to give her until morning, and he trusted her more than he trusted the thing inside him that wanted to go north and start killing. Susan was at the table. She stood and carried her mug to the sink, and washed it under the tap and dried it with the cloth that hung from the oven handle, and hung it back on the rack above the counter. "Come upstairs," she said. He followed her up the narrow stairs. The room at the back of the house was dark, except for the light that came through the open window, a thin blue wash from the stars and the distant glow of a sodium lamp somewhere down the block. The air coming through the screen was cool on his face and carried the smell of cut grass and damp earth, and the flat dark fields that ran out beyond the edge of town in every direction. Susan turned to him. She was standing in the rectangle of starlight from the window, and her gray eyes were steady and dark. She reached up and undid the top button of her blouse. Then the second. Then the third, slowly, watching his face, and she let the blouse fall off her shoulders and down her arms to the floor. She wore nothing underneath. Her skin was pale in the blue light, and her collarbones stood out sharp and fine, and her breasts were small and high with dark nipples that tightened in the cool air from the window. She reached behind her and unzipped her skirt, and the fabric whispered down her hips and pooled around her bare feet on the floorboards. She stood in front of him in plain white cotton underwear, and she hooked her thumbs into the waistband, and slid them down and stepped out of them and straightened and stood naked before him with her arms at her sides and her chin lifted and her eyes on his. She was seducing him. She knew it, and he knew it, and neither of them pretended otherwise. She was using the only language she had left to pull him out of the dark place he was standing in, to put her body between him and the door, to give him a reason to stay in this room until morning, instead of driving north to die on the Whitman property. And she was doing it because she wanted to, because she needed him as much as he needed to be needed, and because the warmth of another body in the dark was the oldest medicine there was, and the only one that worked. She stepped forward and put her hands on his chest. He could feel the warmth of her palms through his shirt, and the small steady pressure of each finger. She unbuttoned his shirt with the care of a surgeon's hands, working each button slowly, and she spread the shirt open across his chest, and pushed it back over his shoulders and down his arms. It fell to the floor behind him. Her hands came up and pressed flat against his bare skin, and she felt the heavy slow beat of his heart under her palms. She leaned in and pressed her mouth to the hollow at the base of his throat, and her lips were warm and soft, and he could feel her breath against his skin. He reached down and lifted her. She was light, small-boned and fine, barely anything in his arms, and she wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck, and pressed herself against him, and her skin was warm and smooth against the ridged scars on his chest and stomach. He carried her to the bed, and laid her down on the cool sheets, and she pulled him down to her and kissed him, and her mouth was warm and open and urgent, and her legs opened wide, spreading eagle to reveal her soft, damp secret triangle, and her hands moved across his back, her fingertips tracing the ridged white scars that ran across his shoulders and down his spine, mapping the damage of a violent life. He moved slowly at first, his hands learning the geography of her body, the curve of her waist where the skin was thinnest, and he could feel the movement of her ribs beneath, the shallow dip of her stomach, the soft inside of her thighs where the skin was pale and warm, and she caught her breath when he touched her there. She arched her back and pulled him closer and closer until there was nothing between them, and they moved together in the dark with the night air cooling the sweat on their skin, and the only sounds were their breathing and the creak of the bed frame, and the distant low call of a freight train somewhere east of town. The pressure built slowly in him, heavy and deep, rising from the base of his spine into his chest and his throat. He drove deeper into her, and she gripped his shoulders hard, and her nails bit into the muscle, and her back arched off the mattress, and she cried out once, sharp and raw and unguarded, a sound that came from a place below thought, and he felt her body tighten and clench around him, and he let go. The release hit him in a deep shuddering wave that started low and rolled through his whole body and emptied him out. He buried his face in her neck, and his breath was ragged and hot against her skin, and she held him inside her with her legs locked around his back, and her heels pressing into the base of his spine, pulling him deeper, taking all of him into herself. She turned her head and held him there until the last of the shuddering passed, and his weight settled onto her, and they were still. They lay in the damp sheets with the night air drying the sweat on their bodies. Susan was on her side with her head on his chest, and her leg across his thigh and her arm around his waist. Her hair smelled of soap, and her skin was flushed and warm, and her breathing was slow and heavy, and her body was loose and easy against his. Gideon lay on his back and stared at the ceiling. The plaster was cracked in a long branching line that ran from the light fixture to the corner above the window. The room smelled of sex and sweat, and the cool grassy air still coming through the screen. Susan's warmth against him was real and good, and it could not change what was underneath. Susan lifted her head. She looked at his face in the blue dark. She reached up and touched his cheek with her fingertips, her thumb tracing along the rough grain of his jaw where the stubble had come in dark. "What is it?" she asked. Her voice was soft and close, and he could feel her breath on his collarbone. "Tell me." He was quiet for a long time. He looked at the cracked plaster on the ceiling, and he felt her hand on his face, and he listened to the night outside the window, and then he said it, because she had stripped herself bare for him in every way a person could, and the least he owed her was the same. "This is how it works," he said. "This is how the world is. This is how people are. I know that. I've known it a long time. I've done this before, and I'll do it again." Her hand stayed on his face. Her gray eyes were close to his in the dark, watching him. "You go into a town, and you see what's wrong with it, and you stand up. You stand up because nobody else will, and because you can, and because the people getting hurt deserve somebody in their corner. And the people doing the hurting don't like it. So they hit back. You take out one of theirs, and they take out one of yours. You take out 2 of theirs, and they take out 3 of yours. You take out 5, and they take out 7. It escalates. It always escalates. And sooner or later, the innocent people get caught in the middle. People get hurt who did nothing wrong. People get killed who don't deserve it. Things go to hell, and there's no way to stop it because that's the price. That's what the war costs." He turned his head on the pillow and looked at her. Her eyes were wet and steady, and she was listening to him with everything she had. "The only way to end it is to keep going. The only way out is through. You see it to the end, because if you stop halfway, the people who got hurt for you got hurt for nothing." He looked back at the ceiling. The crack in the plaster ran from the light to the corner and did not stop. "But goddamn, Susan. Every time. Every single time, it's the young ones and the blameless ones who take the hit. Letty. Haggerty. Brianna. Tomas. The Delgados. Good people who did nothing more dangerous than feed me and house me, and talk to me on a porch and drive me down a road. It always happens. I know it's going to happen before I start. And every time it happens, I have a hard time with it. I have a hard time looking at it." The room was still. The freight train was gone, and the night outside was quiet, and the only sound was Susan's breathing and the slow tick of the clock on the bedside table. Susan leaned up and kissed him. She kissed him slowly and gently with her hand still on his face, and when she pulled back, her lips stayed close to his and her gray eyes were clear and certain. "That's what makes you the good guy," she said. He looked at her. She looked back at him. There was no irony in her eyes and no pity. She meant it. She believed it, the way a woman believes something she has tested against her own suffering and found to be true. And for a moment in the dark, with her body warm against his, and her hand on his face and her breath on his lips, he almost believed it himself. She laid her head back down on his chest. Her breathing went slow and even, and after a while she was asleep. Gideon lay in the dark and looked at the ceiling and listened to the night. He saw Letty's face behind the wheel of her old Ford, her chin lifted, her white knuckles on the steering wheel. He saw Haggerty on the back step of the elevator office with 2 mugs of coffee at dawn, not saying much, not needing to. He saw Hector on his porch with a Corona, saying that names are never just names. He saw Brianna behind the counter at the Wholesome Harvest, handing him a bottle of water, not quite meeting his eyes. He held them, and then he let them go. There was nothing he could do for any of them before morning. He closed his eyes. Sleep came thin and shallow, sitting just below the surface, and it did not let go of the world entirely. He woke to the stink of a shotgun, burnt powder, and old oil, and the acrid chemical bite of a barrel that had been fired and cleaned and fired again, and never quite lost the residue of the last round it had put through something living. Both barrels sawed short 3 feet from his face. The man holding it was thick across the chest and neck, and had a shaved head that gleamed with sweat, and small close-set eyes that were flat and incurious. He was standing at the side of the bed with his weight settled, and his finger inside the trigger guard, and his face said nothing because there was nothing to say. A second man stood at the foot of the bed with a pistol aimed at Gideon's chest, younger, dark-haired, a scar through his left eyebrow, his jaw working a piece of gum in slow, steady rotations, the safety off and his finger on the trigger. A third man was by the window with a carbine leveled at Gideon's head, the stock tight against his shoulder, his eye along the rail, ready to fire. A fourth leaned against the far wall with a snub-nosed revolver in his right hand, the hammer cocked, watching Gideon with the bored patience of a man who had done this enough times that it no longer interested him. Marsh stood at the foot of the bed, beside the man with the pistol. He wore a dark jacket over a dark shirt, and his heavy square face was lit from the side by the starlight from the window. His eyes were bright, and hard, and there was something in them that Gideon recognized, the look of a man who had been waiting for this, who had been thinking about it since the night Gideon had walked through his detail and killed his men and blown up his barn and made him look like a fool in front of the man he worked for. Marsh hated him. The hatred was in the set of his jaw, and the tightness around his mouth, and the brightness in his small dark eyes, and the hatred was feeding something else, something that looked like pleasure. 5 men in the room. 4 weapons on him. The bed beside him was empty, and the sheets where Susan had lain were cold. Gideon's jeans were on the chair by the door. His folding knife was in the right front pocket. The chair was 6 feet away. 6 feet was a lifetime with a sawed-off 12-gauge at 3. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. The room smelled of gun oil and boot leather and the sweat of men who had come up a dark staircase in the dead of night. Outside the window, the town of Hartley was asleep and silent, and no one in it knew what was happening in this room. Gideon looked at Marsh. Marsh looked back at him. "Get him up," Marsh said. The man with the carbine stepped forward and ripped the sheet off the bed. The man against the wall came in from the side. They hauled Gideon out of the bed and put him on his feet, and one of them wrenched his arms behind his back. He felt the cold, hard edge of a zip tie cinched tight around his wrists, biting into the skin. They drove him down to his knees on the bare floorboards. The wood was cold and hard under his kneecaps, and the man with the shotgun came around the bed and put the muzzle against the back of his skull. The steel was cold. It pressed into the bone just above the place where his neck met his head. Marsh turned toward the hallway. "You let us in," he said. His voice was flat. "Your part's done. Get in your car and go." Susan came through the doorway. She pushed past Marsh, and he let her come, not because he wanted to, but because stopping her meant putting hands on her, and that was not what he had been told to do. She was dressed, her blouse buttoned up crooked, her skirt wrinkled from the floor where it had lain all night, her coat over it and her bag over her shoulder. Her hair was pulled back, and her face in the thin light from the window was the color of chalk. She had gotten out of the bed while Gideon slept, and dressed in the dark, and gone down the stairs and unlocked the front door, and let 5 men into the house. She had done all of it while he lay naked in the bed with his eyes closed, and his arms around the space where she had been. She stood 3 feet from him, and looked down at him kneeling on the floor with his hands bound behind his back and the shotgun pressed against the base of his skull. "I'm sorry," she said. "Gideon, I am sorry. Everything I told you was true. Everything. I want out. I have wanted out every day for 5 years. Every word I said to you in this house and in that bed was the truth." A single tear escaped her right eye and ran down the side of her face. She brushed it away roughly. "He told me if I did this, he would destroy the sealed file and tear up my contract, and I would never have to go back to that house again. I would never have to sedate another girl. I would never have to stand in that hallway and listen to what he does to them behind a closed door." Her voice cracked, and she caught it and forced it level again. "He said it was the last thing he would ever ask me to do. One last thing, and I would be free." She looked at him on his knees on the floor of the room where she had made love to him only hours ago, where she had held him and told him he was the good guy. Her eyes were wet, and her face was white, and she was shaking, and the shaking was not from fear. It was from the full, clear knowledge of what she had done, and what was going to be done to the man in front of her, and the fact that she had chosen her own freedom over his life, and would carry the weight of that choice every day for the rest of her years. "I know what kind of man Whitman is. I know his promises are worthless. I believed him anyway, because I cannot do it anymore. I cannot go back to that house one more time. I am sorry." Gideon looked up at her from his knees. Her face was 3 feet above his, and the tear track on her right cheek was shining in the starlight. Gideon looked up at her from his knees. Her face was 3 feet above his, and the tear track on her right cheek was shining in the starlight. "I forgive you," he said. Susan reeled back, as if he had punched her in the center of her chest. Her mouth opened, and no sound came out, and her eyes went wide, and the composure she had been holding together by will alone broke apart across her face. She stared at him. She shook her head once, a small involuntary movement, and her hand came up to her mouth, and she pressed it there hard, and her shoulders began to shake. Then she turned and walked out of the room and down the hallway, and he heard her footsteps on the stairs, quick and uneven, and the front door opening and closing, and the sound of her car starting in the street and pulling away into the dark until the sound was gone. The room was quiet. Marsh reached into his jacket and took out a pair of leather gloves. They were dark brown, and the leather was soft and creased from use. He pulled them on slowly, one finger at a time, working each one down, and then he flexed his hands and looked at them, and looked at Gideon on his knees on the floor with his wrists bound behind him, and the shotgun at the back of his head. Gideon looked up at Marsh. He could smell the gun oil from the shotgun barrel behind him, and the boot leather and the sweat of the men standing around him, and the last fading trace of Susan's sex on his own skin. "Man, oh man," Marsh said. "I'm going to enjoy this." He was grinning, his lips pulled back over his teeth, but his eyes were flat and dead, and there was nothing behind them that had anything to do with joy. He unsheathed a serrated blade from his belt and came toward Gideon. Chapter 35. Whitman was at his desk with Kayla Wallace's RICO filing spread across the leather blotter, 46 pages of it, reading it for the 4th time. Beside the filing was a 2-page dossier from Bancroft's investigator on Gideon Job. The dossier was thin. Name, no middle initial. No social security number on file. No driver's license in any state. No tax returns. No property records. No employment history. No military service record. No criminal record. No credit history. No digital footprint of any kind. The man who had walked through his gate and killed 11 of his men and stood in this room and told him to shut down everything he had built did not, according to every database Bancroft's people had access to, exist. The investigator's summary was a single line at the bottom of the 2nd page. Subject appears to have been professionally erased. Whitman read the line again. He read it a 3rd time. Then he picked up the phone and called Bancroft. It rang 6 times before Bancroft answered. His voice was thick with sleep and did not try to hide it. "Henry, do you know what time it is?" "I don't care what time it is. I want to talk about this report." A pause. The sound of bedsheets moving. A lamp clicking on, or a wife murmuring something. Bancroft's breathing changed as he sat up. "What report?" "The workup on Gideon Job. Your man sent me 2 pages, Arthur." 2 pages. The last time I asked you for a report on a person of interest, you gave me 100 pages, financials, family history, associates, property records going back 3 generations. I paid a great deal of money for that report, and I expect the same here. What kind of 2-bit gumshoe did you put on this?" "I put Elgin on it. Elgin is the best investigator in the state. He's been with us 22 years. He found the dirt on the Pendle brothers in 48 hours when the FBI couldn't do it in 6 months. Then why am I holding 2 pages of nothing? There is nothing in this report, Arthur. No address. No history. No family. No service record. No photograph on file in any system. Nothing. Because there is nothing to find." Bancroft's voice had lost the sleep. It was level now, careful, the voice of a man choosing his words for a client who did not want to hear them. Elgin ran a full suite. Federal databases, state records, military archives, immigration, IRS, Social Security, Interpol. He ran the fingerprints the sheriff pulled during the booking. No match in AFIS, no match in any law enforcement system. He ran facial recognition through every database he has access to, including 2 that are not strictly legal to access. No match. He submitted the DNA sample your sheriff collected from the blood at the elevator fire. No match in Cody's. No match in any private genealogy database. He contacted 3 former colleagues at the Bureau and 2 at Langley, and asked them to run the name and the prints as a personal favor. All 5 came back empty. What does that mean, Arthur? In plain language, it means the name Gideon Job is almost certainly not his real name. It means that someone, either Job himself or someone working on his behalf, has systematically erased every trace of his real identity from every system that tracks American citizens. That is not something a drifter does. That is not something a man can do alone. That requires access to federal databases, to classified archives, to systems that are designed specifically to prevent this kind of erasure. Elgin's professional opinion, which I share, is that this man was at some point in his life connected to an organization with the resources and the authority to make a person disappear from the record entirely. Intelligence community, special operations, or a private entity operating at that level. You're telling me you can't find out who he is. I'm telling you that whoever he was before he became Gideon Job, he, or the people behind him, spent a great deal of time and money ensuring that no one would ever be able to answer that question. He is a ghost, Henry. A cipher. Elgin has been doing this work for over 2 decades, and he told me this is the cleanest erasure he has ever seen. There is no thread to pull. There is no trail to follow. Wherever this man came from, it has been walled off. Then put more people on it. Hire 5 investigators. Hire 10. I don't care what it costs. I want to know who this man is, and I want to know by the end of the week. And what about the lawyer? Wallace. What do you have on her? He heard Bancroft moving. Footsteps on a hardwood floor, a door opening, the old man walking from his bedroom to his study in the dark. A desk lamp clicked on. A drawer opened. Papers. Kayla Wallace, Bancroft said. He was reading now. Sole practitioner. Office on North Dearborn in Chicago. Admitted to the Illinois bar in 2013. Undergraduate at Howard, summa cum laude. Law degree from the University of Chicago. Top 5% of her class. Law review. Clerked for Judge Diane Wood on the 7th Circuit. That is the second most prestigious clerkship in the country outside of the Supreme Court. She was offered associate positions at 4 of the top 10 firms in the country and turned all of them down. Why? Because she is an idealist, Henry. She went straight into civil rights and corporate accountability litigation. She opened her own practice at 29 years old. She has tried 27 cases to verdict in 11 years and has won all 27. She has argued before the 7th Circuit 4 times and prevailed every time. She has been profiled in the American Lawyer, the National Law Journal, and the Chicago Tribune. The Tribune called her the most dangerous plaintiff's attorney in the Midwest. You told me your firm has lost to her 4 times. A pause that was a beat too long. That is correct. I want her destroyed, Arthur. Not stalled. Not challenged. Destroyed. I want her reputation in pieces. I want her law license under review. I want every client she's ever represented, contacted, and told that she is under investigation. I want her finances audited. I want. Bancroft took a long breath. Whitman heard it come through the phone, slow and deliberate, the breath of an old man gathering something that had been a long time coming. Henry, I have done everything you have asked me to do for 40 years. My father did the same for your father, before him. 2 generations of Bancrofts, serving 2 generations of Whitmans. I have built your corporate structures, and defended your interests, and cleaned up your messes, and looked the other way when looking the other way was what was required. I have done all of that because your family has been good to my firm, and because I believed for most of those 40 years that what we were doing together was within the bounds of what a reasonable man could justify to himself. Arthur, let me finish. This time, Henry, the wolves are at the door. And I don't mean the kind of wolves we've dealt with before. County inspectors, state auditors, a reporter from Indianapolis asking questions. I mean federal wolves. A RICO complaint sitting on a federal judge's desk. A woman who has beaten my firm 4 times, standing in front of that judge tomorrow morning with our own internal documents in her hands. And a man on your property whose identity cannot be established by any investigative resource available to the most powerful law firm in this state. Those are the wolves, Henry, and they are not at the gate anymore. They are inside the house. What the hell does that mean, Arthur? It means maybe this time you need to let this one go. Pull back. Withdraw the local actions. Drop the evictions and the revocations. Let the people in that town go back to their lives. There is no shame in retreat, Henry. It's a tactical move. Wellington retreated at Quatre Bras before he won at Waterloo. Rommel pulled back at Medellin and saved his army to fight again. The smartest generals in history knew when to yield ground in order to hold what mattered. The silence on the line went on a long time. Whitman could hear his own breathing, and the tick of the clock on the study wall, and the distant hum of the generator that fed the security lights on the perimeter. Are you saying you think I can't win this? When Bancroft spoke again, his voice was quieter, and in it was something Whitman had never heard before. Not deference. Not caution. Something closer to pity. I think you know you've already lost, Henry. I think that's why you're calling me at 3 a.m. I think that's why you're angry, behaving erratically, being irrational. You want me to pursue a personal vendetta against a fellow member of the bar. I can't do that. I don't live in your world, Henry. I can't use the kind of resources you resort to. I have to abide by the law. Then use the law. Whitman's voice had risen. He was on his feet, the chair shoved back behind him. Use the law to destroy my enemies. That is what I pay you to do. That is what your firm exists to do. 2 of Krieger's men were posted in the hallway outside the study. Both of them turned their heads and glanced through the open doorway at the sound of Whitman's voice. One of them shifted his weight, uneasy. They had been told this was a man who never raised his voice. The man they were hearing now was a man they did not recognize. Henry, Bancroft said. His voice was very gentle. Take care of yourself. Get some help. Good night. The line went dead. Whitman stood behind the desk with the phone in his hand and looked at the dark screen. In 40 years, Arthur Bancroft had never hung up on him. In 40 years, no one had hung up on him. The phone was still in his hand, and the screen was still dark, and the dead silence of the disconnected call filled the study like a pressure change. He threw the phone. It hit the wall above the fireplace, and the screen shattered and the pieces came down across the mantel and onto the hardwood. He picked up the RICO filing and tore it in half and threw it. He swept the dossier and the bourbon glass off the desk with his forearm, and the glass hit the far wall and exploded. He took the desk lamp by the neck and smashed it against the edge of the desk, and the shade crumpled and the bulb popped and the room went dark except for the light from the hallway. He put both hands under the front edge of the desk and heaved it up, and the desk was heavy, solid walnut, his father's desk, the desk his grandfather had bought in 1961, and it rose 6 inches and crashed back down, and the drawers flew open and pens and papers slid across the blotter onto the floor. He grabbed the crystal decanter from the bar cart and hurled it at the window. The glass held, but the decanter burst against it in a spray of bourbon and crystal fragments that rained down the curtains and across the sill. He stood in the middle of the ruined study, breathing in short, hard pulls through his nose, his chest heaving, his hands cut and wet with bourbon, and the 2 guards in the hallway were looking at each other, and neither of them moved, because they had not been told what to do about this, and there was nothing in their training that covered it. Then he became aware that someone was standing in the doorway. He looked up. Susan was in the doorway. She was looking at the smashed lamp, and the shattered glass, and the torn filing scattered across the floor, and the man standing in the middle of it with blood on his hands and bourbon soaking into the cuffs of his shirt. She was looking at him the way she had never looked at him before, not with the blankness he had made, not with the fear he had cultivated, not with the obedience he demanded. She was looking at him the way a person looks at a building that is coming down. Is it done? Whitman said. Marsh and 4 men were in the room when I left. They had him on his knees with his hands bound, and a shotgun at the back of his head. Good. He said the word and felt nothing. The man who had walked through his gate and killed his men and stood in this room and told him to shut it all down was on his knees in a boarding house in Hartley with Marsh standing over him. Marsh, who had watched his detail torn apart in a single night. Marsh, who had been carrying the weight of that failure for weeks and would now take every ounce of it out on the man who had caused it. Good. Henry, what are you going to? Brianna Miller came out of the sedation. She's been making noise. Go to the back bedroom and keep her quiet. Henry. You did what I told you to do. Now I'm telling you to do something else. Go. She looked at the glass on the floor, at the blood on his hands, at the torn pages of the RICO filing lying in the bourbon. Then she turned and went down the hallway toward the back of the house. A door opened. A girl's voice rose high and thick and frightened, and then the door closed and the sound stopped. Whitman stepped over the broken glass and went into the hallway. One of Krieger's men was posted at the top of the stairs. The other was at the far end of the corridor, near the back bedrooms. Get Price, Whitman said to the man at the stairs. The guard went down. Whitman heard him cross the ground floor, a door opening, a brief exchange. Footsteps coming back up. The guard appeared on the landing and stepped aside, and Price came up behind him and walked down the hallway to the study. He stopped in the study doorway. His hazel eyes moved across the room. The smashed lamp, the glass, the torn papers, the bourbon stain on the wall, the broken phone on the hearth, and the small pleasant smile on his face did not change. He looked at Whitman and waited. Gideon Job has been dealt with, Whitman said. Marsh has him. That leaves the lawyer. My contract was for two, Mr. Whitman. Job and the lawyer. The agreement has changed. Job is taken care of. What I need from you is the lawyer. Kayla Wallace. She filed the RICO complaint against me. She froze my evictions and blocked my actions and put my business in front of a federal judge. She has a hearing at the federal courthouse in Indianapolis at 9 o'clock this morning. 6 hours from now. I want her dead before she walks into that courthouse. I was promised two. Whitman reached into the desk drawer, the one drawer that had not spilled its contents onto the floor, and took out a banded stack of hundreds and set it on the desk in front of Price. Price did not look at it. That's the full payment for both kills, Whitman said. You only have to do one. Price looked at the money on the desk. Then he looked up, and the smile was gone. I told you when I sat in that chair, Mr. Whitman. The money is a bonus. I do it for the pleasure. You told me about a man who killed 11 armed men in a single night, who walked through a security detail and blew up a building and went into a house alone. I don't come across that often. That is a man I would have enjoyed. Then go enjoy someone else. I don't care. Gideon Job is dead. Go kill the lawyer and let me know when it's done. And I don't want it clean. I want to send a message to whoever sent her. Make her suffer. Make her pay. For what? Price asked. The gold flecks in his eyes caught the hall light. Just do your goddamn job. Price smiled. The smile widened and settled into the creases around his mouth and his eyes, and it was the smile Whitman had seen when Price drew the blade across Pereira's throat. With pleasure, Mr. Whitman. He picked up the money and put it inside his jacket. But he did not move toward the door. There is one more thing. What? If it turns out Job isn't dead, I want him. Whitman looked at him. What was in Price's eyes was not a request. If Marsh hasn't finished the job, he's yours. Price nodded once. He turned and went down the hallway and down the stairs. Whitman heard the side door open and close, and an engine start in the drive and pull away. Whitman went back into the study. He righted the desk chair and sat down in the dark. The man who had walked through his gate and killed his men and told him to shut it all down was on his knees in Hartley with Marsh standing over him. The lawyer who had filed the RICO complaint and frozen his evictions and put his business in front of a federal judge would be dead before she reached the courthouse steps. And Arthur Bancroft who had hung up on him, who had told him to get help, who had spoken to him with pity in his voice like a doctor speaking to a patient who did not know he was dying, Arthur Bancroft would learn what it meant to hang up on Henry Whitman. That conversation was coming. Not tonight. But it was coming. Footsteps in the hallway. Jeremy appeared in the doorway in sweatpants and bare feet and a wrinkled t-shirt. His hair was flat on one side and his eyes were puffy. He stood with his arms folded across his chest. "Dad, can I go see Brianna now?" Whitman looked at his son. The bare feet, the soft arms, the sulky mouth. Matthew would have been dressed and asking what needed to be done. "Not yet. You said I could have her once the drifter was dead. I said she stays untouched until Job is confirmed dead. And I have his fucking heart in a pail so I can piss on it. But you just told Price he's been dealt with." "I heard you. Marsh took a crew into Hartley tonight. He has Job. I expect he's dead or close to it. But I have not heard it from Marsh yet. Until Marsh calls and says the words, the situation is not confirmed. When he calls and tells me it's done, you can have the girl and do whatever you like with her. Until then, go back to your room and shut your mouth." Jeremy's jaw tightened. The sulk went darker, the resentful fury of a young man who had been told no by his father too many times and was storing everyone. He stood in the doorway a moment longer, looking at Whitman with eyes that wanted to say something and did not dare. Then he turned and went back down the hallway. His bedroom door closed. Not a slam. Jeremy did not slam doors in this house. Whitman sat behind the desk in the dark study. Glass crunched under his shoes when he shifted his weight. The room smelled of bourbon and broken crystal. The generator hummed outside. The new barn was a dark shape against the sky through the window. The phone on the desk rang. Whitman looked at it. He set down the pen he had not realized he was holding. He looked at the name on the screen, and a grin pulled across his face, slow, hard, the grin of a man who had been waiting for a piece of news that would make one of the problems on his desk go away forever. He answered. Chapter 36. The sirens were a long way off, and then they were not. Gideon heard them through the blood in his ears. A thin wail from the south end of town, rising, separating into two voices, and then the red and blue light came through the window and swept across the ceiling above him in slow, steady passes. He was on the floor. His cheek was against the floorboards, and the floorboards were wet with what had come out of him. His hands were bound behind his back with a zip tie that had bitten through the skin at both wrists and taken his fingers a long time ago. His ribs on the left side were separated, maybe broken, he could not tell, and each breath stopped at a wall of pain and came back out shallow and tasting of copper. Marsh had used the blade on him across the meat of his left shoulder and down the outside of his right forearm and once across the face, high on the cheekbone under the eye that was swollen shut. The cuts burned with a steady low heat underneath the deeper damage in his ribs and his kidneys and the back of his skull where the shotgun butt had landed. Above him, the blade stopped. Marsh straightened up. Gideon could see his boots, the toes dark and wet, planted wide on the floorboards a foot from his face. The red and blue light swept across the leather, and across the blood that had spattered them, and across the floor, and up the far wall, and came back again. "Two cars coming up the street," the man at the window said. He had the curtain pulled back an inch with two fingers, and the strobing light caught his face full. "Local police. They're pulling up right out front." "This isn't Black Ridge," the man with the revolver said. He pushed off the wall and shoved the gun into his waistband. "Nobody in this town knows us. Nobody in this town owes us a damn thing." The sirens cut out. The lights kept turning. Below, car doors opened and boots hit pavement, and a voice called out to another voice, and both of them had the unhurried confidence of officers who knew every house on this street and did not expect trouble in any of them. "Get the tools in the bag," Marsh said. "Go out through the alley. Both vehicles, lights off until you're on the county road." "What about him?" Marsh pulled the pistol from the holster at his hip. Gideon heard the leather give, and the click of the safety, and he lay on the floor and looked up at Marsh through the eye that still opened. Marsh looked down at him. Their eyes met. Marsh's face was sheened with sweat, and his jaw was tight, and the bright, hard pleasure that had been in his eyes when he started had burned down into something darker and more personal, the look of a man who had waited weeks for this and had been savoring every minute of it, and was now being told to stop before the work was finished. "Don't be stupid," the man with the revolver said. He said it quietly, the way you talk to a man holding a loaded weapon over a body on the floor when there are police officers 20 feet below the window. "You put a bullet in him. Every cop on that street hears it. We don't walk out of this house. We don't walk out of this town. Think about what Whitman does when he finds out his whole crew got picked up on a murder charge in a town where he can't fix it." Below, a heavy knock on the front door. A woman's voice. "Hartley PD. Open up." Marsh's lip pulled back from his teeth. The pistol was shaking in his hand, not from fear, from the effort of holding it still when everything in him wanted to pull the trigger. He looked down at Gideon on the floor, and the hatred in his face was raw and ugly, and stripped of everything professional, the face of a man being cheated out of something he had earned. He safetied the pistol, and jammed it into the holster, and turned for the door and did not look back. The boots moved. They went past him and down the stairs, fast but not running, and through the kitchen and out the side door into the alley. 2 engines caught. Tires on gravel, pulling out without headlights. The sound moved away to the end of the block and turned and faded and was gone. The room was still. The red and blue light went on sweeping the ceiling. Gideon lay on the floor and breathed and listened to the quiet fill up the space where the men had been. Below, the knock came again, harder this time, and the woman's voice patient and firm. "Hartley Police. We're not going away, folks. Someone in this house needs to come to the door." He got his knees under him. The ribs went white, and a sound came out of him that was not a word, and he knelt there on the floorboards with his forehead against the wood, and his breath coming in short, ragged pulls, and he waited for the white to fade. It faded to gray. He rocked back on his heels and got his feet under him and pushed up with his legs and stood. The room swung around him, and the floor tilted, and he caught himself against the doorframe with his shoulder, and the impact lit his ribs again, and he waited again. He went down the stairs, one at a time. His shoulder against the wall, his feet careful on each step, his bound hands behind him. The hallway at the bottom was dim. The red and blue light came through the glass panel beside the front door, and lay in long colored bars across the clean floor. He could see the shape of a woman through the frosted glass, and the shapes of 2 officers behind her. He turned his back to the door, and found the knob with his dead fingers and worked it. The lock turned. He pulled the door inward and stepped aside. The woman on the porch was tall and broad-shouldered, and she wore a khaki uniform with a silver star pinned above the breast pocket. Her skin was dark, and her hair was pulled back tight under a department cap, and she had wide-set brown eyes that took in everything at once: his face, his bound hands, the blood on his shirt, the blood on his jeans, the way he was standing with all his weight on his right leg because his left side would not hold him straight. "Good Lord," she said. She said it softly, almost to herself. Then her voice went sharp. "Davis, get in here and cut this man loose. Murphy, clear the house, every room, top to bottom. Go." The 2 officers came through the door fast. The younger one, Davis, had a folding knife out before he reached Gideon, and he took Gideon's wrists gently in his hands and cut the zip tie, and the pressure released, and Gideon felt the blood rush back into his fingers in a wave of pins and needles so fierce he nearly went down. Davis caught him by the arm. "Easy, sir. I've got you. You want to sit down?" "I'm all right," Gideon said. The words came out thick through his split lips. "You are a long way from all right," the sheriff said. She stepped inside and looked at him in the hallway light, and her jaw tightened. The cut on his face was still bleeding. The blood had run down his neck and soaked the collar of his shirt and kept going. "What happened to you?" "I had some trouble tonight." "I can see that. Who did this to you?" "It was a personal matter, Sheriff. I don't want to make a complaint." She looked at him. She looked at him for a long time. Her brown eyes moved across his face, across the damage, and then settled on his eyes, the one that was open, and stayed there. Her jaw tightened. Her lips pressed together. "This is a clean town, Mr. Job. You understand me? This is an honest town. It is not Black Ridge. We don't have the kind of trouble here that they have up there, and we don't want it. Whatever followed you down from that county, I need it to turn around and go back." "Yes, ma'am. I'll be moving on in a few hours. You won't see me again." She held his eyes. He held hers. "That would be wise, sir," she said. She turned toward the stairs where Murphy's flashlight beam was sweeping through the rooms above. "Murphy, what have you got up there?" "Blood on the floor in the back bedroom, Sheriff. A lot of it. Nobody else in the house. Whoever did this went out the back." The sheriff looked at Gideon. Her face said everything her mouth did not. She shook her head once, slowly. "You need an ambulance." "No, ma'am. That's not a request. You need medical attention." "I appreciate your concern, Sheriff. I've had worse than this, and I took care of it myself. I'll be all right." She studied him a moment. Then she let it go, but the way she let it go, the slight shake of her head, the tightening around her mouth, told him she thought he was a fool and was choosing not to say so. "Is there anything else I can do for you tonight, Mr. Job?" "One thing," he said. "If you don't mind my asking. Who called this in?" She frowned slightly. "Sir. The person who reported the disturbance. I'd like to know who it was." She hesitated. He could see her weighing it. The policy against it. The man standing in front of her bleeding through his shirt and asking for a name with the same quiet courtesy he might have used to ask for directions to the post office. "A woman named Hadley," the sheriff said. "Mrs. Hadley. She lives right across the street, 2 houses down. She says she knows you slightly. Says you've used the library where she works. She heard sounds coming from this house that suggested someone was being hurt. She was concerned for your well-being." Gideon stood in the hallway with his arms at his sides, and the blood running down his face, and the pins and needles still burning in his fingers, and he thought of Mrs. Hadley in her reading room at the Pell House, the afternoon light coming through the tall windows and lying in bars across the floorboards, and the way she had set the meditations in his hands, and said that she liked a man who read slowly. A woman who heard a stranger being beaten in the dark across the street, and did not pull the curtain and turn away. A woman who picked up the telephone. "Thank you, Sheriff," he said. She nodded. She looked at him one more time, the cut, the eye, the blood, the way he stood, and whatever she was thinking, she kept it behind her teeth. She gathered her officers with a look, and they went out through the front door into the red and blue light, and Gideon heard their boots on the porch steps, and their voices in the yard, low and professional. And then the car doors and the engines and the lights went dark and the street was quiet. He closed the door. He stood in the hallway in the dark, and leaned his forehead against the cool wood of the door and closed his eye and breathed. The pain was everywhere now. It was in his ribs and his kidneys and his face and his arms and the back of his skull, and it had settled into a single sustained note that filled his whole body and did not let up. He stood there against the door and let it come. He let it be what it was. After a while, it was not worse and not better, and he understood that this was what it was going to be for a while, and he pushed off the door and went into the kitchen. The kitchen was dark and neat. The street light from the window fell across the counter and lit the dish rack and the mug hanging on the hook above it. The mug Susan had used, the mug she had washed and dried and hung back on the rack the night before, the last thing her hands had touched in this house before she went upstairs and undressed for him, and lay down beside him and waited for him to fall asleep so she could go down and open the door for the men who would beat him half to death on the floor of the room where she had told him he was the good guy. The mug was clean and dry and hanging on its hook, and the street light made it glow like a small pale lantern in the dark kitchen. He took the mug off the hook. He turned on the tap and filled it and brought it to his mouth and drank. The water hit his split lips and the cut inside his mouth, and the pain was sharp and bright and new, different from the deep ache in his ribs, and the water that ran off his chin and into the sink was pink. He drank again. The water was cold and clean, and it tasted of copper and blood, and he drank it anyway because his body needed it. He filled the mug again and held it up to the light from the window and looked at it. The water was faintly pink. He drank it, He went to the bathroom. He stood over the toilet and urinated, and the urine was dark and red, and the sight of it told him what Marsh's boots had done to his kidneys. He flushed and washed his hands and looked at himself in the mirror over the sink. The man in the mirror looked like something that had been dragged behind a truck. There was blood in his hair from the back of his head, dried now and black and matted. The cut across his left shoulder had bled through his shirt, and the blood had soaked down the sleeve and dried stiff. He looked at the man in the mirror, and the man looked back at him, and neither of them looked away. He went back into the hallway, and sat down in the straight-back chair by the telephone table. He sat there in the dark with his hands on his knees and his eyes open, and he did not sleep. The pain held him where he was. The night held him. The house was quiet around him, and the street outside was quiet, and the town was quiet, and he sat in the chair, and breathed his careful shallow breaths and watched the dark outside the window go slowly from black to gray. He thought about Brianna in the upstairs bedroom of the Whitman house. He thought about Kayla driving to Indianapolis for the hearing that would begin in a few hours. He thought about Haggerty, who was dead. He thought about Letty in the hospital in Clarksburg with the broken arm they had given her. He thought about Hector and Maria, standing in their bathrobes on the front lawn of Sycamore Street watching their house burn. He thought about Marsh, leaning over him with the blade, and the bright hardness in his eyes and the pleasure he took in the work. He thought about Susan in the doorway of this room a few hours ago, her face white, her voice breaking, telling him she was sorry while the men she had let in stood behind her with their guns. He held all of it. He turned it over in his mind the way a man turns a stone in his hand, feeling the weight and the shape and the edges of it. He held it, and he did not let it go. The gray in the window turned to pale blue. A bird started up somewhere outside. Then another. The street light on the corner clicked off. A truck passed on Front Street, its engine low and steady, heading somewhere early. Morning. He stood up from the chair. The ribs screamed at him, and his left side locked up, and he had to stand there bent over with his hand on the telephone table until it eased enough to let him straighten. He straightened. He walked to the front door and opened it, and stepped out onto the porch, and the morning air hit his face cool and clean, and smelling of damp grass and the first warmth of the sun on the pavement. Granger Pharmacy was on the corner 2 blocks down. The same corner where he had caught the bus to Black Ridge a lifetime ago. The sign over the door had been painted in the 1950s and touched up 2 or 3 times since. The wooden bench was still out front with its bus schedule placard wired to the arm. The door was unlocked. The bell over it jingled. The pharmacist was the same man, the half glasses, the button-down shirt, the white coat. He was sorting stock behind the counter. He looked up over his glasses, and whatever he saw in Gideon's face stopped his hands where they were. "Good Lord, son. What happened to you?" "I need some supplies," Gideon said. "Antiseptic wash. Triple antibiotic ointment. Butterfly closures. Medical tape. An ace bandage. Gauze pads. Aspirin." The pharmacist looked at him over the half glasses for a long moment. Then he set the stock down and came around the counter and pulled the items one by one from the shelves and set them on the counter without a word. When he had them all laid out, he looked at Gideon again. "You need a doctor, not a drugstore." "I appreciate that. There's a clinic on Elm that opens at 8. Dr. Farrell. She's good. She doesn't ask a lot of questions." "Thank you. I'll manage. Would you mind if I used the restroom in the back?" The pharmacist waved his hand toward the hallway past the soda counter. "Go ahead. Take your time." Gideon paid in cash. The pharmacist put the supplies in a white paper bag and held it out to him, and their hands touched briefly across the counter, and the pharmacist's eyes were kind and troubled, and he did not let go of the bag right away. "You take care of yourself," he said. He meant it. It was in his voice. "I will." Gideon took the bag and went down the short hallway past the soda counter to the restroom at the back. He locked the door and set the bag on the edge of the sink and took off his shirt. The blood had dried it to his skin in several places, and pulling it away reopened the cut across his shoulder, and the blood started again, fresh and warm, running down his chest. He ran the water hot and soaked a wad of gauze and cleaned the cuts. The shoulder first, a long shallow slash that ran from the top of the deltoid across to the collarbone. It was not deep, but it was ugly, and it needed closing. He dried it and pinched the edges together and laid the butterfly strips across it one at a time, pulling the skin taut, pressing each strip down until it held. Then the forearm, shorter, deeper, the edges of it white where the blade had gone through the skin into the fat underneath. He closed that one the same way. Then the face. He leaned close to the mirror and cleaned the cut on his cheekbone and closed it with 2 small butterfly strips and taped a gauze pad over it. He wound the ace bandage around his ribs, starting low and working up, pulling it tight enough that each wrap compressed the separated bones back toward where they belonged. The pain of it made his vision go dark at the edges, and he gripped the sink with both hands and waited and breathed. And when the dark pulled back, he wound it tighter and pinned it and pressed his hand flat against his left side and felt the bandage holding him together. He smeared the antibiotic ointment over every cut he could reach. He swallowed 4 aspirin dry. He put his shirt back on over the bandages and buttoned it and tucked it into his jeans and looked at himself in the mirror. The shirt was stiff with dried blood, and the gauze pad on his face was white and clean against the bruising around it, and his left eye was still swollen shut. He gathered the supplies into the paper bag and left the restroom and walked up the hallway past the soda counter and out the front door into the morning. The diner was 2 doors down. The screen door had the same tight spring, and it slapped shut behind him the same way it had the first time he had come through it. The inside smelled of coffee and bacon grease and lemon disinfectant, the same way it had then. The counter was the same. The stools were the same. The payphone was on the back wall by the corkboard, with its index cards for lawn mowing and a litter of kittens. He went to the payphone. He fed in his quarters and punched in the long-distance number from memory. It rang once. Wentworth. Send me Sheila. And Hamza. He hung up. He stood with his hand on the receiver a moment. The plastic was warm from his grip. He let it go. He turned and walked up the counter and took a stool near the register where he had a view of the payphone and the front door at the same time. The same stool he had sat in before. The counter was clean, and the coffee was fresh, and the morning light came through the front windows and lay in long warm bars across the tile floor. Doris came down the counter with a mug and the pot. She was wearing the same blue dress with the small white flowers, and the same clean white apron, and the yellow pencil was shoved through the loose bun at the back of her head the same way it had been the first time. She set the mug down in front of him and started to pour, and then she looked at his face and the pot stopped in the air. Her lips parted. Her eyes went wide, and then they went soft, and the softness had pain in it, the pain of a woman who had raised sons and buried a husband and waited tables in a small town for 30 years and had seen men come through her door in every kind of condition and did not like the condition of this one. "Oh, honey," she said. "What on earth happened to you? Had a rough night, Doris." "I can see that. Are you all right?" "No," he said. "But I will be." She set the pot down on the counter. She put her hands on her hips and looked at him the way a mother looks at a child who has come home from somewhere he should not have been. And her eyes were bright and her mouth was tight, and she shook her head slowly. "You look like you should be in a hospital." "I probably should," he said. "But I have something to take care of first." She shook her head again. She picked up the pot and poured his coffee and set it in front of him and looked at him one more time. "I hope the other guy looks worse than that," she said. She took the pot and went back down the counter to the old man reading the sports page. Gideon picked up the mug. The coffee was hot and strong, and it burned his split lips when he drank, and he drank it anyway. He set the mug down and looked at the space where Doris had been standing and said it quietly under his breath, to no one but himself and the empty air above the counter. "He will." Chapter 37. He walked out of the diner and stood on the sidewalk on Front Street with the morning light flat and gray on the brick storefronts and the taste of bad coffee still in his mouth. His ribs ached when he breathed. His jaw ached when he swallowed. The knuckles of his right hand were swollen and dark, and would not close all the way. The bandage on his left shoulder had bled through again, and the stain was visible at the collar of his shirt if anyone cared to look. The gas station on the corner had what he needed first: a prepaid phone, shrink-wrapped on a hook behind the register. $40. He peeled the plastic off in the parking lot, and powered it on, and waited for the signal bars to come up, and slipped it into his back pocket. Pell's Hardware was 3 doors down. He pushed through the front door, and the bell above it jingled, and the smell of the place came at him: machine oil and sawdust and the dry mineral scent of concrete mix stacked along the far wall. The man behind the counter was tall and thin, with wire-rimmed glasses and a canvas apron worn soft at the pockets. He had the hands of a man who had spent 40 years selling hardware to farmers and knew better than to ask questions that were none of his business. He looked up from a parts catalog spread open on the counter. "Help you? Warren sent me. I need a car." Pell looked at him over the wire rims. His eyes moved across the swollen jaw, and the bloody shoulder, and the way Gideon was standing with his weight shifted to favor his left side, and whatever conclusions he drew from all of that he kept behind his face. "Got a couple out back." He came around the counter and led Gideon through the stockroom, and out a side door into a gravel lot where 4 vehicles sat nose-in against a chain-link fence. A Ford pickup with rust along the wheel wells. A Buick sedan with a cracked windshield. A gray Dodge that looked like it had hauled feed and fence posts for the better part of a decade. A tan Chevrolet sedan with nothing remarkable about it in any direction. "The Chevy's your best bet," Pell said. "New battery last month. Tires'll get you where you're going. Engine sound." "How much?" Pell named a price. Gideon counted out the cash and added $200 on top and put it on the hood of the Chevy. Pell picked it up and folded it once and slipped it into the pocket of his apron without counting the extra. "Keys are in it." "Thank you." "Don't mention it." Pell said it the way a man says it when he means it literally. He got in the Chevy and turned the key, and the engine caught clean and settled into a quiet idle. He adjusted the mirrors and the seat, and pulled out of the gravel lot and turned south on Front Street toward the county road that ran to the interstate. The fields opened up on both sides. Corn stubble and bare earth, and the occasional farmhouse set back behind a windbreak of cottonwoods. The sky was low and gray, and the light had no edges in it. He drove with both hands on the wheel, and his left shoulder pulling tight under the bandage with every small correction of the steering. He took the burner from his back pocket and dialed Kayla's number from memory. She answered on the second ring. Her voice was sharp and clear and already working. "Who is this?" "It's Gideon." A pause. He heard her register the unfamiliar number and file it away. "I'm on a burner," he said. "Listen to me carefully. Where are you right now?" "My apartment." "I'm preparing for the hearing." "Why?" "Get out of the apartment and go to a hotel. The biggest one in town, good security, a real lobby with staff and cameras. Check in, tip the desk clerk, and tell him you need security posted outside your room. Make up a story, stalker, custody dispute, anything, but make sure they put a person in the hallway. Not a camera. A person." "Gideon, what's going on?" "I'll be there in 3 hours. Maybe a little less." "Are you sure about this? Are you sure your federal case is going to hurt Whitman? If the judge rules the way I think he will, it'll ruin him. His accounts frozen, his property under federal supervision, criminal referrals to the U.S. attorney. Everything. And if you don't appear in court tomorrow." She was quiet a moment. He heard her set something down on a hard surface. A coffee cup, maybe. A pen. Then nothing happens. The motion sits. The judge can't rule without oral argument. Bancroft's team files for dismissal, and the whole thing starts to unravel. There you go. She let out a breath. A short one. "Okay. I'll get packing." He hung up. He drove. The interstate came up, and he merged south and settled into the right lane and held the speed at the limit. The tan Chevy was invisible in the flow of traffic, one more anonymous sedan among 1,000 others doing nothing to draw the eye. His ribs settled into a dull, steady throb that he could manage as long as he did not take a deep breath or turn his torso too far to either side. The burner rang half an hour later. "It's Kayla." "Go ahead." "I'm at the Conrad, downtown on Washington Street. Room 1412. 14th floor. I told the night manager I had an ex-boyfriend who's been making threats and I needed someone on the floor. He was decent about it. They're sending a security officer up." "Good. I should be there by 7 at the latest." "Should I tell security that you'll be coming?" "No. Tell them you're not expecting anyone. Nobody is to be allowed into your room. Not room service, not housekeeping, not anybody. If someone knocks on that door who isn't me, don't open it." "Understood. Keep this phone on." He hung up and set the phone on the seat and drove. The sky began to lighten in his mirrors. The black went to a dark gray, and then to a pale gray, and the fields on both sides of the interstate emerged out of the dark, flat and green and wet with dew, the fencerows standing up sharp against the coming light. The trucks thinned out as the early commuter traffic thickened, and the interstate widened from 2 lanes to 4, and the first signs for Indianapolis came up on the right shoulder. He took the exit for downtown. The streets narrowed, and the buildings went from 1 story to 4 to 10 to 30, and the traffic thickened around him and the city closed in on all sides. The sky was the color of old pewter, and the streetlights were still on, clicking off one by one as the dawn caught up with them. He found the Conrad on Washington Street. A tall building with a stone facade, and a covered entrance, and a line of black cars beginning to gather at the valet stand for the early business crowd. He did not pull into the valet line. He drove past the front entrance and turned down the side street and circled the block. The delivery entrance was on the north side, off an alley that ran behind the building. A loading dock with a roll-up door and a regular door beside it. The roll-up was down, but the regular door was propped open with a rubber wedge. A man in kitchen whites was unloading a produce delivery from a box truck backed up to the dock, carrying crates in through the door 2 at a time. Gideon parked on the street a block east. He killed the engine and sat. He looked at the building. He looked at the alley. He looked at the streets around it, the intersections, the sightlines, the parking structure across the way, the foot traffic just starting to move along the sidewalks in the early light. He thought about the kind of man Whitman would send to do this work. Not Marsh. Not the men from the boarding house. Those were enforcers. Blunt instruments. A job like this, a lawyer in a hotel room, hours before a federal hearing, required something else. Someone who could walk through a lobby without being remembered. Someone who could find a room and get inside it and do what needed doing and walk back out and be gone before anyone knew what had happened. The front entrance was a bottleneck. Valet, doorman, desk staff, cameras, guests coming and going. Too many eyes. The loading dock was the way in. Kitchen, service corridors, freight elevator. The staff came and went through that door all morning, and nobody checked badges and nobody asked questions because the produce man had his hands full, and the breakfast rush was starting, and nobody had time to stop and verify every face that came through. He got out of the car. He crossed the street and walked to the alley. The produce man was inside with his crates. The dock door was still propped open. The smell of grease and bread and industrial soap came out of it. He stepped up onto the dock and went through. The kitchen was large and bright and already working. Stainless steel counters, a bank of ovens along the back wall, the clatter of sheet pans and the hiss of burners firing up for the breakfast service. He walked through it the way a man walks through a kitchen he belongs in, not fast, not slow, eyes forward, shoulders square. Nobody looked at him. Nobody spoke to him. A cook pulling a rack of pastries from a proving oven glanced up and looked back down. The service corridor beyond the kitchen was gray and quiet. Gray walls, gray floor, fluorescent lights, a fire extinguisher on a bracket. The service elevator was at the end. He pressed the call button and waited. The doors opened. He stepped in and pressed 14. The elevator rose. The car smelled of cleaning products and the faint staleness of laundry carts. It stopped at 14 and the doors opened. He stood inside and listened. The corridor was carpeted and quiet. The service elevator opened onto the back of the floor, near the ice machine alcove and the housekeeping closet. 20 feet ahead, the corridor turned left toward the guest rooms. He could hear the low hum of the ice machine and nothing else. He stepped out. He moved to the corner and looked down the main corridor. It ran the length of the building, doors on both sides, the carpet a deep burgundy with a gold pattern, the sconces on the walls giving off a warm low light. At the far end, where the main corridor met the elevator lobby, a man sat in a straight-back chair. He wore a dark blazer with the hotel's crest on the breast pocket, and he was looking at his phone. His back was to Gideon. He was watching the public elevators. He was not watching the service elevator. He was not watching the corridor behind him. Gideon looked at the man for a long moment. Then he said something under his breath that was not a compliment. He walked down the corridor to 1412. He took out the burner and called Kayla. "I'm at the door." The deadbolt turned. The chain rattled. The door opened, and Kayla stood in the gap with her hand on the edge of the door, and her dark eyes taking him in from head to boots, the swollen jaw, the bandaged shoulder visible under the collar of his shirt, the dark knuckles, the careful way he held himself, the way he was breathing shallow on one side. Her face did not change. She stepped back and let him in, and shut the door behind him and put the deadbolt and the chain back on. Then she turned and looked at him. "Sit down," she said. "I'm fine." "You are not fine. Sit down." He did not sit down. He went to the window and looked out at the street 14 floors below, and then he pulled the curtains shut. He checked the bathroom. He checked the closet. He checked the connecting door to the adjacent room, and made sure it was bolted from this side. "The security guard," Kayla said. "He's watching the public elevators. His back is to the service corridor. You came up the service elevator, through the kitchen and the loading dock." She stood in the middle of the room and looked at him, and he could see her running the calculation. The guard facing the wrong way, the service elevator unmonitored, the kitchen door propped open, the entire back of the building wide open to anyone who walked through with enough confidence to not be questioned. "I could have been anyone," Gideon said. "Yes. Do you have a gun?" She made a face. It was the face of a woman who had spent her career in courtrooms and law libraries and had never held a weapon and did not intend to start. "I hate guns. I hate them too. I also hate getting poked, but I'd rather take a shot of medicine when I need one than die of something preventable." He reached behind his back and brought out the pistol he had taken off the man at the boarding house. He cleared the chamber and checked the magazine and set it on the table between them. Semi-automatic. 9mm. 15 rounds in the magazine. You hold it with both hands. You wrap your right hand around the grip and your left hand around your right. You pull the slide back once to chamber around. You aim at the center of the chest, because the chest is the biggest target. You pull the trigger, and it fires, and you pull it again, and it fires again. You don't stop pulling the trigger until the person in front of you is on the ground. Kayla looked at the gun on the table. She looked at Gideon. "I can't take that into court." "You won't need it in court. You need it to make sure you stay alive long enough to get to court." She picked it up. She held it the way he had described, both hands around the grip, her thumbs stacked, the muzzle pointed at the floor. He reached over and adjusted her left hand and moved her index finger off the trigger guard and onto the frame. "Finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot. Always." She nodded. She raised the gun and aimed it at the closet door and lowered it again. She did it 3 more times. Her hands were steady enough for someone who hated guns. "If someone comes through that door who isn't me, you aim at the chest and you pull the trigger. Don't think about it. Don't hesitate. Don't ask who they are. She set the gun on the nightstand beside the bed. "All right. Go back to bed. Get a couple of hours. You've got a hearing in the morning, and you need to be sharp." She looked at him again. Her eyes moved across his face, the swollen jaw and the cut above his ear and the bruising that had gone from red to a deep plum under the skin. "Gideon, are you sure you're okay?" "I will be once this is done." She held his eyes a moment longer. Then she went into the bedroom. "Shut the door," he said. She reached out and pulled the bedroom door closed. The latch clicked. Gideon took the straight-backed chair from the writing desk and carried it to the center of the sitting room and set it down facing the front door. He sat in it. He took the second pistol from his waistband, the one he had not given her, and laid it across his thigh with his hand around the grip and his finger along the frame. The room was quiet. The curtains were drawn. The deadbolt was thrown, and the chain was on and the connecting door was bolted. The only light came from the thin line under the bathroom door where he had left the light on, so he could see the room without backlighting himself against a lamp. He sat in the chair and faced the door and waited. Chapter 38. At 8:15, Gideon stood up from the chair and rolled his neck and worked the stiffness out of his shoulders. The room was still dim behind the drawn curtains. He went to the bedroom door and knocked twice. "It's time." The door opened immediately. Kayla was already in the charcoal suit, her hair pulled back tight at the jaw, the briefcase in her left hand. "What do I do with this?" she said, and held up the gun. "Keep it. Put it in your bag. When we get to the courthouse, you give it back to me." She put it in her handbag and closed the clasp. "How do we do this?" she asked. "I've got a car parked a block east. We drive to the courthouse. I walk you in. I sit outside the courtroom until you're done." She picked up her coat from the back of the sofa and put it on and picked up the briefcase and checked it one more time and closed it. Gideon went to the door and put his eye to the peephole. The corridor stretched away toward the elevator lobby at the far end. The sconces threw warm pools of light on the wallpaper. The security guard was in his chair, the dark blazer with the hotel crest, his head tilted slightly forward. Gideon opened the door and stepped out. He turned to say something to Kayla and stopped. The security guard's right hand was hanging off the arm of the chair. The cuff of his white shirt was dark. The dark was wet, and it was not coffee. "Lock the door," Gideon said. "Deadbolt and chain. Call 911. Gideon. Now." He pulled the door shut. He heard the deadbolt turn and the chain slide home. He drew the pistol from his waistband. A man stepped out of the elevator lobby. He came around the corner into the corridor with a suppressed pistol held low against his thigh. Average height, average build, dark sport coat over a white shirt with no tie, brown hair cut short and neat. His eyes found Gideon and the gun, and they were the color of weak tea with flecks of gold in them. The man raised the suppressed pistol and fired. The round hit the doorframe of 1412. Splinters of wood and paint sprayed across the side of Gideon's face. He was already moving, throwing himself sideways into the recessed doorway of the room across the hall. He pressed himself into the shallow alcove and brought the pistol up and fired twice down the corridor. The man had moved the instant he fired, stepping into an alcove on his own side. The suppressed pistol coughed twice more. Both rounds chewed into the doorframe Gideon was pressed against at chest height. The suppressor made the shots no louder than a book dropped on a hard floor. Gideon's pistol had no suppressor. His return shots had been loud enough to wake the floor. He leaned out and fired once to keep the man pinned and pulled back. He had not had time to aim. A door opened behind him. The click of a latch, the scrape of the weather seal, a voice starting to say something. A man in his 60s in a white hotel robe, stepping out to see what the noise was. "Get back inside," Gideon said. "Close the door." The man saw the gun, and the door slammed shut. The fire extinguisher was on the wall between his alcove and the next doorway down. A red cylinder on a steel bracket. He reached out and grabbed it off the bracket and pulled the pin and swung out of the alcove and squeezed the handle. A thick white cloud of chemical powder blasted down the corridor, filling the space from wall to wall. He could not see through it. The man could not see through it. The suppressed pistol fired twice through the cloud. Both rounds went past Gideon on his right side. The man was shooting at where Gideon had been. Gideon dropped the extinguisher and fired 3 times into the cloud at the muzzle flashes, working the trigger fast. A grunt. Short and hard. Then footsteps fast, moving away. Toward the stairwell. Gideon went after him. He came through the dissipating cloud with the pistol up. The corridor was empty. The stairwell door was swinging shut. A bright red smear on the push bar. He hit the door and went through. Concrete and steel. Footsteps hammering down the stairs below, fast, 2 at a time. Gideon took the stairs after him. His ribs screamed with every step. He kept the pistol up and took the turns tight against the railing. He came around the landing between 12 and 11 and caught a glimpse below, 1 flight down, left hand on the railing, right hand pressed against his side. Fast. Bleeding and fast. Gideon fired down the stairwell. The round hit the railing and sparked off into concrete. The man did not flinch. He rounded the landing and kept going. 11. 10. 9. 8. The footsteps below stayed the same distance ahead. 7. A door banged open. Gideon came around the landing on 7, and the fire door was swinging shut. He caught it and stepped through. A service corridor opened onto a wide carpeted hallway. Beyond it, voices, hundreds of them. The clatter of coffee cups, the scrape of chairs, the amplified drone of a speaker at a podium. Through the open double doors of a banquet hall, Gideon could see the crowd. Men and women in business attire, name badges on lanyards, conference tote bags. 400 people, maybe 500, filling the room and spilling into the corridor. He looked for the dark sport coat. He looked for a man holding his side, moving fast. He saw 200 dark sport coats. He saw brown hair on every 3rd head. Gone. He stood at the edge of the corridor with the gun in his hand. He could not fire into a crowd. He could not search 500 faces. He could not stand here with a pistol in a hotel full of people. He put the gun in his waistband and pulled his shirt over it and went back through the fire door. He climbed. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. He came out on 14 and walked past the dead security guard and the white dust still hanging in the air and the holes in the wallpaper and took out the burner. Open the door. We're leaving now. The deadbolt turned. The chain rattled. She opened the door and looked at his face, and whatever she saw there stopped the question before it formed. Get your briefcase. We're taking the stairs. They went down 14 flights. Gideon went first with the pistol in his right hand. Kayla came behind him with the briefcase and her handbag, and her heels clicking on the concrete. She did not ask a single question. They came out on the ground floor, through a service exit into the alley behind the building. Gideon led her east along the alley and around the corner to the street where the tan Chevy was parked. He opened the passenger door for her, and she got in. He got in behind the wheel and started the engine and pulled into traffic. "Give me the gun," he said. She opened her handbag and passed the pistol to him. He slipped it into his waistband beside the other one. Neither of them spoke. He drove south on Meridian and turned east on Ohio Street. The courthouse was 2 blocks ahead, a stone building with columns and wide steps and a line of people going through the security entrance. He found a spot on the street, half a block from the steps. He killed the engine. "I'm coming in with you," he said. "I'll be right outside the courtroom." He left both pistols under the driver's seat. They went through security together. The metal detector beeped on his belt buckle, and the marshal waved him through after a pat-down. Kayla walked through clean. They took the elevator to the 4th floor, and she led him down a marble corridor to a set of double doors with a brass plate that read Courtroom 4B, the Honorable Richard J. Carver. A wooden bench sat against the wall opposite the doors. "I'll be right here," Gideon said. She looked at him. She did not say anything. She straightened her jacket and picked up the briefcase and pushed through the doors and was gone. Gideon sat on the bench. The marble corridor was cool and quiet. Footsteps echoed from somewhere deeper in the building. A clerk walked past with a stack of files. A lawyer came out of a courtroom further down the hall and stood in the corridor talking into his phone in a low voice. He sat with his hands on his knees and his back against the wall and waited. She came out 40 minutes later. She pushed through the double doors and stopped. She stood there in the corridor with the briefcase in her hand, and she was breathing the way a person breathes when they have been holding something tight for a long time and have just let it go. She walked to the bench and sat down beside him. "Tell me," he said. Carver granted the motion. "He's opening a full federal investigation. He's assigning examiners to go through the Heritage Carbon Sink accounts and the Delaware LLCs and the family trust. All of it. Every dollar. The evictions? Emergency injunction. Everything Bancroft's firm filed is frozen pending the investigation. They can't move on any of it." She set the briefcase down between her feet. Stroud was there. He sat through the whole thing. Carver asked if defense counsel wished to respond, and Stroud stood up and told the court that Bancroft, Crowe, Shively, and Dunn had no prior knowledge of their client's activities beyond the scope of their legal representation. Carver looked at him for a long time, and then told him he was going to review the firm's conduct for possible sanctions, up to and including referral to the state bar for disciplinary proceedings. She looked at her hands. Stroud sat down and didn't say another word. "So it's not over." "It's not over. The investigation will take months. The account freezes have to work through the banking system. The injunctions are temporary until the full case is heard. Nothing disappears overnight." She paused. "But Bancroft's firm is done with Whitman. After what Carver said in that courtroom, they'll spend every hour from now until the bar review trying to prove they didn't know what their client was doing. They're not going to fight for him anymore. They're going to be fighting for themselves. And without the firm? Without the firm, Whitman has no one to execute the evictions, no one to file the motions, no one to run the corporate structure. He'd have to find new counsel willing to take on a client who's under federal investigation for fraud and racketeering. In this state, after today, that's not a long list." Gideon sat on the bench with his back against the cool marble wall and looked at the double doors of Courtroom 4B. "Good," he said. Chapter 39. Let me know. He put the burner phone in his jacket pocket and pulled the tan Chevy to the curb outside the terminal at Indianapolis International. The engine idled. The midday traffic moved past behind him in a steady wash of taxis and shuttle buses and rental car returns. Kayla opened the passenger door and got out with her briefcase in one hand and her coat over her arm. She closed the door, and then she turned and leaned down and looked at him through the window. "Are you going to be all right?" she said. "I'll be fine. Or I won't. Either way, I need to finish this thing." She shook her head. "I don't know how you live this life. Why you live this kind of life. But you do a lot of good for a lot of people, and I respect that. It's why I work for you." She paused. "Personally, I think it makes you some kind of saint. Or a knight in shining armor." He snorted. The laugh came up behind the snort and caught his ribs before he could stop it, and the pain went through him like a blade, and he gripped the steering wheel and held his breath until it passed. His eyes watered. He blinked them clear. "I'm no hero," he said. "I'm just the opposite of whatever it is that men like Whitman are." Kayla smiled. It was a sad smile, and it stayed on her face only a moment. That's exactly the kind of thing a real hero would say. She straightened up and walked through the automatic doors and was gone. He was reaching for the gear shift when the burner buzzed in his pocket. He took it out. Wentworth's number on the screen. They've just landed. Hangar 17. He hung up. He put the Chevy in gear and pulled away from the curb and followed the signs around the terminal toward the west side of the field, past the commercial gates and the cargo terminals and the long-term parking structures, until the signs changed from airline logos to smaller placards for charter services and private aviation. A chain-link fence ran along the access road with a gate at the end and a guard booth beside it. He pulled up to the booth and told the man he was picking up a party at Hangar 17. The man checked a clipboard, found what he was looking for, and waved him through. He drove along the taxiway road, past a row of low hangars with their doors open to the afternoon sun. Small planes sat inside them, and outside them on the apron, Cessnas and Pipers and a couple of turboprops with their cowlings open for maintenance. A fuel truck was parked at the far end. The windsock on the pole above the last hangar was pointing southeast and barely moving. Hangar 17 was at the end of the row. A white Gulfstream was parked on the apron in front of it, with its door closed and its engines dark. The ground crew was already pulling chocks. He parked the Chevy and killed the engine and waited. After a few minutes, the gate beside the hangar office opened and two people walked out. The man was tall and broad through the chest and shoulders, and he moved with the unhurried gait of someone who had never once in his life needed to rush toward anything. He had long dark hair that hung loose past his collar, and a thick dark beard and skin the color of oiled teak, the kind of coloring that could have been Middle Eastern or South Asian or some mix of both. He carried a black duffel bag in one hand, and a heavy pack on his back, and his eyes were dark and still, and looked like they could put holes through plate steel. He did not smile. He did not look around. He walked straight for the Chevy, as if he had known exactly where it would be parked before he came through the gate. The woman beside him was average height and lean and tightly muscled. She had long blonde hair that hung to her shoulder on the left side, and on the right the temple was shaved close to the skin. Her skin was fair, her features unremarkable in the way that a blade in a sheath is unremarkable. You would not look twice at her on the street. And that was the point, and if you were the kind of person who needed to look twice at her, it was already too late. She carried a duffel in her right hand, and a backpack on one shoulder, and she walked with the same economy Kayla walked with. Except that what Kayla carried in her briefcase, this woman carried in her hands and her hips and the quiet set of her shoulders. They were both wearing dark work clothes. No logos. No insignia. Nothing that would catch the eye or stay in the memory. Gideon got out of the car. He did not say anything. They did not say anything. Hamza put his duffel in the trunk and his pack on top of it and got in the back seat behind the passenger side. Sheila put her duffel beside his and her pack beside his and closed the trunk and got in the front passenger seat and pulled the door shut. Gideon got behind the wheel and started the engine and pulled out of the lot and back through the gate and onto the access road. He followed the signs to I-465 and took it north to the I-65 interchange and merged north toward Lafayette and the flat country beyond it. The city fell away behind them. The buildings went from 30 stories to 10 to 4 to 1. And then the buildings stopped and the fields opened up on both sides of the interstate, green and flat, and running to the horizon under a sky that had gone from blue to a pale white haze in the afternoon heat. Nobody spoke. The miles went by. The interstate ran straight and flat, and the Chevy held the right lane at the speed limit, and the other traffic passed them or fell behind, and none of it mattered. The exit signs came and went. Whitestown, Lebanon, Thorntown. The names of small Indiana towns that sat a few miles off the highway and did their business and went to sleep at night without knowing or caring what was happening on the road that ran past them. Sheila broke the silence somewhere past Lebanon. What are we looking at? Gideon kept his eyes on the road. He started with the property. He laid out the Whitman compound, the location on the ridge north of Black Ridge, the acreage, the main house, the position of the new barn they were building to replace the one he had destroyed, the gate and the access road, and the tree line on the east side and the fields to the south and west. He described the house itself, stone and timber, 2 stories, ground floor windows, side door on the east alcove, kitchen entrance at the back, main stairs in the front hall, back stairs from the kitchen to the second floor. The study on the ground floor, where Whitman sat. The upstairs corridor where the girls were kept, in a room at the far end behind a heavy door. Security, Sheila said. Marsh runs it. He's Whitman's fixer. Ex-military, competent, been with the family a long time. I killed most of his first crew the first time I went in. After that, Whitman brought in an outside detail through a contractor named Krieger. I don't have a confirmed head count, but a source says there are at least 30 there now. Weapons. Carbines. Sidearms. Shotguns. The ordnance I found in the barn is gone. It went up with the building. Whatever they've restocked since then, I don't know. And the town. Gideon told them about Black Ridge. He told her about the people. Letty in the hospital with a broken hip, Haggerty dead, Tomas's fields destroyed, the Delgados, Sam, the families in the trailers on Tomas's land. He told her about Dickie the sheriff, who had been on Whitman's payroll for 5 years and had driven him south to Hartley, and told him not to come back. He told her about Cesar Aguilar and the parallel power structure on the south end of town. He told her about Brianna, Letty's granddaughter, taken from the wholesome harvest in the upstairs room at the Whitman house, sedated. Sheila listened. She asked a question from time to time, short, specific, the kind of question that told him she was building a map in her head and needed a particular street filled in. How far from the gate to the house? How many windows on the second floor facing east? Whether the back stairs came up on the same side of the corridor as the girls' room or the opposite side. He answered each one. Hamza did not say a word. He sat behind the passenger seat with his hands on his knees and his dark eyes on the road ahead, and he listened to everything Gideon said. When Sheila fell silent at least, Gideon added, "There's also a man, name unknown. A specialist. Average build, average face, brown hair, gold-colored eyes. He came at Kayla and me this morning, at the hotel. I think I got him with one round, but I'm not sure. He'll probably be back at some point. Kayla's out, so he'll come after me," Sheila said. "That sounds like a you problem." "Sure," Gideon said. "As long as you don't get in his way, I'll handle him. Just giving you a heads up." Somewhere past Thorntown, Gideon coughed. It started small, and it caught in his ribs, and he could not stop it, and it doubled him over the steering wheel. The Chevy drifted toward the center line, and he hauled it back with one hand and pressed the other against his side, and the cough kept coming, and each one drove a spike through the separated bones on his left side, until his vision went gray at the edges and his foot eased off the gas. Sheila looked at him. She looked at the gauze pad on his cheekbone, and the way his hand was pressed against his ribs, and the sweat that had broken out across his forehead, and the color that had drained out of his face. "Pull over," she said. He pulled the Chevy onto the shoulder. The gravel crunched under the tires, and the car came to a stop, and he sat there gripping the wheel with both hands, breathing shallow, waiting for the ribs to settle. Sheila got out. She walked around the front of the car, to the driver's side, and opened his door. "Get out." He got out. She got in behind the wheel, and adjusted the seat and the mirrors and put the car in gear. He walked around to the rear passenger door, and opened it and got in beside Hamza. She was already pulling back onto the interstate before he had the door closed. The Chevy surged forward, and the speedometer climbed past 70 and kept going, and the flat green fields began to blur past the windows. She looked at her phone on the seat beside her. She picked it up and tapped the screen 3 times without taking her eyes off the road for more than a glance, driving with one hand at a speed that would have put most people into the median. "ETA 1 hour and 49 minutes, she said. "Don't get a ticket. Why don't you shut the heck up and grab some sleep? You look like you haven't slept in a week." "I'll sleep when the job's done." He leaned his head back against the seat. The vibration of the road came up through the frame and through the cushion and into the base of his skull, and his ribs found a position that did not hurt as much as the others, and his breathing evened out. The fields ran past the window in a long green wash. Hamza was still and quiet beside him. Sheila drove with both hands on the wheel now, and the speedometer sat at 90, and the road was straight and flat and empty ahead of them. He closed his eyes. He was not going to sleep, even though the two people with him right now were probably the only people in whose company he could sleep. Anyone who could get through them, either one of them, was not someone he could stop alone. Anyone who could get through both of them was not someone anyone could stop. But he still would not sleep. He had things to think about and plans to make, and a house on a ridge to walk into one more time. He was not going to sleep until the job was done, and Brianna was out of that room, and Marsh was in the ground, and Henry Whitman was sitting alone in his study with the full weight of everything he had built falling down around him. He was not going to sleep. He fell asleep 30 seconds later and slept all the way to Black Ridge. Chapter 40. He woke to birdsong and green light and the smell of earth and leaves, and for a moment he did not know where he was. The Chevy was parked in shade. The windows were down, and the air that came through them was warm and still and carried the sound of water moving somewhere nearby, a thin, steady sound under the birdsong. The engine was off. The keys were not in the ignition. The front seats were empty. He sat up in the back seat, and the ribs told him everything he needed to know about the last 48 hours. He pressed his hand against his left side and breathed through it and waited until the worst of it passed, and then he opened the door and got out. The car was pulled off a dirt track into a clearing under a stand of oaks and maples. The canopy was thick overhead, and the light came through it in coins and bars that shifted when the wind moved the branches. The ground was soft with last year's leaves, and the air smelled of loam and creek water and the faint warm rot of fallen timber. Hamza was 20 yards away, at the edge of the clearing. He had his back to the car, and his right arm came forward in a smooth, unhurried motion, and something left his hand and crossed the distance to a thick-trunked oak and hit the bark with a sound like a hatchet-splitting kindling. He walked to the tree and pulled the knife out and walked back to his spot and did it again. The motion was the same each time: the weight shift, the arm, the release, the sound. He did not look at the target when the knife left his hand. He did not need to. Sheila was sitting on the ground, with her back against the front wheel of the Chevy on the passenger side. She had a piece of dark cloth spread on her lap, and 2 pistols laid out on it and a third in her hands. She was running a cleaning rod through the barrel with short, precise strokes, her fingers dark with oil, a strip of beef jerky clenched between her teeth. She worked the rod and chewed the jerky at the same time, and neither activity seemed to require much of her attention. "Where are we?" Gideon said. She pulled the jerky out of her mouth and tore off the piece she had been chewing and swallowed it. "About 5 miles from Black Ridge. East side. There's a county road half a mile back that way." She pointed with the cleaning rod. "I pulled off when I saw the track." He looked around. The trees were hardwood, second growth, the kind that filled the hollows and creek bottoms in this part of Indiana. The ground sloped down to the south, and the sound of water was coming from that direction, and he knew these woods. He had walked through woods like these on the first day, coming in from the east on foot with nothing but his pack and his boots and the road dust on his clothes. The creek down there was probably the same creek, the one that wound through the bottom of the ridge and came out at the place where he had found Jeremy Whitman on top of a girl in the dark. "You should have woken me," he said. Sheila fitted the barrel back into the slide assembly and snapped it home and racked it once to check the action. "What for?" "I figure we're not going in before nightfall. And you said you don't have a place to stay here, and we sure as hell aren't going to just drive in and announce ourselves, so this was as good a place to lie low until night." He looked around the clearing. The car was invisible from the dirt track, tucked back in the trees where the branches hung low enough to break up the shape of the roof. The ground was firm enough to drive on, but soft enough that the tire tracks would not show from 20 feet. She had picked the spot the way she did everything: fast, quiet, right. "Okay," he said. "I'm going to get back in the Chevy and sleep some more." "You do that, old man," she said. Hamza chuckled. It was a low sound, barely audible, and it came from deep in his chest, and it was the first sound Gideon had heard him make since the airport. Gideon looked at him. Hamza's dark eyes were steady, and the chuckle was gone, but there was something behind the stillness that might have been amusement. Gideon looked at Sheila. She had the jerky back between her teeth, and the second pistol in her hands, and she was not looking at him. He pointed at her. She winked. He got in the back seat of the Chevy and lay down on his right side with his knees drawn up and his left arm across his ribs, and the smell of gun oil and beef jerky came through the open window, and the birds kept singing in the canopy, and the creek kept running down in the hollow, and he was asleep inside a minute. When he woke, the light had changed. The coins and bars on the ground had gone from white to amber, and the shadows under the trees were long, and the birdsong had shifted to the evening chorus, different voices, different rhythms, the day birds giving way to the ones that sang at dusk. Something moved through the canopy overhead, a shape against the sky, and then another, and he watched through the window as a pair of red-tailed hawks crossed the clearing in a long shallow glide and vanished over the tree line to the west. He got out of the car. His ribs were stiff, and the cuts on his shoulder and forearm had dried tight against the bandages, and the gauze pad on his cheekbone pulled when he moved his jaw. He was sore in places he had not been sore before, and the swelling around his left eye had gone down enough that he could see out of it, but the skin there felt thick and wrong. He walked down the slope through the trees to the creek. It was narrow here, maybe 6 feet across, the water dark and clear over a bed of stones and sand. He knelt on the bank and cupped his hands and brought the water up to his face, and it was cold, and it hit the cuts and the bruises and the swollen skin, and the shock of it went through him like a current, and his breath caught, and he held it and brought up another handful and poured it over his hair and felt it run down the back of his neck and soak into his collar. He did it again and again, until his face was numb and his eyes were open and the fog of sleep was gone, and he could feel every part of himself clearly. The ribs, the cuts, the shoulder, the bruised knuckles, the deep ache in his lower back where Marcia's boots had found their mark. He stood and walked a few yards downstream to a stand of brush and relieved himself. The urine was still pink but lighter than it had been that morning, the blood thinning out, the kidneys doing their work. He watched it hit the leaves, and the color was closer to rose than red, and that was something. That was progress. He zipped up and walked back up the slope to the clearing. Sheila was sitting cross-legged on the ground near the front of the Chevy. She had a small plastic container open on her knee, and she was eating boiled eggs, peeling them with her fingernails and dipping them in a twist of paper that held salt, and popping them into her mouth in 2 bites. Beside the eggs was a clear bag of dried dates, dark and wrinkled, and she was alternating between the two, egg, salt, date, egg, with the steady rhythm of someone refueling rather than dining. "Got anything to eat?" Gideon said. She jerked her head toward Hamza. Hamza was 30 feet away, at the far edge of the clearing. He was kneeling on a small, woven mat that he had laid out on the ground facing east. His forehead was touching the mat, and his hands were flat on either side of his head, and his lips were moving without sound. The long dark hair hung forward past his shoulders and touched the ground. His boots were set neatly beside the mat, side by side. Gideon waited. He leaned against the hood of the Chevy and crossed his arms carefully over his chest, favoring the left side, and watched the light change in the trees and listened to the creek and did not move or speak. Hamza finished. He sat back on his heels and raised his hands to his face and held them there a moment, palms up, his lips still moving. Then he lowered his hands and opened his eyes and rolled the mat into a tight cylinder and tucked it into a pocket on the side of his pack. He pulled his boots on and laced them and stood and went to the backpack that was leaning against a tree and opened one of the side compartments and took out a package wrapped in brown waxed paper. He unwrapped it on the hood of the Chevy. Inside were 3 boiled eggs, a handful of almonds and cashews and pistachios mixed together, and a cluster of medjool dates, fat and dark and still soft. He set the package down and stepped back and looked at Gideon and nodded once. Gideon took an egg and 2 dates and a palmful of the nuts. Hamza took the same. They stood side by side at the hood of the Chevy and ate without talking. The eggs were good, firm and salted inside the shell the way someone had prepared them ahead of time. The dates were sweet and dense, and the nuts were roasted, and the 3 together made a meal that was better than it had any right to be. When they were done, Gideon brushed the shell fragments off the hood and wiped his hands on his jeans. "Let's go over the plan," he said. He crouched and swept a patch of ground clear with his forearm, pushing the leaves aside until the bare dirt showed. He picked up a stick and drew a rough rectangle in the dirt. The house. He drew a line below it, running left to right. The ridge road. Access from the south. He drew a second line, curving up from the bottom. Gate here. He set a date pit at the gate. Guard post. He drew the access road from the gate up to the house and set another pit at the front door, and another at the side alcove on the east wall, and another at the kitchen entrance at the back. Main stairs here. He scratched a mark inside the rectangle near the front. Back stairs here. Another mark near the kitchen entrance. Girls' room upstairs, far end of the corridor, north side. He tapped the stick at the top of the rectangle. Study on the ground floor, south side. That's where Whitman sits. He picked up a handful of pebbles and began placing them around the perimeter of the rectangle. One at each corner. 2 along the front. 2 along the east side. 1 at the back, near the kitchen. 3 more spread along the access road between the gate and the house. Security. Krieger's men. At least 30, maybe more. Last time I was inside, they had 2 posted in the upstairs hallway, 1 at the top of the stairs, 1 at the far end near the bedrooms. The rest were spread around the ground floor and the property. Patrols on the perimeter. Men on the county road a mile out in each direction watching traffic. Sheila came over and crouched beside him. She studied the dirt map with her elbows on her knees and her hands hanging loose between them. Her eyes moved across the layout, the way they had moved across the disassembled pistol. Methodical, precise, filing each piece in its place. "Where's the new barn?" she said. Gideon drew a square to the northeast of the house and set a pit beside it. Still under construction. Crane, scaffolding, construction crew during the day. At night, it should be empty. Tree line? East side. He drew a ragged line along the right edge of the map. Runs from about here. He tapped a spot south of the house, up past the barn and around to the north. The fields are open to the south and west. Flat. No cover. So we come through the trees on the east. That's how I went in the first time. How far from the tree line to the house? 60 yards to the side door. Maybe 70 to the kitchen entrance. Hamza crouched on the other side of the dirt map. He had not spoken. He looked at the layout, and the pebbles and the date pits, and his dark eyes moved from point to point, and Gideon could see him building the same map Sheila was building, except that where Sheila's map was about doors and corridors and angles of approach, Hamza's map was about distances and sightlines and the space between one man and the next. "Marsh," Sheila said. "He'll be in the house. Top floor, probably near Whitman. He doesn't leave Whitman's side when there's trouble." "The specialist?" "He'll be on the property. He's a wild card. Can't plan for him." "Then we don't," Sheila said. "We plan for what we know, and deal with him when he shows up." They talked until the light was gone, and the date pits were shadows on the ground, and the map was a dark scratch in darker dirt. Sheila asked about the interior, room by room, door by door, which way they opened, which ones locked, where the light switches were, where the hallways narrowed, where a man could stand and hold a position and where a man could not. Gideon answered what he could, which wasn't a whole lot. Hamza spoke once. He said, "The girl." "Which room?" "Best guess, last door at the end of the upstairs corridor. North side. Heavy door. It was locked from the outside when I saw it." Hamza nodded. When they could no longer see the marks in the dirt, Sheila stood and brushed off her knees and went to the trunk of the Chevy and opened it. The 2 duffel bags were packed tight and heavy. She unzipped the first one and laid it open on the ground, and Gideon looked at what was inside and felt something shift in his chest that had nothing to do with his ribs. 2 Heckler & Koch HK 416 carbines with 14-inch barrels and Magpul stocks, the receivers flat, dark gray under a coat of Cerakote. 6 30-round magazines loaded and taped in pairs. A Benelli M4 tactical shotgun, the barrel cut to 14 inches, the stock collapsed. A box of double-aught buck. 2 sets of electronic ear protection. 2 surefire weapon lights. A roll of black electrical tape. A spool of 550 cord. The second duffel held the rest. 3 Kevlar vests, 2 with plate carriers already loaded with level 4 ceramic plates, 1 stripped to the soft armor only. 3 sets of black tactical gloves. 3 balaclavas. A trauma kit in a vacuum-sealed pouch. 2 tourniquets. A pair of bolt cutters. A Halligan bar. 6 flex cuffs. 2 radios with earpieces. 3 flashlights. A pair of night vision binoculars. And at the bottom, wrapped in a chamois cloth, 2 Sig Sauer P226 pistols with threaded barrels and 2 suppressors in a zippered case. Sheila pulled one of the SIGs out and press-checked it and set it on the cloth. She picked up one of the HK-416s and seated a magazine and charged the action and flipped the safety on and set it beside the shotgun. She moved through the gear with the same economy she had used on the cleaning kit that afternoon. No wasted motion, no hesitation, every piece handled and placed and accounted for. Gideon reached for one of the plate carriers and pulled it over his head and settled it on his shoulders. The weight came down on his chest, and the front plate pressed against the ace bandage wrapped around his ribs, and the pressure was a dull, steady squeeze that he could live with. He reached for the side straps and pulled them tight, and the squeeze became a vice, and the separated bones on his left side ground against each other, and the pain went through him like a white flash behind his eyes, and he stopped breathing and stood very still with his hands on the straps and his jaw locked. He loosened the straps. He pulled the plate carrier over his head and set it down and stood there a moment with his hand pressed against his side, breathing. "No plates?" Sheila asked. She did not look up from the carbine she was fitting with the weapon light. "Not tonight," Gideon said. "Not for a while." He picked up the stripped vest, the soft armor, no plates, and pulled it on. The Kevlar was lighter, and it sat against his ribs without the pressure of the ceramic, and he could breathe, and he could move, and it would stop a pistol round, but it would not stop a rifle round, and that was the trade he was making tonight. He looked at what was left on the ground and made his choices. One of the SIG P226s. He screwed the suppressor onto the threaded barrel and press-checked it and tucked it into his waistband at the small of his back. Then he looked over what was left and selected one of the HK-416s. He seated a magazine and charged it and flipped the safety on and slung it over his right shoulder on the single-point sling. He took 2 spare magazines and taped them together and put them in the cargo pocket on his left thigh. He took a flashlight and clipped it to his belt. He put on the gloves and the ear protection and hung it around his neck. He left the balaclava. They were going to know who he was before the night was over. There was no point hiding his face. Sheila took the other HK-416 and the Benelli and one of the SIGs. She wore the full plate carrier, and it sat on her frame like it had been built for her, and she moved in it the way she moved without it, fluid, balanced, the weight distributed across her shoulders and hips so that nothing shifted and nothing rattled. She slung the carbine on her chest and the shotgun across her back, and holstered the SIG on her right thigh, and filled her pockets with magazines and shotgun shells, and taped a flashlight to the rail of the HK, and put the balaclava on, and rolled it up to her forehead like a watch cap. The night vision monocular went on a head mount over her left eye, flipped up for now. Hamza took no firearms. He opened a rolled canvas bundle from his own pack and laid it out on the hood of the Chevy. 6 throwing knives, each one identical, 7-inch blades, no guard, wrapped handles balanced for the throw. He slid them into a chest harness that held 3 on each side, the handles angled down for a cross draw. He took a fixed-blade fighting knife with a 10-inch blackened blade and a full tang and a grip wrapped in paracord and sheathed it on his left hip. He took a second fighting knife, shorter, maybe 7 inches, and sheathed it on his right thigh. He put on the plate carrier and the gloves and the ear protection, and he did not take a flashlight, and he did not take a balaclava, and when he was done, he stood in the last gray light of the clearing, and he looked like something that had walked out of a century that did not use guns. Sheila looked at Gideon. Gideon looked at Hamza. Hamza looked at neither of them. He picked up his pack and carried it to the trunk and set it inside and closed the lid. They got in the Chevy. Sheila behind the wheel. Gideon in the passenger seat. Hamza in the back behind Sheila, with his knees apart and his hands on them and his dark eyes on the windshield. Sheila started the engine. She backed the car down the dirt track with the headlights off, using the last of the twilight and the mirrors, and when she reached the county road, she turned south and the tires found the pavement, and the Chevy rolled forward into the dark. Nobody spoke. The road ran south through the trees, and the fields opened up on both sides, and the sky overhead was a deep purple going to black, and the first stars were showing in the east as they came up on the town and went through. Chapter 41. Gideon watched the road through the windshield, as Sheila killed the headlights, and the pavement became a pale gray line between dark fields under a three-quarter moon. She held the Chevy at 40 with the windows down, and the engine ticking over quiet. The night air was warm, and smelled of cut hay and earth and the faint sweetness of honeysuckle growing wild along the fence lines. The stars were thick overhead, and the moonlight threw enough light to see the road and the tree line ahead and the dark shapes of fence posts running north. He sat in the passenger seat with the HK 416 across his thighs. His ribs had stiffened during the hours in the woods, and every bump in the pavement sent a dull pulse through the left side of his chest. The Kevlar vest sat snug against the ace bandage, and the suppressed cig was a hard shape against the small of his back, and he was awake and still and ready in the way he always was before a job. A cold, quiet clarity that started behind his eyes and spread outward until every part of him was watching. Hamza was motionless in the back seat. Gideon could feel him there the way you feel a large animal in a dark room. The weight, the stillness, the attention. "There," Gideon said. A dirt track broke off to the east, running into the tree line. He had walked out of these woods the first night, coming down off the ridge with the barn burning behind him, and the smell of smoke in his clothes. Sheila took the turn without slowing, and the Chevy bumped over ruts and roots, and she eased the car between the trunks until the canopy closed overhead and the moonlight broke into pieces on the hood. She stopped. She killed the engine. She pulled the keys and put them under the floor mat on the driver's side. The night sounds came in through the open windows. Crickets. Tree frogs. The low distant hum of the generator on the Whitman property. The same sound he had heard the first time he came through these woods on foot. 3 doors opened and closed, soft, one after another. They stood in the dark under the trees and let their eyes adjust. The air was cooler here under the canopy, and it smelled of loam and leaf rot and creek water. Sheila pulled the night vision monocular down over her left eye. She turned a slow circle, scanning the tree line in every direction, then flipped it up. 200 yards northeast, she said. Light through the trees. That's the property. Gideon nodded. He could see the glow, faint, diffused through the branches, the cold blue-white of the pole light at the corner of the garage. The same light he had walked toward the first night. They moved. Sheila on point. Gideon behind her, and to the right. Hamza behind them both, 5 yards back, drifting through the trees like something that had grown there. They moved without speaking, and without flashlights and without hurrying. The ground was soft under their boots, and the leaves were damp from the evening dew, and the noise they made was no more than the noise of the woods themselves, a rustle, a settling, the sound of weight shifting on soft earth. They had covered maybe 100 yards when Sheila stopped. She held up a fist. Gideon stopped. Behind him, Hamza stopped. The silence was immediate and total, and the 3 of them stood in the dark and listened. Voices. Low ahead and to the left. 2 men, maybe 30 yards out, talking the way men talk when they have been standing in the same place for a long time and are bored and do not expect anything to happen. Sheila looked back at Gideon. He could see the shape of her face in the dark, and the faint green glow of the monocular over her left eye. She held up 2 fingers. She pointed left. She looked at Hamza. Hamza was gone. He had been 5 yards behind Gideon, and now he was not there. The space where he had been standing was empty, and the leaves where his boots had been were undisturbed, and there was no sound and no movement, and nothing in the dark to say that a man the size of a doorframe had just left the spot. The voices continued. One of the men laughed. The other said something Gideon could not make out. The first one laughed again. Then the laughing stopped. It did not trail off. It stopped. The way a sound stops when the thing making it is no longer capable of making sound. There was a short wet noise, and then a longer silence, and then a soft, heavy sound like a bag of grain settling onto the ground. Then another. Hamza appeared between two trees ahead of them. He was wiping the blade of the fighting knife on his thigh. He nodded once. They moved on. The trees thinned as they climbed the east slope of the ridge. The glow from the property grew brighter. The pole light at the garage, the ground floor windows of the house throwing yellow rectangles across the lawn, work lights on the half-framed barn to the northeast. Gideon could see the shape of the house now through the last line of trees, stone and timber, 2 stories, the wraparound porch with its white columns pale in the moonlight. The 4-car garage off to the side, with the covered breezeway connecting it to the kitchen wing. The generator hummed. Men were moving on the grounds. Sheila dropped to a crouch at the tree line, and Gideon came up beside her, and they looked at what was waiting for them across 60 yards of open ground. There were more men than there should have been. Gideon counted the ones he could see. 4 at the gate, 2 inside the guard shack and 2 outside it. 3 on the drive between the gate and the house, spaced at intervals, each one carrying a long gun. 2 at the front porch. 2 at the garage. 1 at the corner of the breezeway. 2 more at the construction site by the new barn, sitting on scaffolding with rifles across their laps. That was 14, and he was only looking at the south and east sides of the property. "How many did you say?" Sheila whispered. 30. "That's not 30. She flipped the monocular down and scanned the property in a slow sweep from south to north. She held it on the house for a long count. She swept the fields to the west. She came back to the barn. "I count 42 visible. There'll be more inside the house, and more on the north and west perimeter." She flipped the monocular up. "We're looking at 60. Maybe more." The cold clarity in Gideon's chest did not change. The number was a fact. Facts were things you worked with, not things you reacted to. "That changes the math," he said. "It changes the timeline, not the math." She was right. The plan was the same. Through the grounds, into the house, up the stairs, down the corridor, through the door. The number of men between them and that door was a variable, not a barrier. It would take longer. It would cost more ammunition. It would hurt more. But the door at the end of the upstairs corridor was the same door it had been an hour ago, and Brianna was behind it, and nothing else mattered. "Same approach," he said. "Same approach. East side to the alcove. You and I go to the side door. Hamza takes the kitchen entrance and comes up the back stairs." She looked at Hamza. He was crouched 3 feet away and had not made a sound. "You clear the kitchen and the back hall. Anything between the kitchen door and the back stairs dies. We meet at the top." Hamza nodded. "One more thing," Sheila said. She was looking at the 2 men on the scaffolding at the barn. They had a clear sight line across the entire east approach. "Those 2 see us the second we leave the trees." Gideon looked at the scaffolding. The men were 60 yards away and 15 feet up, and they were carrying what looked like AR platform rifles, and from that elevation, they could put fire on every inch of the open ground between the tree line and the house. "I'll take them," he said. "Can you make the shot?" "I can make the shot." He brought the HK 416 up and settled the stock into his right shoulder. The surefire light was off. The safety was on. He found the first man through the iron sights, a dark shape against the lighter frame of the scaffolding, the rifle across his lap, his head turned toward the second man. 60 yards. No wind. The suppressor on the SIG would be quieter, but the SIG was a pistol, and 60 yards was a pistol shot he did not want to miss. He flipped the safety off. He exhaled half a breath and held it. The front sight post settled on the center of the man's chest. He squeezed. The carbine kicked against his shoulder, and the sound was a flat, sharp crack that split the night open. The first man on the scaffolding jerked backward, and his rifle clattered off the planks and fell to the ground, and he slumped sideways against the railing. The second man was already moving, fast, trained, his rifle coming up, and Gideon shifted right and fired twice, and the second round caught the man in the neck, and he fell forward off the scaffolding and hit the ground with a sound that carried across the property. The quiet was over. Everything happened at once. The men at the gate were shouting. Lights were coming on inside the house, upstairs windows, ground floor, the porch light blazing white. The generator surged. Men were running across the lawn from the west side of the property, dark shapes converging, and the first shots came from the guard shack. A burst of automatic fire that chewed into the tree line 10 feet to Gideon's left, shredding bark and branches, the muzzle flash strobing in the dark. "Move," Sheila said. She was already up and running. Not toward the house. Laterally, north along the tree line, keeping the trees between her and the guard shack. Gideon followed. His ribs screamed with every stride, and he pressed his left arm against his side and ran. Hamza split off to the right and vanished into the dark like smoke pouring into a crack. Sheila stopped behind a thick oak at the northern edge of the tree line. From here, the angle to the side door was shorter, 40 yards across open grass, and the guard shack was behind them, and to the south, the angle bad for the men inside it. The house was ahead. The garage and breezeway were to their left. The construction site was to their right, and the 2 men Gideon had shot were on the ground and not moving. A man came around the corner of the garage at a run. He had a shotgun in his hands, and he was heading for the tree line, and he did not see Sheila until she stepped out from behind the oak and shot him twice in the chest at 15 feet. The Benelli boomed, and the man went down on his back on the gravel, and the shotgun skittered away into the dark. 2 more came behind him. They came around the same corner, one after the other, and they saw the first man on the ground, and they started shooting before they had a target. The muzzle flashes lit up the side of the garage in quick white bursts, and the rounds went into the trees, and Gideon dropped to a knee behind a stump and brought the HK up and fired 3 times, and the first man spun and fell, and the second dove behind a landscape boulder and started putting rounds into the stump. The bark exploded 6 inches from Gideon's face. Splinters stung his cheek above the gauze pad, and he rolled left and came up on the other side of the stump and fired twice more, and the man behind the boulder stopped shooting. The property was alive now. Every light was on. Men were pouring out of the house, the front door, the kitchen door, the side door and the alcove, and spreading across the lawn in pairs and threes. Gideon could hear someone shouting orders, a deep voice, not Marsh, someone used to command, barking positions in sectors. These men were not amateurs. They were moving to cover and setting up fields of fire and communicating, and doing it fast. A burst of heavy automatic fire ripped across the tree line from the west. Not a carbine. Something bigger. The rounds came in flat and fast and tore through the branches overhead and showered leaves and splinters down on Gideon's back, and the sound was a deep sustained hammering that he felt in his teeth. "Belt fed," Sheila said. She was flat on the ground behind the oak. West side of the house. Roof or upper window. Gideon pressed himself into the earth. The heavy gun kept firing in long, steady bursts, walking the impacts along the tree line, methodical, the gunner sweeping back and forth. The rounds punched through trunks and shattered branches, and the air was full of flying wood, and the noise was enormous. Between bursts, he heard Sheila moving. She was crawling north, staying below the line of fire, working toward a position where she could see the west side of the house. The heavy gun fired again, and the burst went over her and into the trees behind, and she kept crawling. Gideon could not see the gun. He could see the muzzle flash, a steady winking orange light in an upper window on the west face of the house, second floor. The gunner had elevation and a wide field of fire, and he was keeping them pinned in the trees while the men on the ground closed in. 3 of them were coming through the grass from the south. They were low and spread out and moving fast, using the cover of the drive and the young oaks along it. Gideon could see them in the moonlight, dark shapes against the paler grass, rifles up, converging on the tree line. He put the front sight on the lead man and fired. The man stumbled and went to a knee, and Gideon fired again, and the man went flat. The other 2 split, one left behind an oak tree on the drive, one right toward the garage, and both of them opened up on Gideon's position. Rounds cracked past his head and punched into the tree behind him, and he rolled and came up behind a fallen log, and fired twice at the man behind the oak, and missed and fired again, and the man jerked and fell sideways and did not move. The third man was at the garage corner now, 30 yards away, and he had Gideon's position marked. He leaned out and fired a burst, and the rounds stitched across the log and threw dirt into Gideon's face, and one of them hit the log 6 inches from his hand, and he felt the impact through the wood. He pulled back and pressed himself against the earth, and the man fired again, and the burst went over him and into the trees. Then the man at the garage made a sound. It was a short sound, surprised, and it stopped almost before it started. Gideon looked up, over the log. Hamza was behind the man. The fighting knife was in the man's throat, and Hamza's left hand was over the man's mouth, and he held him upright for a moment while the legs stopped working, and then he lowered him to the ground and pulled the knife free and wiped it on the man's jacket and moved on. He crossed the open ground between the garage and the breezeway like a shadow crossing a wall, there and then not there. No sound, no wasted motion, just the dark shape of a very large man moving at a speed that should not have been possible for someone his size. The belt-fed gun opened up again. This time the burst was shorter, and the angle was different. The gunner had shifted, trying to cover the east side where Hamza had been. The rounds chewed across the gravel by the garage, and sparked off the concrete and walked toward the breezeway. Sheila fired. The crack of the HK-416 came from 30 yards to Gideon's left. Then another. Then a third. The belt-fed gun stopped. The muzzle flash in the upper window went dark. She had made the shot 50, maybe 60 yards uphill through a window, at a target she could only see by muzzle flash. She had made it with 3 rounds. The silence after the heavy gun stopped was like a pressure change. Gideon's ears rang. The crickets had gone quiet, and the tree frogs had gone quiet, and the only sounds were men shouting and boots on gravel, and the distant hum of the generator. He got up. His ribs were a solid wall of pain on his left side, and his right knee was stiff where he had landed on it, and his face was bleeding from the splinters, and none of it mattered. He changed magazines. The empty fell into the leaves and the fresh one clicked home, and he charged the action and moved. He came out of the tree line at a run. 40 yards of open grass between him and the side door in the east alcove. He had crossed this ground once before, walking out of the house the first night, walking away from Marcia's eyes across the firelit lawn. He was not walking now. Sheila was up and running on his left, 10 yards out, the HK in her hands and the Benelli bouncing on her back. They ran together across the grass, and the moonlight was on them, and they were visible and exposed, and any man with a rifle and a clear line could have put them down. A man came around the corner of the house from the south side of the porch. He had a carbine up, and he was looking for targets, and he found 2 of them running across his field of fire at 30 yards. He shouldered the weapon, and Gideon saw the muzzle come up and track toward Sheila, and he shifted the HK without breaking stride and fired from the hip. The round went wide. The man fired. The burst went between them. Gideon felt the snap of a round passing his ear, a sound like a finger flicking a guitar string. And Sheila dropped to a knee and put 2 rounds into the man's chest, and he sat down against the porch railing, and the carbine fell from his hands. Another man came off the porch. He jumped the railing and landed in the flower bed, and he had a pistol in each hand, and he was firing both of them at once, fast, the rounds going everywhere, chewing up the lawn around Gideon's feet. Gideon stopped and squared up, and put the front sight on the man's center mass and fired twice, and the man folded and went down in the hydrangeas. They reached the alcove. The side door was ahead, the same door Gideon had walked through the first night, the one that opened into the hallway that led to the study. Sheila pressed her back against the stone wall on one side of the door. Gideon took the other side. They were breathing hard. Sheila's face was flushed and her eyes were bright, and the balaclava was pulled down over her chin and her jaw, and the night vision monocular was flipped up on her forehead. There was blood on her left sleeve, not hers, the spray from the man at the garage. Gideon looked south across the lawn. Bodies on the grass. Bodies on the drive. A body on the scaffolding at the barn, still draped over the railing. The pole light at the garage corner was still burning, throwing its cold blue-white circle across the gravel, and in that circle 2 more bodies lay where they had fallen. The guard shack was dark. Someone had killed the light inside it, or someone had killed the men inside it. From the north side of the property he could hear gunfire, short bursts, and between them the sound of men shouting, and then a shout that cut off the way shouting cuts off when a blade finds the throat. Hamza was in the kitchen. Or past it. Moving through the back of the house toward the back stairs, clearing as he went, and the sounds coming from inside were the sounds of his work. A group of men came running from the west side of the property. 5 of them, maybe 6, moving fast, heading for the front of the house. They were organized, 2 in front, 2 behind, 1 on each flank, and the lead men had their rifles up and they were scanning as they moved. They had not seen Gideon and Sheila in the alcove. They were heading for the front door, trying to reinforce the house. Sheila leaned out from the wall and braced the HK against the stone and fired. The lead man went down. She shifted and fired again, and the second man stumbled and fell. The rest scattered, 2 behind the stone columns at the front porch, 1 behind a truck parked on the drive, the last one flat on the grass with his rifle up. The man behind the truck started putting rounds into the alcove wall. The stone held, but the impacts threw chips and dust, and Gideon felt a chip hit the back of his hand and draw blood through the glove. He leaned out on his side and fired at the truck. The rounds punched through the door panel, and the man behind it scrambled backward, and Gideon fired again, and the man stopped scrambling. The 2 behind the porch columns were firing now, alternating, one shooting while the other moved. Disciplined. Controlled. They were working their way along the porch toward the alcove, using the columns for cover, and if they reached the corner of the house, they would have a direct line on the side door. Gideon pulled the spare magazines from his cargo pocket and separated them from the tape. He was on his last full magazine in the HK. Sheila was firing in short measured bursts, conserving, putting rounds into the columns to keep the men behind them. The man on the grass had gotten up. He was running for the porch, zigzagging, and Gideon tracked him and fired and missed and fired again, and the man made the porch and dove behind the railing, and now there were 3 of them working toward the corner, and the magazine in the HK was getting light. Something moved on the porch roof. A dark shape, low, coming over the peak from the far side. It moved fast along the ridgeline, and then dropped to the porch roof and slid down the slope on its belly and hung for a moment at the edge and then dropped. Hamza landed behind the 3 men on the porch. The first one heard him land and turned. The throwing knife took him in the chest, and he fell back against the column and slid down it. The second man spun and brought his rifle around, and Hamza closed the distance in 2 steps, and the fighting knife went in under the rifle and into the man's throat, and Hamza pulled it free and shoved the body aside, and the third man fired a burst that went past Hamza's head close enough to move his hair, and Hamza took the rifle barrel in his left hand and yanked the man forward off balance and drove the knife into the space between the body armor and the shoulder and twisted, and the man dropped. 3 men in 4 seconds. The porch was quiet. Hamza stood among the bodies and looked at Gideon across 30 feet of lawn. His chest was rising and falling, but his face was still and his eyes were still, and the knife in his hand was dark and wet. He nodded once. He turned and went back into the house through the front door. The gunfire on the property was thinning. Sporadic now, single shots, short bursts, then silence, then another burst from somewhere further away. Men were still out there in the dark, on the perimeter, but the organized resistance had broken. The men closest to the house were dead or dying, and the ones further out were hearing it, and some of them were choosing not to come closer. Sheila changed magazines. "How many?" Gideon said. "Inside. Unknown. The ones out here are done." He looked at the side door. The same door. The same handle. The same threshold he had stepped through the first night. He reached for the handle. The door opened inward into the kitchen. He stepped inside. Sheila came in behind him. She closed the door and locked it and took a position covering the hallway toward the front of the house. Gideon walked down the hallway toward the staircase. The door was open. The light was on. Marsh was standing at the foot of the stairs. 4 men stood with him. 2 on either side, each one armed. Gideon recognized them from his room the night before. 4 men. Marsh's crew. The men who had beaten him and left him bleeding on the floor of the boarding house. The men who had burned the grain elevator and destroyed Tomas's fields and set fire to the Delgado house and killed Haggerty in his own home, and dragged Brianna out of the grocery store in her apron while she screamed. They were all looking at him. Marsh straightened up. His face was tight and pale, and his eyes were flat and hard, and there was nothing in them that looked like surprise. "Mr. Job," Marsh said. "Welcome back." Gideon stood with the HK-416 in his hands, and the blood drying on his face, and the pain in his ribs, and the smell of cordite in his nose, and the bodies of 60 behind him. He looked at Marsh. He looked at the 4 men standing beside him. He had a lot to say to these men. He had been carrying it. Every bruise they had given him, every bone they had cracked, every person they had hurt, every life they had broken. He had been carrying all of it, and now he was standing in the doorway of the room where it had started, and they were standing in front of him, and the weight of it was right there in his hands. He stepped toward them. Chapter 42. The one with the shotgun moved first. He was the one who had held Gideon down in the boarding house bedroom, while the others worked on his ribs. Tall, thick through the chest, a neck like a fire hydrant. He came around the right side of the kitchen island, with the same shotgun rising from his hip, and Gideon shot him twice in the chest. The HK kicked against his shoulder, and the man's legs went out from under him, and he hit the tile on his back, and the shotgun discharged into the ceiling, and plaster rained down. The one with the revolver was already firing. He had been leaning against the wall in the boarding house bedroom, and he was standing against the wall now, and the revolver was the same revolver, and he was pulling the trigger as fast as his thumb could cock the hammer, and the rounds went into the doorframe, and the wall, and the plaster above Gideon's head. Gideon dropped to a knee, and the motion drove a spike through his ribs, and his vision went white at the edges, and he fired through the white, and the man stumbled backward into the counter, and a dish rack clattered off the edge and shattered on the floor, and the man went down in it and did not get up. 2 left. The third had a carbine, and was behind the island, and he was using it the way a man uses cover when he knows how to fight from it. Low, stable, the barrel resting on the edge, the sight line clear. He fired a burst, and the rounds went past Gideon's ear, and into the hallway behind him, and he heard Sheila shout something from the front hall, and he rolled left behind the stone doorframe and pressed his back against it, and the burst tracked him, and the rounds hit the stone and sparked and whined off into the hall. The fourth came around the doorframe. He was the youngest of the 4, the one who had stood at the window in the boarding house bedroom watching the street, the one who had called out the police cars. He came around the left side with his rifle up, and his finger on the trigger, and he came around the corner, and Gideon was right there, close enough to touch. And the man's rifle was pointed at the space where Gideon should have been, and Gideon was not in that space. He was below it. He grabbed the barrel of the rifle with his left hand, and yanked it down and drove the stock of the HK into the man's face with his right, and the man's head snapped back, and Gideon hit him again with the stock, hard, across the temple, and the man dropped. The HK's bolt locked back. Empty. Gideon let the carbine fall on its sling, and pulled the SIG from the small of his back. He came around the doorframe, with the suppressed pistol up, and the third man was not behind the island anymore. He was at the back door. He had pulled it open, and was trying to get through it, and hold the carbine at the same time, and he heard Gideon come around the doorframe, and he turned and brought the carbine up. Gideon fired twice. The first round hit the man in the shoulder, and spun him sideways, and the second hit the doorframe, and wood splintered into the night air. The man did not go down. He was hurt, and the carbine was hanging from his wounded arm by the sling, but he had a knife in his other hand, a folding knife already open, the blade catching the kitchen light, and he came off the door with it. He was fast, and he was hurt, and he was angry, and the combination made him wild. He slashed at Gideon's face, and Gideon leaned back, and the blade went past his chin, and he felt the air move. He brought the SIG up, and the man batted it aside with his forearm, and the pistol fired into the ceiling, and Gideon's hand went numb from the impact, and the SIG fell from his fingers and hit the floor and skidded under the island. The knife came back. A short arc aimed at Gideon's neck, and he got his forearm up, and the blade cut through the glove and into the meat of his forearm, and the pain was hot and immediate, and he grabbed the man's wrist with his other hand and twisted, and the man grunted, and the knife turned in his grip but did not fall. They were chest to chest now, locked together, and Gideon could smell the man's sweat and the coffee on his breath and the gun oil on his clothes. Gideon drove his forehead into the man's face. The impact went through his skull and into his neck, and his vision flared, and the man's head snapped back and his grip loosened on the knife, and Gideon twisted the wrist hard and felt something give, tendon or bone, something structural, and the knife clattered to the floor. He hit the man again, a short right hand to the jaw, and the man staggered back into the counter. Gideon picked up the knife from the floor. He stepped forward and drove it into the man's chest above the body armor, into the triangle of exposed flesh between the collar and the vest, and the man made a sound that was not a scream, and not a word, and his hands came up and gripped Gideon's wrist, and then the grip loosened, and he slid down the front of the counter and sat on the floor and did not move again. Gideon stood over him, breathing in short, hard pulls. His forearm was bleeding through the cut in the glove. His forehead was split where he had used it as a weapon, and blood was running down into his left eye and mixing with the sweat. His ribs were a single sustained scream on his left side that he could not shut off and could not ignore and could only endure. Marsh was gone. The kitchen was empty, except for the dead and the broken dishes on the tile, and the plaster dust settling in the fluorescent light. Marsh had been behind the island, and now he was not. The door at the far side of the kitchen, the one that led deeper into the house, was open. Gideon picked up the cig from under the island. He checked it. Round in the chamber. He wiped the blood from his eye with the back of his glove and went through the door. The hallway was dark. The sconce on the wall had been smashed. The glass was on the floor and the bulb was out, and the only light came from behind him in the kitchen and ahead of him from somewhere deeper in the house. The hardwood floor was old, and the boards creaked under his boots, and there was no way to move through this hall without making noise, and Marsh knew it, and Marsh was somewhere ahead in the dark listening for the sound. He went anyway. He kept the cig up, and his back to the right-hand wall, and he moved as fast as the darkness allowed, and the boards creaked with every step, and he stopped and listened. Breathing. Close. Ahead, and to the left. Short, controlled breaths. The breathing of a man holding his position and waiting for a target to come to him. Gideon went forward low and fast. The muzzle flash lit up the hallway. Marsh was 10 feet away, pressed into a doorframe on the left side, and he fired a pistol twice, and the first round hit the wall where Gideon's head had been a half-second earlier, and the second round hit the Kevlar vest dead center, and the impact was like being kicked by a horse, and Gideon's breath left him, and his feet went out, and he hit the floor on his back, and the cig bounced out of his hand, and went spinning down the hallway into the dark. He could not breathe. The vest had stopped the round, but the force of it had driven through the Kevlar and into his broken ribs, and the pain was so complete and so total that for a moment there was nothing else. No hallway, no house, no Marsh, no fight, just the white noise of agony filling every part of him. Marsh came out of the doorframe. He stood over Gideon, with the pistol pointed at his face. The hallway light from the room behind him caught the side of Marsh's head, and Gideon could see his face, the tight jaw, the flat eyes, the fury that had been building for weeks compressed into something cold and patient. "I told Mr. Whitman I should have killed you on the lawn that first night," Marsh said. Gideon kicked him in the knee. It was not a skilled kick. It was not a martial arts technique. It was the desperate lateral strike of a man lying on his back with a gun in his face, and the heel of his boot connected with the side of Marsh's left knee, and the knee bent inward in a direction knees are not designed to bend. And Marsh grunted, and the pistol fired, and the round went into the floor beside Gideon's head close enough that the splinters hit his cheek. Marsh staggered sideways and his back hit the wall, and Gideon rolled and got his hands under him, and drove himself up off the floor and into Marsh's midsection. They went through the wall. The drywall gave way behind Marsh's back, and they crashed through it into the room beyond, a storage room, dark, shelves on both sides, cans and boxes falling and shattering around them. Gideon had both arms around Marsh's waist, and his face was buried in the man's chest, and they hit the far shelves, and the shelves collapsed, and everything on them came down on top of them, glass jars, tools, a bag of something heavy that burst and filled the air with dust. Marsh brought his elbow down on the back of Gideon's neck. The blow drove Gideon's face into Marsh's belt buckle, and his knees buckled and Marsh hit him again, the same spot, harder, and the world tilted and went gray, and Gideon felt his arms loosening around Marsh's waist. Marsh shoved him backward, and Gideon hit the broken shelves, and a piece of bracket dug into his back, and Marsh was bringing the pistol up again. Gideon grabbed something heavy off the floor and threw it. It hit Marsh in the face, and Marsh's head snapped sideways, and the pistol fired into the wall, and Gideon launched himself off the shelves and tackled Marsh through the doorway and back into the hallway. They hit the floor together. The pistol was between them, Marsh's hand still on it, and Gideon got both hands on Marsh's wrist and slammed it against the hardwood once, twice, 3 times, and on the third, the pistol came free and slid down the hallway. Marsh drove his knee up into Gideon's ribs, the left side, the broken side, and the pain was a detonation that started in his chest and went through his spine and into his skull, and his grip failed, and he rolled off Marsh and onto his back and lay there in the dark hallway with dust in his lungs and blood in his eyes and the taste of copper in his mouth. Marsh got up. He was limping on the knee Gideon had kicked. His face was bleeding. He stood over Gideon and drew his foot back and kicked him in the ribs. The ace bandage snapped. Gideon felt it give, the pin popping loose, the tension releasing, the separated bones shifting under the vest. The pain was beyond what he had language for. It lived in a place where language stopped. He heard a sound coming from his own throat that he did not recognize. Marsh kicked him again. Same ribs. Same side. "That's for my men on the lawn," Marsh said. He drew his foot back again. Gideon caught the foot. He caught it with both hands, the boot, the ankle, the lower calf, and he held it and twisted, and Marsh went off balance and grabbed the wall, and Gideon twisted harder, and Marsh's bad knee gave out and he went down heavy on his side. Gideon was on top of him before he hit the floor. He drove his fist into Marsh's face and felt the cheekbone give under his knuckles. He hit him again. And again. His right hand was swollen and dark from the boarding house, and the knuckles had not healed, and each punch sent a bolt of pain up his arm and into his shoulder, and he hit him again anyway because Haggerty was dead, and Letty was in a hospital bed, and Brianna was somewhere above him in a room behind a locked door, and these were the hands that had done all of it. Marsh got a hand free and jabbed his thumb into Gideon's eye, the left one, the one that was still swollen, the one that had just opened enough to see out of, and the pain was blinding, and Gideon recoiled, and Marsh bucked him off and scrambled to his feet, and went through a doorway deeper into the house. Gideon got up. His left eye was watering and useless, and his ribs were grinding with every breath, and the forearm wound was bleeding freely, and he could feel the blood running down his hand and dripping off his fingers. He followed. The room was a sitting room, or a parlor. Heavy furniture, low light from a lamp in the corner, a leather sofa, a coffee table. Marsh was at the far side of it, breathing hard, his back to the wall. He had picked up a fire poker from a stand beside a fireplace, and he held it low at his side, the iron rod dark and heavy in his fist. Gideon had nothing. The cig was somewhere in the hallway behind him. The HK was empty on its sling. The knife he had used in the kitchen was still in a dead man's chest. The room had furniture and shadows, and a man with a fire poker and nothing else. Marsh came at him. The poker swung in a flat arc, aimed at Gideon's head, and he ducked, and the iron whistled over his hair, and hit the wall, and punched through the plaster, and Marsh yanked it free and swung again, backhand, and Gideon threw himself backward, and the tip of the poker caught the front of the Kevlar vest, and the impact knocked him sideways into the coffee table. His hip hit the edge, and he went over it, and the table flipped, and he landed on the far side on his back with the table between them. Marsh kicked the table aside. It skidded across the hardwood and hit the sofa. Gideon rolled and got his feet under him, and Marsh was already swinging again, and the poker came down in an overhead arc, and Gideon caught it. He caught the iron rod with both hands, 6 inches from Marsh's fist, and the impact jolted through his arms and into his shoulders, and his broken ribs shifted, and he held on. Marsh pulled. Gideon pulled back. They stood face to face with the poker between them, both hands on it, straining, their breath coming in hard, fast pulls, their eyes locked. Marsh was stronger. Gideon could feel it. the slow, inexorable leverage of a man who was bigger and fresher, and had not spent the last week being beaten and cut and broken. The poker was turning in Gideon's grip, coming loose. Gideon let go. He let go of the poker, and Marsh stumbled backward with the sudden release, and Gideon stepped inside the arc before Marsh could swing, and drove his knee into Marsh's groin. Marsh doubled over, and the poker dropped from his hands and hit the floor with a clang that rang through the room. Gideon picked it up. The iron was cold and heavy, and the weight of it was good in his hands. He hit Marsh across the back with it. The sound was flat and hard, and Marsh went down to his hands and knees, and Gideon hit him again across the shoulders, and Marsh's arms gave out and he went flat on the hardwood. Marsh rolled onto his back. He looked up at Gideon standing over him with the fire poker, and his face was a mask of blood, and the fury in his eyes was gone. What was there now was something else. Not fear, not quite, but the hard recognition of a man who had been on the winning side of violence his entire career and was now on the other side. "Haggerty," Gideon said. Marsh's mouth moved. Blood ran over his lower lip. He was an old man with a grain elevator. He never hurt anyone. He gave me a day's work, and a fair wage and a cup of coffee on the back step at 5:45 in the morning. And you killed him in his own house. Marsh's eyes held Gideon's. His chest was heaving, and the blood was running from his scalp and down the sides of his face and pooling in the hollows of his ears, and his hands were flat on the hardwood at his sides, and they were not reaching for anything, and they were not fighting anymore. "I did my job," Marsh said. His voice was thick and wet. "Same as you." "No," Gideon said. "Not the same." He brought the poker down. The room was quiet after that. Gideon stood with the poker in his hand, and Marsh at his feet, and the house settling around him in the silence that follows the end of something that needed ending. The lamp in the corner was still on. The leather sofa was pushed against the wall. The coffee table was upside down. The plaster was broken in 2 places, and the hardwood was dark and wet. He set the poker on the floor. He straightened up, and the ribs ground against each other, and his vision went dark at the edges, and he gripped the back of a chair and held on until the darkness receded. His breathing was shallow, and each breath cost him, and the blood from his forearm was dripping steadily from his fingers onto the hardwood, and the cut on his forehead had stopped bleeding, but the blood had dried in a crust over his left eyebrow, and he could feel it pulling when he blinked. He let go of the chair. He walked out of the room and into the hallway. The hallway was dark. He stepped over the hole in the dry wall, where he and Marsh had gone through the wall. He walked past the kitchen doorway without looking in. He found the stairs. He put his hand on the railing. The wood was smooth and cool under his palm. He put his boot on the first step. He climbed. Chapter 43. Gideon put his boot on the first stair, and a hand closed around his arm. Sheila. She had come up behind him without a sound, and her grip on his forearm was hard, and her eyes moved over him in the dim light, the blood, the dented vest, the way he was holding his left side, the empty HK hanging on its sling. "You look like hell," she said. "I feel worse." He put his hand back on the railing and started up. Sheila did not let go of his arm. "Maybe you should sit the rest of this out, boss. Leave the cleanup to us." He looked at her. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were bright, and the balaclava was rolled up on her forehead, and there was blood on her sleeve, and none of it was hers, and she was ready to go up those stairs and finish this without him, and she could do it, and they both knew it. "Not just yet," he said. She let go of his arm. She unslung the Benelli from her back, and held it in her right hand, and the HK 416 in her left. Hamza appeared at the end of the hallway. He came out of the front hall without a sound, the fighting knife in his right hand dark and wet, his plate carrier spattered across the chest. His breathing was even. His eyes found Gideon and then Sheila, and he nodded once. Sheila went up first. She moved fast and low with the Benelli up and the stock tight against her shoulder, and she took the steps 2 at a time. Gideon followed. His ribs screamed with every step, and the blood from his forearm left smears on the railing. Hamza came behind them both, silent, covering the stairs below. The second-floor landing was dark. A single sconce was on at the far end of the corridor, and the light it threw was thin and amber, and it showed 2 closed doors on the left and 3 on the right, and a stretch of hardwood floor with a runner rug down the center. A door on the right opened. The man came out fast with a carbine at his shoulder, and he was trained and he was ready, and he had been listening to the gunfire work its way through the house, and he had picked his position, and he had waited. He fired a burst down the corridor, and the rounds went over Sheila's head. She was already flat on the floor, dropping the instant the door moved. And the burst shot into the wall behind Gideon, and he threw himself sideways into the stairwell, and the plaster exploded where he had been standing. Sheila fired the Benelli from the floor. The boom filled the corridor, and the man in the doorway took the load in the chest and went backward through the door he had come from, and hit something heavy inside the room and did not come back out. A second man came out of the door across the hall. He had a shotgun and he racked it, and swung it toward Sheila on the floor, and Hamza's arm came past Gideon's shoulder, and the throwing knife crossed the corridor in a flat silver blur, and hit the man in the side of the neck, and the shotgun discharged into the ceiling, and plaster and lath came down in a white shower, and the man sat down against the wall, and his hands went to his throat, and then the hands dropped and he was still. Sheila was on her feet. She moved down the corridor fast, the Benelli up, checking each door, push it open, sweep the room, move on. Hamza went with her on the opposite side of the hall, pulling his knife from the dead man's neck as he passed, wiping the blade on his thigh without breaking stride. They worked the corridor the way 2 people work a corridor, when they have done it together many times and do not need to speak about it. Gideon followed. He picked up the dead man's shotgun from the floor. Remington 870. He checked it. 3 rounds in the tube. He racked one into the chamber and kept moving. A door at the end of the corridor burst open, and 2 men came through it together, shoulder to shoulder, both firing. The corridor lit up with muzzle flash, and the noise was enormous in the enclosed space, and rounds punched through the walls on both sides, and Sheila dropped to a knee and fired the Benelli twice, fast, working the action between shots, and the first man folded and the second stumbled over him, and Hamza came out of a doorway on the left, and took the stumbling man down with the fighting knife, and the man hit the floor and the knife went in once and the man stopped moving. The corridor was quiet. Spent casings on the runner rug. Plaster dust in the air. The amber light from the surviving sconce threw long shadows down the hall. Sheila checked the last 2 doors. Empty. She turned and held up her hand, fingers spread. 5 on this floor. 5 dead. 3rd floor, Gideon said. They went up the main staircase. It continued from the 2nd floor to the 3rd, in the same wide turn, the same banister, the same worn carpet on the treads. Sheila first, Hamza second, Gideon last. The house was getting quieter around them as they climbed. The gunfire outside had stopped. The generator still hummed. Sheila stopped 3 steps from the top. She held up a fist. She peered over the edge of the landing into the 3rd floor hallway. She pulled back. She held up one finger and pointed right. Then another finger and pointed left, further away. 2 men. One close, one far. She looked at Hamza. Hamza took a throwing knife from the chest harness with his left hand. The fighting knife stayed in his right. He nodded. Sheila went over the top fast and low, and the Benelli boomed once and a body hit the floor. Hamza went over a half-second behind her, and his arm whipped forward and the throwing knife went down the corridor, and there was a grunt and a clatter of a weapon falling and then silence. Gideon came up onto the 3rd floor. The corridor ran north. Sconces on the walls. Dark hardwood. 2 men on the floor, one near and one far. At the far end, the heavy door. The girls' room. Locked from the outside. The study door was halfway down the corridor on the left. Open. The light was on. Sheila and Hamza took positions on either side of the doorway, flat against the wall, weapons up. Sheila looked at Gideon. She tilted her head toward the open door. Gideon walked down the corridor. His boots were loud on the hardwood, and the sound traveled ahead of him into the room. He was not trying to be quiet. There was no point now. He stopped at the doorway and looked in. Henry Whitman was sitting in the leather chair behind the walnut desk. Dark trousers, white shirt with the sleeves rolled to the forearms, no jacket, no tie. His hands were on the arms of the chair, and his legs were crossed, and his face was composed. But the composure was costing him. The knuckles on the chair arms were white, and the tendons in his forearms were standing out, and the pale blue eyes found Gideon and held him, and behind the stillness in those eyes something was moving, something Gideon had not seen there the first night, something that looked like the beginning of fear working its way up through 60 years of never having to be afraid of anything. A bourbon glass sat on the desk at his right hand, a finger of amber liquid still in it. Price was standing by the fireplace. He was leaning against the mantel with his arms crossed and one ankle over the other, and the small pleasant smile was on his face. Dark shirt, dark trousers, brown hair cut short and neat. His right arm was held closer to his body than his left, and there was a thickness under the shirt on that side, bandaging from the round Gideon had put into him at the Conrad. The gold-flecked hazel eyes moved from Gideon's face, to the shotgun in his hands, to the blood on his clothes, and back to his face. "Mr. Job," Whitman said. His voice was steady, but the steadiness was brittle, the voice of a man keeping his hands from shaking by pressing them into the leather arms of his chair. "You've made a mess of my property." Again. Gideon stood in the doorway. Behind him, Sheila and Hamza moved up on either side, flanking the door. Sheila had the Benelli leveled at Price's chest. Hamza stood with the fighting knife in his hand, and his dark eyes on the two men in the room. "Where's Marsh?" Whitman said. "First floor." "Is he dead?" "Yes." Whitman's jaw tightened. The pale blue eyes went to the bourbon glass and stayed there a moment, and when they came back to Gideon, the thing behind them was closer to the surface, the fear, the understanding, the slow, terrible recognition that every wall he had built was down, and the man standing in his doorway had brought every one of them down. "Brianna Miller," Gideon said. Whitman's hand went to the bourbon glass. He picked it up and drank, and when he set it down, his hand was trembling and the glass rattled against the desk. "Do the job I paid you for," Whitman said to Price. "Kill him." Price uncrossed his arms. "With pleasure," he said. He uncrossed his ankles. He pushed off the mantle and stood straight, and the smile settled deeper into his face, and the gold flecks went flat and bright, and he reached behind his back and brought out a blade, short, ceramic, white as bone. Sheila shifted the Benelli toward Price's head. Hamza took a step into the room. "No," Gideon said. Both Sheila and Hamza looked at him. "This is a me problem," he said. Sheila's mouth tightened and her eyes went hard. She did not like it. But she stepped back. She lowered the Benelli half an inch. Not all the way. Hamza looked at Gideon. The dark eyes held his for a long moment. Then he stepped back to the doorway and stood there with the knife in his hand and his weight balanced. Gideon set the shotgun on the floor. He heard Sheila make a sound behind him, short, sharp, a sound of protest she did not let become a word. He unclipped the empty HK from its sling and set it beside the shotgun. He straightened up, and the ribs ground together, and his vision went white for a moment and came back. "You don't have to do that," Price said. His voice was calm and pleasant. "I would have enjoyed killing you armed." "Come find out," Gideon said. Price came. He was fast. Even wounded, even with the bandaging and the round Gideon had put into him, he was faster than anyone Gideon had fought in a long time. He closed the distance in 2 steps, and the ceramic blade came in low and hooked upward at Gideon's belly, and Gideon twisted sideways, and the blade caught the Kevlar vest and skidded off, and Price reversed without pausing and brought it back in a flat arc aimed at Gideon's throat. Gideon got his forearm up. The blade cut through the sleeve and into the same forearm that had already been opened twice tonight, and the pain was hot and bright, and his hand spasmed, and he swung at Price's head with his other fist, and the punch was slow, and Price ducked it and drove the blade into Gideon's left side. It went in below the vest, below the broken ribs, into the soft tissue above the hip, 2 inches of ceramic sliding through muscle and fat and stopping against something hard inside, a rib, the pelvis, something that kept the blade from going deeper. The pain was different from everything else tonight. Everything else had been impact and pressure and grinding bone. This was penetration. This was a foreign object inside his body where nothing was supposed to be. Gideon looked down at the white handle sticking out of his side. He looked at Price's hand on the handle. He looked at Price's face, the gold eyes, the smile. He grabbed Price's wrist and held the blade where it was, inside him, pinned, and drove his forehead into Price's face. The impact was enormous. It went through Gideon's skull, and down his spine, and into his knees, and Price's nose broke under his forehead, and the cartilage gave with a wet crunch, and Price staggered and his grip loosened on the knife handle, and Gideon held the wrist tighter, and hit him again with his head, the same spot. And Price's knees buckled and he went down to one knee, and Gideon went with him because the blade was still in his side, and Price's hand was still on the handle, and they were connected by 2 inches of ceramic and Gideon's blood. Price twisted the blade. The pain whited out everything. Gideon's vision went to static, and his legs went soft and he felt himself falling, and he grabbed the front of Price's shirt with his free hand and held on. He held on, because letting go meant going to the floor, and going to the floor meant dying, and he was not going to die in this room in front of Henry Whitman. He heard Sheila behind him. A step, a half step, the creak of a boot on the hardwood. Coming into the room. "Stay back," he said. The words came out wet and thick. The boot stopped. Price pulled the blade out. The withdrawal was worse than the entry. Gideon felt every millimeter of ceramic leaving his body, and the blood came after it, warm and fast, soaking into the waistband of his jeans and running down his thigh. He pressed his left hand against the wound, and the blood came through his fingers, and he was still holding Price's wrist with his right hand, and Price was trying to bring the blade around for another cut, and Gideon could feel the strength in Price's arm working against his grip, and his grip was failing because his right hand was broken and swollen and could not hold. Price ripped his wrist free. He slashed at Gideon's face, and the blade opened a cut along his jawline from the ear to the chin, and the blood sheeted down the side of his neck. He stepped back and circled, the blade low, his feet quick on the hardwood, his broken nose streaming blood down his mouth and chin, but his eyes steady and the smile gone now, replaced by something focused and intent. Gideon was bleeding from the side, and the jaw, and the forearm, and the forehead, and he was standing in the middle of Henry Whitman's study with no weapon, and no strength, and no reason to still be on his feet, except that getting up was the only thing he had ever been better at than the men who put him down. Price came in again. The blade led the way, quick short strokes, probing, looking for the opening. He feinted low, and went high, and the blade sliced across Gideon's shoulder above the vest strap, and Gideon felt the muscle part, and his left arm went heavy, and the hand he was pressing against his side weakened, and the blood came faster. Gideon hit him. It was not a good punch. It was not a skilled punch. It was a short right hand thrown from the hip with a broken fist, and it landed on Price's wounded right side, on the bandaging, on the place where Gideon's round had gone in at the Conrad. Price's body folded around the impact, and a sound came out of him, and the blade dipped and Gideon hit him again, same spot, harder, and Price doubled over, and Gideon brought his knee up into Price's face, and the broken nose took the knee full, and Price's head snapped back and he staggered into the fireplace mantel. The ceramic blade was still in his hand. His fingers were white around the handle. Even doubled over, even bleeding from the nose and the reopened wound, his hand did not open. Gideon grabbed the bourbon glass off the desk, 3 steps, the glass was right there on the edge, the bourbon sloshing, and smashed it against the desktop, and the base broke off and the bourbon splashed across the blotter, and he had a jagged shard of crystal in his hand, the broken stem, 3 inches of sharp glass. Price pushed off the mantel. He straightened up, and the blade came up, and his eyes found Gideon, and the eyes were bright and wild, and his face was a mask of blood, and his right side was dark and wet and spreading. He lunged. The ceramic blade drove straight at Gideon's chest, and Gideon sidestepped and caught the arm as it went past, and pulled Price forward off balance, and drove the crystal shard into the side of Price's neck. The glass went in deep. Gideon felt it hit something that pulsed against the edge of the shard, and the blood that came was not like the blood from the other wounds. It came in a hot rush that sprayed across Gideon's hand and wrist and forearm, And Price made a small sound, surprised, and his hand opened and the ceramic blade fell from his fingers and hit the rug. Price went to his knees. His hand went to his neck and found the crystal shard, and his fingers touched it and did not pull it out. He looked at Gideon. The gold-flecked eyes were wide, and the blood was coming fast between his fingers, and the pleasant smile was gone, and what was on his face was something Gideon had seen on many faces in many rooms, the naked bewilderment of a man who has always been the one who walks out and is finding out that this time he is not. He fell forward onto the rug. His hand slipped off his neck. The blood pooled under him in the lamplight, dark and fast, spreading across the Persian carpet. His fingers twitched once against the wool. Then they stopped. Gideon stood over him. His left hand was pressed against the stab wound in his side, and the blood was coming through his fingers, and his right hand was at his side, and the broken knuckles were wet with Price's blood and his own. The room was quiet. From behind the desk, a sound. A small sound. The sound of a man's breath catching. Gideon raised his head and looked at Whitman. The composure was gone. His face was white, and the pale blue eyes were wide, and his mouth was open, and his hands were gripping the arms of the chair so hard that the leather was bunched under his fingers. He was looking at Price on the rug, and the blood spreading toward his desk, and the man standing over the body who had killed his way through 60 men and up 3 floors of his house, and was now standing in front of his desk bleeding from half a dozen wounds and looking at him. "You said you would find every person I ever loved," Gideon said. His voice was rough and wet. "You said you would make them wish they'd never known me." Whitman's mouth moved. No sound came out. "You found them," Gideon said. "You burned their houses. You broke their bones. You killed an old man in his home. You took a girl out of a grocery store and locked her in a room at the end of your hallway and drugged her." He took a step toward the desk. Whitman pressed himself back into the chair. "I told you the first time I stood in this room. Shut it down, or I shut it down for you." He looked at Whitman. Whitman looked back at him. The pale blue eyes were wet, and the control was gone, and the 60 years of certainty were gone, and what was in the chair behind the walnut desk was a man who was alone. They were alone in the room. Sheila and Hamza had stepped back into the corridor and pulled the door half shut, and their boots were moving down the hallway toward the heavy door at the far end. Toward Brianna. Gideon stood in front of the desk with his hand pressed against his side, and the blood running through his fingers, and Price on the floor behind him, and the night behind that, and everything Henry Whitman had built falling down around him. Neither of them spoke. Chapter 44. Gideon looked at Whitman sitting in his chair behind the walnut desk, with his dead man on the floor, and the blood spreading across the Persian carpet, and everything he had built crumbling around him like plaster from a wall. "It's over," Gideon said. Whitman's hand found the bourbon glass on the desk. He picked it up and brought it to his lips and drank. The glass rattled against his teeth. He set it down, and his fingers stayed on it, white at the tips, holding the crystal the way a man holds a railing on a high ledge. "You have no idea what you've done." His voice was rough, but he was reaching for the old authority, the voice that had given orders in this room for 30 years. "I know people. People you can't imagine. Congressmen, senators, federal judges who owe me favors going back decades. You think any of this is going to stick? You think some small-town RICO filing is going to hold up against the kind of weight I can bring?" Gideon watched him. The pale blue eyes were wet, and the jaw was working, and the hands were shaking, and the words coming out of his mouth were the words of a man who had been powerful for so long that the language of power was all he had left, even now, even when the power itself was gone. "No," Gideon said. "You won't beat this one. Your law firm abandoned you in open court. Your fixer is dead on your first floor. Your hired killer is on your rug. Your men are on your lawn. The RICO is federal, and the judge has already frozen your accounts, and your lawyer has Claire Haskell's files, and every memo your firm ever wrote about what you did to this town. Every congressman and senator you ever bought is going to pretend they never heard your name. That's how it works. You know that. You've seen it happen to other men." Whitman's mouth opened. Nothing came out. "You're going to a federal penitentiary," Gideon said. "For a long time." He looked at Whitman. At the white hair, and the lined face, and the trembling hands, and the pale blue eyes that were blinking too fast. "You'll probably die in there." Whitman brought the bourbon to his lips again. His hand was shaking badly now, the tendons in his wrist standing out, the amber liquid sloshing against the sides of the glass. He got it halfway to his mouth, and his fingers failed. The glass slipped and hit the edge of the desk and shattered. The bourbon splashed across the blotter and ran over the edge and onto the hardwood, and the broken crystal scattered across the desk in bright, sharp pieces, and Whitman stared at his empty hand and his face crumpled. He put his face into his hands and wept. It was not a dignified sound. It was the raw, ugly sound of a man coming apart, the sound leaking through his fingers in hitches and gasps, his shoulders heaving under the white shirt. He wept the way men weep who have not wept in decades and have forgotten how and cannot control it. "You don't understand," he said through his hands. His voice was thick and muffled, and the words came in pieces between the sobs. "I built this. All of this. I built this town into what it is. I made this county. I gave these people jobs. You could have stopped any time, Whitman." The weeping hitched. The hands came down an inch. The wet eyes looked at him over the tips of his fingers. "You could have stopped when your father died. You had enough money then. More than enough. You could have lived the rest of your life on that money and never wanted for anything. Your children and your grandchildren could have lived their lives on that money. Every one of them comfortable. Every one of them secure." Whitman's mouth was working behind his hands. No sound came out. "But you had to want more. Always more. Another deal. Another acre. Another subsidy. Another girl in a room at the end of a hallway. You could have stopped when Matt died. Your own son. Killed in a war on the other side of the world. And you couldn't even pick up the phone to call the woman carrying his child. You could have stopped then. But you didn't." Whitman flinched at Matt's name. His hands pressed harder against his face. "You could have stopped that night when I came into this same house and stood in this same room and told you to stop. I gave you a chance. I told you to shut it down. You looked me in the eye, and you chose to keep going. You sent Marsh after the people I cared about. You burned their homes. You killed an old man. You had your son drag a girl out of a grocery store in broad daylight." Gideon's voice was level. There was no heat in it. The heat had burned itself out somewhere between the first floor and the third. "So now here we are. And now you're going to have to go all the way. There's no backing out now. We're past that." Whitman sat in his leather chair with his face in his hands, and the bourbon soaking into his blotter, and the broken glass on his desk, and the body of his hired killer on his carpet, and he had nothing left to say. The blubbering continued, half words, half sounds, the wreckage of a man who had controlled everything and everyone around him for 60 years and was discovering what it felt like to control nothing. Gideon looked at him and felt the disgust settle in his chest like cold water. Not anger. Anger required some measure of respect for the thing that caused it. What he felt was the flat revulsion of a man looking at waste, wasted wealth, wasted power, wasted life, all of it poured into a hole that could never be filled because the hole was the man himself. He stood. The stab wound in his side pulled, and the blood was still coming through his fingers, and his ribs were grinding with every breath, and he was tired. He was tired in a way that went past the body and into the bone, and past the bone into the place where the body stopped and the rest of him lived. He wanted to find Brianna and take her out of this house and walk away from it and never come back. He turned toward the door. A door opened on the far side of the study. Not the corridor door. A side door, narrower, set into the paneling beside the fireplace. It swung inward, and Jeremy Whitman came through it. He had Brianna in front of him. His left arm was locked around her throat, pulling her back against his chest. His right hand held a pistol, pressed against her temple. Her face was white, and her eyes were wide, and her hair was tangled and matted, and she was wearing a cotton nightgown that hung off one shoulder, and her bare feet dragged on the hardwood as he pulled her into the room. She had been drugged. Her eyes were glassy and unfocused, and her body was limp, but she was conscious enough to be afraid. Her hands were on Jeremy's forearm, pulling weakly at the arm around her throat. Jeremy looked at his father. The contempt on his face shifted to something else. Confusion first, then astonishment. Henry Whitman was hunched in his leather chair with his face wet, and his hands shaking, and his mouth open, and the sounds coming out of him were the sounds of a man who had lost everything and knew it. Jeremy stared at him. His father had never looked like this. His father had never looked weak. His father had never wept in front of him or anyone else. The sight of it did something to Jeremy's face, a flicker of something that might have been satisfaction, or might have been horror, or might have been both at once. Then his eyes found Gideon. The astonishment hardened into something uncertain. He took in the blood on Gideon's face and clothes and hands, the empty weapons hanging from his body, the body of Price on the floor, the broken glass on the desk. "Don't move," Jeremy said. His voice was pitched too high. He pressed the barrel harder against Brianna's temple, and she whimpered. Gideon raised his hands. He held them open, palms out, fingers spread. Empty. "What do you want, Jeremy?" "I'll shoot her. I swear to God I'll do it." "I can see that. I'm asking you what you want." Jeremy's eyes went to his father again. Whitman was babbling now, his words running together, fragments of sentences that made no sense, names, threats, pleas, the wreckage of language pouring out of a man who had used language as a weapon his entire life and could no longer form it into anything coherent. "I want out," Jeremy said. He dragged Brianna sideways, putting the desk between himself and Gideon. "There's a bag in the closet. My father's emergency cash. I know where he keeps it. I want the bag, and I want the girl, and I want a car, and I want to leave. That's it. You just let me walk out of here." "I don't care about the cash," Gideon said. "Take it." Something loosened in Jeremy's face. The gun barrel eased a fraction from Brianna's temple. "But the girl stays." The looseness vanished. Jeremy's jaw tightened and his eyes went flat and hard, and the arm around Brianna's throat squeezed tighter and she gasped. "She's mine," Jeremy said. "I earned her. I own her now." "That isn't how it works." "Don't tell me how it works." "Nobody can own anyone, Jeremy. They passed a law about that in 1865. I don't care about your law. I don't care about any of it. I'm taking her. I deserve that much. After everything. After what he did to me." His eyes cut to his father. "He never gave me anything. Not one thing in my whole life. So I'm taking what's mine and I'm leaving." He started moving toward the corridor door, dragging Brianna with him, keeping her between himself and Gideon. The pistol was back against her temple. His finger was on the trigger. His eyes were wild, and his jaw was set, and he was 25 years old and had never been told no by anyone except the man standing in front of him. Gideon looked down. Price's ceramic blade was on the rug at his feet. It had fallen when Price's hand opened, and it lay at an angle on the Persian carpet, the white blade bright against the dark wool 3 feet in front of his right boot. He stamped down on the blade. The handle hit the carpet, and the blade flipped up off the rug and turned once in the lamplight, white as bone, and Gideon's right hand came off the air where it had been raised in surrender and caught the handle as it rose, and his arm whipped forward in a single motion, not aimed, not thought, just the body doing what the body knew how to do, and the ceramic blade crossed the room in a flat line and hit Jeremy Whitman in the face. It went in through the nasal cavity. The point entered below the bridge of the nose and above the upper lip, and the blade was thin and hard and sharp, and it went through the cartilage and the bone behind it and into the space beyond, and Jeremy's eyes went wide and his mouth opened and no sound came out. The pistol fell from his hand and hit the rug. His arm loosened from Brianna's throat. He stood there for a moment, with the white handle protruding from the center of his face and his eyes open and empty, and then his knees unlocked and he went straight down. Brianna staggered forward. Her legs buckled, and Gideon crossed the room in 3 steps and caught her before she hit the floor. He got his right arm around her waist, and her weight came against him, and she was light, too light, the bones of her shoulders sharp through the thin cotton. Her head lolled against his chest, and her eyes were half closed, and she made a sound that was not a word. Behind them, Whitman had stopped crying. The room was silent, except for the hum of the generator below and the ticking of a clock on the mantel. Gideon looked back. Whitman was staring at his son on the floor. His face was slack and white, and his mouth was open, and his eyes were fixed on Jeremy's body with an expression that Gideon had seen before on other faces in other rooms but could not name. It was not grief. It was not shock. It was something older than either, something from the deepest floor of a man's capacity for feeling, the look of a man watching the last thing he had left in the world taken from him, and knowing in the marrow of his bones that he was the one who had brought it down. The corridor door opened. Sheila and Hamza stood in the doorway. Sheila had the Benelli up, and Hamza had the fighting knife in his hand, and they took in the room in a single sweep. Price on the rug, Jeremy on the floor, Whitman in the chair, Gideon holding Brianna, and Sheila's mouth open to speak. Gideon shook his head. He walked Brianna past them, and through the door and into the corridor. Sheila stepped aside. Hamza stepped aside. Neither of them spoke. The heavy door, at the far end of the corridor, was open. The lock had been forced, the hasp bent outward, the screws pulled from the frame. The door stood wide, and the light from inside fell across the hallway floor in a pale rectangle. Susan Langley came through it. She had 3 young women behind her. They moved in a tight cluster, barefoot, wearing the same kind of cotton nightgown Brianna wore, their eyes wide and glassy, and their hands holding onto each other and onto Susan's arms and the hem of her blouse. One of them was shaking so hard her teeth were chattering. Another had her face buried in the shoulder of the girl beside her. The third was staring straight ahead with eyes that saw nothing in this hallway, and nothing in this house, and nothing that was happening around her. Susan stopped when she saw Gideon. Her face was white. Her honey-colored hair was loose and tangled, and her blouse was untucked, and her hands were on the arms of the girls behind her, and she looked at Gideon standing in the corridor with Brianna against his chest and the blood on his face and his clothes and his hands, and her gray eyes filled and her mouth trembled and her composure broke. "I'm so sorry, Gideon." Her voice cracked on his name. "I'm so sorry." He looked at her. He looked at the girls behind her, their bare feet on the hardwood, their thin gowns, their faces. He looked back at Susan. "Let's go," he said. They went down the stairs together. Gideon first, with Brianna's weight against his right side, his left hand pressed against the stab wound, his boots loud on the treads. Susan behind him with the 3 girls, her arms around the 2 nearest, guiding them down step by step, murmuring to them in a low, steady voice that was not quite steady. The 3rd girl held the railing with both hands and came down on her own, 1 step at a time, staring at her feet. The house was quiet. The hallway at the bottom was bright and empty, and the bodies on the first floor were where he had left them, and he walked past them without looking, and Susan walked past them without looking, and the girls walked past them with their eyes down and their bare feet silent on the hardwood. The side door in the alcove was still locked from the inside. He turned the deadbolt and pushed it open, and the night air came in, cool and clean, carrying the smell of cut grass and earth and the faint sweetness of honeysuckle from the fence line. He breathed it in, and it hit his lungs, and the smoke and dust and blood cleared from his throat, and for a moment the pain eased, and the night was just the night. He walked Brianna across the grass. Susan followed with the girls. The moonlight was on the lawn, and the bodies were on the lawn, and Gideon kept his body between the girls and the shapes on the ground so that they would not see them. Their bare feet left prints in the dew. Headlights appeared on the access road. A single vehicle coming through the gate. The light bar on the roof flashed red and blue, spinning in silence, no siren, just the lights turning and the headlights cutting through the dark. The cruiser came up the drive and stopped 20 feet from the front of the house. Sheriff Dickey sat behind the wheel. His face was lit by the dashboard glow and the reflected pulse of the light bar, and his hands were on the wheel and his eyes were on Gideon. Gideon looked back at him. They stood there, Gideon on the lawn with the girl in his arms, and the doctor and the 3 barefoot girls behind him, and the blood drying on his face and the house behind him, Dickie in the cruiser with the lights turning and the engine idling, and 3 generations of Whitman money in his rearview mirror. Gideon nodded. Dickie nodded back. Dickie got out. He walked around the cruiser and opened the rear passenger door and held it open with one hand and stood there. His face was drawn and pale in the flashing lights, and his jaw was tight and his dishwater eyes were wet, and he did not say a word. Gideon eased Brianna into the back seat. Susan guided the 3 girls in after her, settling them into the seat and the footwell, tucking their legs in, pulling their gowns down over their knees. She got in last and pulled Brianna's head onto her shoulder and put her arm around the nearest girl, and the girl pressed her face into Susan's neck and Susan held her. Gideon stood at the open door and looked at Dickie across the roof of the cruiser. "Make sure they get home safe." "I will." Dickie's voice was rough. He looked at Gideon, the blood, the vest, the hand pressed against his side, the cut along his jaw still wet in the flashing lights. "What about you?" "I'll be moving on." Dickie held the look. His mouth worked. He wanted to say something else, something about the bodies on the lawn and the bodies in the house, and the man in the leather chair on the 3rd floor, and the years of checks and silence and the weight of all of it, but the words did not come. He nodded once more. He closed the rear door and walked around to the driver's side and got in and put the cruiser in gear. The cruiser pulled away down the access road. The light bar turned red and blue against the trees and the gate posts, and then it was through the gate and on the county road, and the lights shrank and the sound of the engine faded and then it was gone. Gideon stood on the lawn in the dark. Footsteps behind him. Sheila and Hamza came across the grass. Sheila had the Benelli slung on her back and the HK hanging from its sling, and she walked with the easy rolling stride of a woman who had done hard work and was finished with it. Hamza walked beside her with the fighting knife sheathed and his hands at his sides, and his dark hair loose past his shoulders and his eyes on the road ahead. They passed Gideon and walked to the Chevy parked on the drive near the gate. Sheila opened the driver's door and got behind the wheel. Hamza got in the back. Sheila started the engine, and the headlights came on, and she looked at Gideon through the windshield. He had not moved. She rolled down the window. "Aren't you coming with us?" "You go on." She looked at him. Hamza looked at him through the rear window. The engine idled. "You look like you could use some rest," she said. "Time enough to rest in the grave." She watched him a moment longer. Her eyes moved over his face, the cuts, the blood, the swelling, the jaw wound still seeping, and she shook her head slowly, and something crossed her face that was not pity and was not admiration, but was somewhere in the territory between the two where the people who knew Gideon Job lived. "Don't you need a ride?" she called out. "I'll walk." She looked at him one more time. She put the Chevy in gear. The car rolled forward through the gate and onto the county road, and the taillights shrank to red points in the dark, and then they were gone. Gideon stood alone on the Whitman property, with the bodies on the lawn, and the house behind him, and the night above him, and the stars thick and bright across the Indiana sky. He started walking. His boots found the access road, and then the county road, and the gravel crunched under his soles in a steady rhythm that he had known for a long time. His left hand was pressed against his side, and the blood was still coming through his fingers, and his ribs were grinding with every step, and the cut on his jaw was drying stiff, and the stab wound was a deep hot pulse that kept time with his heart. He walked through the pain the way he walked through everything, one step and then the next. The road ran south between flat fields. The moon was high, and the light lay across the land in a silver wash, and the corn was knee-high on both sides, and the air smelled of earth and green and the warm rot of standing water in the ditches. A barn owl crossed the road ahead of him, low and silent, its white face turning toward him for a moment before it banked and was gone. He walked. The road stretched before him, pale and endless under the stars. Gideon Job walked, and he did not look back. Continue reading for an exclusive excerpt from Last Stand at Dead Oak. Chapter 1. The gas station sat at a bend in the county road, where the foothills started to climb toward the high country. 2 pumps under a rusted canopy, a cinder-block building with a hand-painted sign that read Buck Stop in faded red, and a screen door that slapped shut behind him when he walked in. The inside was dim and cool, and smelled of beef jerky and motor oil, and the pine-scented cardboard tree hanging from a nail above the register. Shelves ran down both walls, stocked with the things people needed on these roads: motor oil, duct tape, camp fuel, boxes of .3006 and .308 and .22 long rifle, fishing line on plastic spools, mousetraps, ibuprofen, cans of chili, bags of corn chips, and a cooler at the back humming with beer and water and soda. A glass counter held pocket knives and cheap sunglasses, and a display of hand-tied trout flies on a square of green felt. The man behind the register was in his 70s, thin and brown and dried out by the altitude. He wore a flannel shirt buttoned to the throat, and a pair of wire-rimmed glasses on a cord around his neck. He looked up when Gideon came in, and looked him over and said nothing. Gideon went to the jerky rack and picked out 3 bags: elk, venison, and original beef. He took a bag of dried apricots from a hook on the end cap and 2 bottles of water from the cooler, and brought it all to the counter. The old man rang it up on a register that was older than he was, punching the keys with a bony finger. "Anything else?" "No, sir." The screen door slapped open again. Voices came in with the daylight, loud, young, overlapping. 4 men in their mid-20s came through the door in a knot. They wore new hiking boots and new cargo shorts and new performance shirts in bright colors that still had the creases from the packaging. One of them had a fishing rod in a hard plastic case. Another had a hatchet in a leather sheath clipped to his belt, the leather still glossy. They spread through the store with the energy of men who had been in a vehicle too long and were glad to be out of it. "Bro, grab the Doritos." "Which ones?" "All of them." They loaded up. Chips, candy bars, hot dogs off the roller grill, a case of beer from the cooler, a second case. Marshmallows. Graham crackers. Chocolate bars. The makings of s'mores. One of them brought a package of frozen hot dogs in a vacuum-sealed bag and held it up. "Trail food," he said, and the others laughed. They piled their haul on the counter. The old man rang it up without comment. When he was done, he looked at the gear and the food and the faces and said, "You boys heading up the mountain?" "Camping and fishing," the one with the hatchet said. He was the tallest of the 4 and had a beard that was trying hard. "Got a spot picked out up at the reservoir." "That's fine country," the old man said. "You want to hang your food, though. Don't leave it out. The bears are active this time of year. They come down at night." The one with the beard grinned. "We'll be fine. We've got a hatchet." "A hatchet won't do you much good against a 400-pound brown bear, son. What would you suggest?" "Bear spray. I've got canisters right there on the wall. $12 apiece." The 4 of them looked at each other. One of them made a face. Another one snorted. "We're good," the one with the beard said. The old man looked at him a moment. Then he shrugged and finished the transaction. Gideon paid for his jerky and his water and stepped aside while they carried their bags out. A black SUV was parked at the pump, new, the engine still ticking. They loaded the back and climbed in, all 4 doors opening and closing at once. The engine started, and the stereo came on loud enough to rattle the windows. He walked out and stood on the gravel apron while the SUV backed up and swung around. As it passed him, the passenger window came down. One of them, not the one with the beard, the one sitting behind him, stuck his head out. "Nice backpack, Dad." The others laughed. A hand came out of the rear window and extended a middle finger. The SUV pulled onto the county road and accelerated, and the dust it raised hung in the air and settled slow. Gideon adjusted the straps of his pack. It was an old external frame pack he had bought at a Goodwill in Pueblo for $11. It held what it needed to hold. He started walking. The old man had come out onto the step and was watching the dust settle. He looked at Gideon. "You heading up that way?" "Yes, sir." "You want some bear spray?" Gideon considered it. "I'll take a can." He went back inside and bought it and clipped it to the waist belt of the pack where he could reach it. The old man watched him do it and nodded once. "You know how to use it?" "Yes, sir." "You want to aim low. People aim at the face and miss high. Aim at the chest and let the cloud rise." "I appreciate it." The old man nodded again. Gideon walked. The road climbed through pinyon and juniper, and then into ponderosa as the elevation gained. The air thinned and sweetened. The sun moved across a sky so blue it looked enameled. He walked at a steady pace, not fast, not slow, the pack riding easy on his hips. A red-tailed hawk circled in a thermal above a ridge to the west. A ground squirrel sat on a rock and watched him pass and did not move. After an hour, the SUV passed him again, coming back down the mountain. It slowed as it drew alongside. The windows were down, and the music was loud, and the one in the back seat leaned out and shouted something that the wind took before it reached him. Another hand. Another finger. They accelerated away, fishtailing on a curve, gravel spraying off the shoulder. He kept walking. By late afternoon, he was high enough that the ponderosa gave way to spruce, and the air had a bite to it. He left the road where a game trail cut north along a ridge, and followed it until he found a flat spot on the shoulder of the mountain with a view east across the valley. He set down his pack and built a small fire ring with stones from the slope and gathered deadfall from the spruce stand behind him. He got a fire going with a single match and sat on a rock and ate jerky and apricots and drank water and watched the light change on the mountains across the valley. Below him, maybe a quarter-mile down the slope and half a mile south along the ridge, a campfire bloomed in a clearing near the tree line. Then another bigger, the flames climbing. He could hear them, the voices carried in the thin air, a shout, then laughter, then music from a speaker turned up loud. The firelight threw shadows into the trees. He ate his jerky. He watched the dark come in. The stars came out in the thin air the way they did at altitude, thick and close, and the Milky Way ran across the sky like a river of spilled salt. The fire below burned high and bright, the kind of fire men built when they wanted to see each other's faces and feel brave. The music went on. Someone was singing along, badly. Someone else was whooping. Gideon banked his fire down to coals, unrolled his sleeping bag on the pine needles, and lay down with his boots on and his pack beside him, and the bear spray within arm's reach. The sounds from below faded into the general sound of the mountain at night, wind in the spruce, the call of an owl somewhere in the drainage below, the creak of a dead branch shifting. He closed his eyes. He woke to screaming. Not the whooping from before. Not laughter. A human scream, high and ragged and full of a terror that had no pretense in it. Then another voice, shouting, words he could not make out. Then a sound he knew, a deep coughing roar that rolled up the slope and through the trees and hit him in the chest. He was on his feet before the echo died. He grabbed the bear spray and the flashlight from the side pocket of his pack and went down the slope at a run. The terrain was steep and loose, and the spruce branches slashed at his face and arms in the dark. He kept the flashlight off. His eyes had been adjusted to the dark for hours, and the moonlight gave him enough. He could see the glow of the campfire below, still burning, and against it the shapes of trees and rocks. The screaming had stopped. The roar came again, closer, lower, a sustained growl that vibrated in the ground. He came out of the tree line into the clearing at a run, and stopped. The campfire was still burning high. They had fed it all night, the way people do when they are afraid of the dark, and the pile of wood they had stacked beside it was half gone. The clearing was 30 yards across, scattered with gear, coolers, sleeping bags, camp chairs overturned, the hard case of the fishing rod on the ground, beer cans everywhere. The food, the hot dogs, the chips, the marshmallows, all of it, was strewn across the clearing, wrappers torn, bags shredded. 2 of the men were on the far side of the fire, backed up against a boulder. One was holding the hatchet. His hand was shaking so hard the blade caught the firelight and flashed. The other one was behind him, pressed flat against the rock, his mouth open, no sound coming out. The third man was on the ground 10 feet from the fire. He was on his back, and he was not moving, and his shirt was dark and wet and torn across the chest, and the smell of blood was in the air, sharp and heavy. The fourth man was under the bear. The bear was enormous. A brown bear, thick through the shoulders and the neck, its coat dark and coarse in the firelight. It had the man pinned with one foreleg across his chest, and it was biting at his arm, which the man had raised to cover his face. The man was screaming, a thin high sound that had nothing human left in it. The bear shook its head, and the man's body moved with it. Gideon crossed the clearing in 4 strides. He grabbed a burning log from the edge of the fire with his bare hand, a thick piece of pine 3 feet long, the far end blazing, and swung it at the bear's face. The burning end hit the bear across the muzzle. Sparks exploded. The bear reared back off the man, its head twisting sideways, a startled grunt coming out of it. It was fast, faster than anything that size had a right to be, and it turned toward Gideon and dropped to all 4s, and the firelight caught its eyes, and they were small and dark and furious. He hit it again. He swung the log 2-handed and drove the burning end into the bear's face a second time, hard, and held it there, pushing forward, the flames and the heat and the sparks inches from its eyes. The bear bellowed. It swatted at the log with a paw, and the blow nearly tore it from his grip. He felt the power in that single swipe, a force that could break a man's arm like a green stick, and he set his feet and pushed the fire harder into the bear's face and shouted. He did not shout words. He made a sound that came from the bottom of his lungs, deep and sustained, a sound that was not a threat, and not a warning but a statement of presence, the sound a larger animal makes when it is not going to move. The bear backed up. 1 step, then 2. It was shaking its head, the muzzle singed, its nostrils full of smoke. It coughed. It looked at Gideon through the flames and the smoke and the sparks with those small dark eyes, and it measured him. He pulled the bear spray from his belt with his left hand. He popped the safety with his thumb. He aimed low at the bear's chest and pressed the trigger. The orange cloud hit the bear full in the face. The bear jerked its head back and made a sound, a choked, wheezing snarl, and pawed at its muzzle with both forepaws. The spray was in its eyes and its nose and its mouth, and the effect was immediate. The bear turned. It turned away from the fire, and the spray and the man holding both, and it went. It crashed through the undergrowth at the edge of the clearing, and into the trees, and the sound of it breaking branches diminished down the slope. Gideon stood with the burning log in one hand and the spray in the other, and listened. The crashing faded. The bear was running downhill, away from the camp, away from the smoke and the capsaicin. He listened until he could not hear it anymore. He dropped the log back on the fire. His right hand was burned. The skin across the palm and the inside of the fingers was red and already tightening, and it would blister before morning. He flexed it once and let it go. He went to the man on the ground. The man was alive. He was curled on his side with his arm tucked against his chest, and his face pressed into the dirt, and he was making a sound that was halfway between breathing and sobbing. His arm was torn from the elbow to the wrist, deep gouges, the flesh laid open, white bone visible in the firelight, and the blood was coming steady. Gideon knelt beside him and took his arm and looked at it. The brachial artery was intact. The wounds were from teeth, not claws. The bear had been working on the arm, because the man had done the right thing and covered his face with it. "You're going to be all right," Gideon said. "I need to stop this bleeding. Hold still." The man did not answer. He held still. Gideon looked at the 2 men against the boulder. The one with the hatchet was staring at him. His face was white, and his mouth was open, and the hatchet was still shaking in his hand. "Put that down and come here," Gideon said. "I need your belt." The man did not move. "Son, your belt. Now." The man set the hatchet on the rock. He pulled his belt free and brought it over and stood there holding it out. His hands were shaking. Gideon took the belt and wrapped it above the elbow and cinched it tight, and the blood flow slowed. He went to the other man, the one on his back. The shirt was torn across the chest and the wounds were deep. Claw marks, 4 parallel gouges that had opened the skin and the muscle beneath. The man was breathing, but his eyes were closed and his face was gray. Gideon pressed 2 fingers to his neck. The pulse was there, fast and thin. "Get me a shirt," he said. "A clean one. From your gear." The one who had been behind the boulder went to the pile of scattered gear and came back with a t-shirt still folded. Gideon took it and pressed it flat against the chest wounds and held it there. Blood soaked through the fabric in seconds. "Hold this. Press hard. Don't let up." The man knelt and pressed, and his face crumpled, and he said, "Oh God, oh God, oh God." "Where's your vehicle?" Gideon said. "Down at the trailhead," the one with the beard said. His voice was high and thin. "We hiked in. It's maybe a mile. Can you carry him?" The bearded one looked at his friend on the ground, at the blood soaking through the t-shirt, at the other friend with his arm torn open. He looked at Gideon. "I don't know. You're going to have to. Both of them. You and your friend here are going to carry them down to that vehicle, and you're going to drive to the nearest hospital. If you don't, this one is going to bleed out, and the other one is going to lose that arm. Do you understand?" The bearded one stared at him. "How far is the hospital?" "I don't know. You'll find out on the way. Move." They moved. It was clumsy and slow, and the two injured men cried out when they were lifted, and the bearded one nearly dropped his end twice on the trail to the trailhead. But they moved. Gideon walked with them as far as the trail, carrying the pack of the one whose hands were occupied pressing the shirt to his friend's chest. He handed the pack off at the tree line. The bearded one stopped and looked back at him. "You're not coming? You don't need me. You need a hospital. What about the bear?" "The bear's gone. It won't be back tonight. When you get to the hospital, tell them it was a brown bear. The wounds will need to be cleaned and closed, and the one with the chest wounds needs a tetanus shot and probably a course of antibiotics. The arm needs surgery. Tell them that." The bearded one looked at him. He opened his mouth and closed it. "Thank you," he said. "Go," Gideon said. They went. He listened to them crashing down the trail in the dark, the sounds of effort and pain fading until the mountain swallowed them. After a while he heard an engine start, far below, and headlights moved on the road and then were gone. He stood at the edge of the clearing, in the dark. The fire was still burning. The gear was scattered, and the blood was on the ground, and the beer cans caught the firelight. He looked at it all, and then he looked away, at the dark trees and the mountains and the stars. He climbed back up to his own camp. The coals were still glowing. He fed them a few sticks of deadfall, and sat on the rock and held his burned hand in the cool air, and looked at the stars and did not sleep for a long time. This concludes the audiobook recording of Standoff at Black Ridge, and the exclusive excerpt from Last Stand at Dead Oak, written by Sam Barron and Bill Mackey. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Thank you for listening. Visit BookEmpathy.com to get free books every month and more.